The Hibbert Lectures Second Series Early Zoroastrianism Lectures delivered at Oxford and in London February to May 1912 by James Hope Moulton, late Fellow of King's College, Cambridge, Greenwood Professor of Hellenistic Greek and Indo-European Philology, Manchester University, D.Lit., London, D.D., Eden, D.C.L., D.U.R.H., D.Theol. Berlin, London Constable and Company Ltd 10 and 12 Orange Street Leicester Square, WCZ 1926 Bulletin Low/U, F, end quote, /M7 Emmanuel FM published, 1913 reissued, 1926 5305G printed in Great Britain 2 Imbikai Takeidathai Priest Before the Fire, with Barsum. Front a Persian seal in the writer's possession. Preface: the lectures here printed were delivered more than a year ago, and I must apologize for the long time that has been needed for the work of writing them out in book form, and putting together the supplementary material on which much of my case rests. The leisure that a busy teacher's life commands is very scanty for such complex inquiries, and the very different field of Hellenistic Greek has demanded its share of time. It will perhaps be convenient if I collect in this preface the chief theses for which evidence and argument are offered in the following pages. I have not thought it necessary to occupy space with the ordinary information which may be found in good books on the subject, or in such standard sources as the articles of Geldner and Edward Meyer in the Encyclopaedia Britannica. I am the less disposed to do this, as I should only be repeating what I have myself recently written in my little book in the Cambridge Manuals series, Early Religious Poetry of Persia. In these lectures I am trying to paint a picture, and not merely to take a photograph. Scholars more competent than myself may pronounce my painting out of perspective or false to the facts, but I shall still perhaps have early Zoroastrianism done some service to the study of a fascinating and much neglected subject if I only provoke discussion and research. I need not sprinkle a host of personal pronouns over my pages to show where I am giving my own reading of the situation, for by the very nature of the case I am doing this all through. But I hope I have given references enough to show where I have differed from the authorities, and if I do venture on novelties, or even heresies, I trust it is with great willingness to be confuted if I am wrong. My mistakes may suggest to other inquirers a truer solution of knotty problems one have tried to unravel. Lecture Ideals with the Sources. Here I try to face the question of the antiquity of the Gathas and the later Avesta. The reality of Zarathustra's person as portrayed in the Gathas is defended, and the latter are claimed for a very early date, especially on linguistic and metrical grounds. The traditional date, 660 to 583 BC, is a minimum, but there are strong reasons for placing Zarathustra and his Gathas some generations earlier still. The Yashts may be placed in the later Achaemenian age, and the prose Avesta, in particular the ritual of the Vendidad, probably after Alexander. In Lecture 2, are investigated the religious conditions prevailing before Zarathustra came. Darius is pronounced to have been the first true Zoroastrian among the Achaemenian kings, but it is urged that antiquity had dimmed the clearness of the prophet's more esoteric teaching even with this truly religious monarch. The other early kings belonged to the unreformed Iranian religion, either because the teaching of Zarathustra had wholly or mainly failed to reach preface 9 them, or because they reverted to superstitions more in accord with their character. The cult of Ahura Mazda is not a mark of Zarathustra's teaching, having been hereditary in a small aristocratic caste long before his time. The popular religion of Persia, as described very accurately by Herodotus, is the Proto-Aryan nature worship, with Dios, the sky, at the head of the pantheon, as in the days before the Indo-Europeans began to separate. This leads to some speculations as to the original character of Mithra, the chief of the Iranian heavenly gods whom Zarathustra ejected from heaven to return in a modified form in the later Avesta. Finally, the period of syncretism which brought the religion towards the later Avesta is fixed for the reign of Artaxerxes Neman. Lecture 3 urges the historical truth of the Gathic picture of Zarathustra, and places his prophetic activity in Bactria. This is the answer to the difficulty which sent Darmstaedter astray, the more esoteric lore of Zarathustra, and especially the doctrine of the Amshaspans, remained for centuries within the land of its birth, which was far away from the mainstream of history. It only spread westwards when adapted by the Magi, and in the form they gave it. Among the legends of Zarathustra one is discussed as probably referred to in Virgil's fourth eclogue. It is then shown that the earliest doctrine of the Amshaspans gives them neither a collective name nor a fixed number, they are parts of the divine hypostasis, sharing with Mazda the name Ahura, Lord. Finally I summarize the features of a double counter-reformation, as I regard it. Early Zoroastrianism. First there is the return of the old Iranian polytheism, then the work of the Magi, which in the Sasanian revival brought Parsism to the form in which we know it today. Lecture 4 is concerned with the doctrine of evil, which Zarathustra called Druj, the lie Engramenu, enemy spirit, is a title devised by the Magi from a casual epithet occurring only once in the Gathas. The fall of the Devas once heavenly ones is examined, especially it is shown that Mithra himself, as well as Hauma, was probably a Deva in the prophet's own system. Naturally, explicit allusions have not survived, for the old Iranian gods soon emerged from their eclipse, shorn of their corrupt attributes and subordinated to Mazda. The fall of man, as taught in the Gathas, is newly interpreted. In the next lecture Zarathustra's eschatology is set forth, and some points in its relation to older ideas examined. The most important novelties I have to propound come in lectures 6 and 7, on the Magi, the delineation of whose origin and work is central for my whole view of Zoroastrianism. It is argued that the Magi were an indigenous tribe of priests or shamans, the leaders of the non-Aryan population of Media, who, after failing to gain political supremacy in the revolt of Gaumata, secured in 2 or 3 generations a religious ascendancy which compensated for any failure. The earliest evidence of their activity as a sacred tribe is in Ezekiel 17:8, where they are found at Jerusalem in or before 591 BC, worshipping the sun, and holding to their face a branch, which is the predecessor of the later Barsum. Their preface 11 aboriginal affinities are indicated by parallels from Central and Western Africa to their method of disposal of corpses, which, like certain other peculiar tenets always recognized in antiquity as specially Magian, points to their being neither Aryan nor Semitic. Zarathustra himself was claimed by them as a Magus, without adequate reason, and points in his religious system which the Magi could adapt were taken over. Magian characteristics which never found their way into Parsism were, 1. Next of kin marriage, 2. Magic, 3. Oniromancy, 4. Astrology, 5. The malignity of planets and, 6. Of mountains. On these lines I endeavor to trace in the Avesta the contributions of the Magi, who may be held responsible for the ritual, and for the composition of the Vendidad, while they preserved the verse Avesta and popularized with adaptations the teaching of the prophet. But the extent of this was very limited till Sasanian times, so that true Zoroastrianism is not available as a possible source for religious ideas found before that period in the West. The alleged influence of Babylon upon early Parsism is discussed and shown to be without any real foundation. Finally, a Median folk story, full of Magian ideas, is traced behind the Book of Tobit, and tentatively reconstructed in the appendix. Lecture 8 is devoted to the Fravishis, who are traced to a double origin, the Demanes of universal ancestor worship and an animistic concept not greatly differing from the external soul. This accounts for the Fravishis of the living, the unborn, and communities. The relations of Fravasi and 12 early Zoroastrianism Dana and Arsena are examined, also external parallels such as the genius, Iuno, of Roman religion. Finally it is asked how far the Fravishis were guardian spirits, and whether they were specially connected with stars, which leads to an examination of possible signs of Magianism in the story of the Magi in Matthew 2. The concluding lecture endeavors to illustrate the true character of early Zoroastrian concepts by comparing them with corresponding concepts in the religion of Israel and in Christianity, in matters where borrowing is excluded on either side. The question of actual borrowing is discussed, and a mainly negative result attained, except for some features of apocalyptic imagery and of angelology. Some limited influence of the Fravashi concept may be accepted, but Ahriman and Satan are only superficially connected. It only remains for me to perform the very pleasant task of expressing my deep indebtedness to two friends, who between them almost monopolize the study of early Zoroastrianism in the English-speaking world. Professor A. V. Williams Jackson of Columbia University has helped me now for many years by his books, his letters to me, and all too rarely by talks when we could meet in his country or my own. He read a large part of my Ms. and sent me many suggestions. Bishop L. C. Casartelli, whom Manchester University is fortunate enough to claim as lecturer in Iranian, has read the whole my of proofs, to great profit. I need not say I do not leave with either of friends the slightest my responsibility for reading of this ancient and preface 13 perplexing history. I have generally named them when they have either added to or questioned what was before them. But their kind estimate of the work as a whole has been the greatest possible encouragement. There are many other names of learned friends from whom I have received help in dealing with isolated points that came within their special knowledge. I must resist the temptation to set down their names here, lest I should produce the impraision that this book has been revised by a veritable commission of experts. I have gratefully named them at the places where I have sought their help. Two more extensive contributions must be mentioned. Mr. R. D. Hicks has most kindly allowed me unlimited borrowing powers in a paper he presented to the Cambridge Philological Society. Readers who follow my annotated extract from Diogenes will be grateful to me for rescuing what a too modest author had not arranged to publish. The notes I am able to print under Dr. J. G. Fraser's name are a very small part of my 12 years' indebtedness to their author. Friendship with such a man is a liberal education. One name that does not often figure lies behind every page. No pupil of E. B. Cowell would omit to record his veneration for an ineffaceable memory. I read the Avesta with him at Cambridge for 15 years, bidding reluctant my farewell to alma mater less than a year before she lost one of the most learned and humble of her scholars, the most lovable and inspiring of teachers. Fravasimisayano Yazamaid. I should like to add a word of greeting and of 14 early Zoroastrianism thanks to distinguished members of the Parsi community in Bombay. The learned editor of the Dinkard, Darav Dastur Peshhotansanjana, has sent me the 3 latest parts of his great work. I have had similar courtesies from Mr. J. J. Modi, Mr. G. K. Nariman, and the trustees of the Parsi Panchayat. Writing as I am of the early period, I have had less opportunity than I could wish for acknowledging their kindness by making appropriations from such researches. Own knowledge unhappily does not cross the border of those ancient Iranian dialects wherein my studies in Indo-Germanic philology first led me to range. I earnestly hope this book will not too much disappoint Parsi scholars who have taken an interest in endeavors to throw light on the hoary origins of their religion. I can at least plead that I have bestowed much labor of love on a subject lying rather far away from the primary claims on my time. My final acknowledgments, if more limited in extent, are naturally the most pleasing to record. My in the holiday of a busy schoolmaster, brother-in-law and old colleague Mr. George Osborne, of the Lees, was good enough to make me the first of the indices. Other help in the drudgery of index making comes from members of my family, and my especially daily helper, Ovevtai/Sko, M. Tuaya. Irav. J. H. M. Wesleyan College, Didsbury, Manchester, September 8, 1913. Contents. The Sources Lecture I Page I. Lecture 2 Before Zarathustra 38 Lecture 3 The Prophet and the Reform 80 Lecture 4 Zarathustra's Doctrine of Evil. 125 Lecture V The Last Things. -154 Lecture 6 The Magi. 182. The Magi, continued, Lecture 7 The Fravashis. Lecture 8. 226-254. Lecture 9 Zarathustra and Israel 286-16 Early Zoroastrianism. Appendix to Lecture 7 page The Magian material of Tobit 332. Annotated texts The Gathas 343 passages from Greek authors. 391 Excursus.422 Index I Modern authorities quoted. 438 Index 2. Passages referred to. 441 Index 3. General. 447 Transliteration and abbreviations. The system of transliteration adopted in Iranian words is that of Bartholomew's lexicon, except that I substitute the Greek V for the rather misleading X, KK. This applies only to words in italics A which are represented with exactness. Less strict transliteration is adopted when Iranian words occur in continuous English text printed in the same Roman type. A note may be added as to the probable pronunciation. The vowels have the N quote, Italian N quote, value. 3 is the Sanskrit A, as in sofa, A the French N, A the sound in law. Spirant % and 7 are heard in German Doc, Tage, dialectic, and 8 in our bath and bathe, R and amp, GT, is RNG, SZ as in jur and ayur, CJ as in church and judge, may be heard % and quote, in the Welsh tvek, and is probably a th sound. For more exact definitions the student will go to the grammars. Most of the abbreviations will explain themselves. I may note a few that are less obvious. YS equals Yasna. F asterisk equals Yasht. Visp equals Vispert. W near equals Naranjistan. Equals Westergaard, fragments. BD or Z, TTNRF equals Bundahayish. SZS equals selections of Tsadsparam. MKH Minakird. J3F asterisk equals Baman Yasht. Cis equals Shayist La Shayist. SD equals Sad Dar. DK equals Dinkard. BH equals Bihistan inscription. Pers equals Persepolis inscription, king's names precede, Dar, Ius, Xerx, Es, Art, Axerxes, dot. NR equals inscriptions at Nax-i Rustum. Air WB equals Altiranish's Wörterbuch, Bartholomew. Brugman Grundriss and quote, asterisk equals Grundriss der Vergleichenden Grammatik der Indo-Germanisken Sprachen. EB equals Encyclopedia Biblica. ERPP equals Early Religious Poetry of Persia, Moulton. Air Hastings Encyclopedia of Religion and Ethics. Grundriss or GRD equals Geiger and Aitni Early Zoroastrianism Kun S Grundriss der Iranisken Philologie. Equals if or IDG. Forsch. Indo-German Iski Forskungen. LEZ, and, /4, Vesta, by Darmstädter. Lab equals later Avestan. OP, MP, NP equals Old, Middle, New Persian. 0, Ramazditi, A, Herman, by Dar Mesteter. PSBA equals Proceedings of the Society of Biblical Archaeology. RHR equals Review de I Histoire des Religions. ZDMG Rap equals I-19. 1 to 89, ZDMG equals 2. XX 49 to 140, 1865 F. C equals Sacred Books of the East. Equals THLZ Theologisch Literaturzeitung. ZDMG equals Journal of the German WZKM equals Oriental Society, of the Vienna Du. JAOS, of the American Du. Zor, Oestreich, S7, Budien, by Windishman. Early Zoroastrianism Lecture I. The sources. O that my words were now written. O that they were inscribed in a book. That with an iron pen and lead they were graven in the rock forever. The Book of Job. The subject of which I am to treat in these lectures is one that has in our own country attracted far less attention than it deserves. In the study of the oldest Iranian languages, literatures, and religions we have produced a very few great experts, but we have left it to our cousins in Germany and in the United States to build up a school. It is a highly regrettable state of things, for the Avesta and its religion form a subject of extraordinary interest alike for the philologist and for the student of theology. The very name of the hall in which these lectures are being delivered in London reminds Englishmen of their Parsi fellow subjects in India. Sir Kausji Jahangir, by whose munificence this hall was added to the Imperial Institute, was typical of a small commune ity in Bombay whose influence and importance is we altogether out of proportion to its numbers. Shall find as we study the beginnings of Parsism that to early Zoroastrianism the religion explains the outstanding excellences of we the Parsi people. Shall understand why their fathers long ago preferred death or exile to apostasy. For their great founder Zarathustra, Zoroaster, as Greeks and Romans called him, must count among the loftiest minds of human history. Of him alone among the prophets of the Gentiles, unless we may enhance Zarathustra's glory by setting Socrates at his side, we may declare with confidence that he had nothing to say of God that even Christian thought could deem unworthy. There is indeed the profoundest truth in the beautiful familiar story which makes the heirs of Zarathustra's teaching first among men of foreign tongues to offer homage to the infant Christ. They were worthy of the privilege, for they professed a faith that gave them least to unlearn when welcoming the teacher who should gather together all the scattered fragments of truth and mold them into one immortal feature of loveliness and perfection. The history of a great religion through some 3,000 years is too large a subject for a course like this, and I am obviously compelled to limit the field I shall attempt to occupy. Title announces my early Zoroastrianism as subject, and by this I mean in general the period ending with Alexander the Great. I shall overstep this limit only for special reasons which will appear when the occasion arises, and I shall make no pretense of being exhaustive even up to the limit I have named. I am mainly concerned with the origins of the religion, and with the lines on which it diverged in later times from its first model. Zarathustra himself and the Gathas will accordingly take a primary place in my scheme. 1. I am the less tempted to aim at completeness because my friend Professor Williams Jackson of Columbia University, who has already written the most authoritative description of Zoroastrianism we possess, in the pages of Geiger Kuhn's monumental Grundrisse Iranis Chen Philology, is preparing for English reading people a treatise which would immediately antiquate my own. I shall try to examine with some fullness a few of the most important aspects of the religion. For the groundwork which has to be presumed, even in the study of a subject that enters into the reading of very few educated people, perhaps may I Cambridge manual to a refer little of my own early religious poetry of Persia, in which I have tried to give a non-technical account of Avestan literature and religion, and have sketched theories which will be the subject of full investigation here. Before I turn to some necessary preliminary questions bearing on the sources of our knowledge, I should say a few words as to the features which make the earliest period of the history of Parsism the most interesting and important for our study. Some reasons are indeed too obvious to dwell on. In what are sometimes called the founded religions, the person and teaching of the founder always claim our first attention, and Zarathustra, dim figure though he is, forms no exception to the rule. Then we remind ourselves that it is in the earliest period that Parsism began most effectively to influence the outside world, while comparatively little was added to its store of ideas in any after time. Moreover, for early Zoroastrianism the greatest problems of religious history in Parsism lie within the period I have described. The strange uncertainty which attaches to Zarathustra's date and country, and the attempts of highly distinguished scholars to relegate him to mythology, will give us plenty to discuss. And our first essays in systematic definition will show us that Parsism is by no means homogeneous. It shows clear signs of a syncretism of sundry very distinct elements, and the work of resolution will prove a valuable exercise in scientific sifting of evidence. I need not occupy time with any description of the sources, which may be sought in detail in various well-known books, and compendiously in my own little manual mentioned above. I shall only attempt in this lecture to call attention to some points of importance for my purpose, and to discuss certain vital problems. First among our sources we take those which come to us in Iranian languages. A definition of terms should be interpolated here. Iran is the native form of the folk name which is familiar to us in derivatives of the Indian one Drya. I shall use the term Aryan throughout in its proper sense, as the name given to themselves by the one, the possibility that this name is ultimately identical with one which appears at the other end of the Indo-European area in the Celtic Anovastans, etc., with cognates like the Greek apteros, has been often urged, especially by Fick, who sought to prove that it was the prehistoric name of the undivided Indo-European family. We should then recognize Aran and Iran as kin. But, like so many other obvious word equations, this is not as easy as it looks, though I cannot regard it as impossible. Bartholomew, Zadirub 118, gives us some necessary cautions about the uncertainty that besets the etymology of folk names. See Kretschmer, Einleitung, 130f. The sources 5. Easternmost branch of the Indo-European family, which at the dawn of history is found already established across the border of Asia. According to the view now generally held, this means a presumption that the Aryan folk migrated southeast in prehistoric times from a district somewhere in Central or Northern Europe, where a more or less homogeneous people spoke with some dialectic variations a language which comparative philology has been one busy reconstructing. The Aryans proper were still one people at a relatively recent period. E. Meyer places their Uramat in the steppes north of the Black Sea and the Caspian, whence they migrated through South Russia to Turan, Turkestan, the Oxus, and Jaxartes. In eastern Iran they divided. According to Winkler's view of the inferences to be drawn from the inscriptions he discovered at Baghazkayi, the unity was still intact within the 2nd millennium BC. Winkler recognizes the undivided Aryans in the Hari of his inscriptions, and accordingly the chief one. Since this book was completed, I have contributed an essay on some points in Iranian ethnography to the volume dedicated to Professor William Ridgway on his 60th birthday, Cambridge, 1913. On evidence drawn mainly from technical linguistic affinities, I have ventured the conjecture that the migration was considerably later than I thought when I wrote the sentences of this page. I make the founders of the Aryan culture, or rather the speakers of the language in which it expressed itself, to have been a German tribe which made a very rapid trek across Russia, past the north end of the Caspian, into the country north of the Panjab, into which before very long the bulk of the invading tribe passed on. In the period of these hypothetical movements the Indo-European dialects had not yet become mutually unintelligible. I may recall here that Professor Hurd, Die Indo-Germanen, p. 22, places the first migrations as late as 1600 to 1800 BC. 6. Early Zoroastrianism. Gods of the Proto-Aryan pantheon in Mitra, Varuna, Indra, and the Nasatyo, the twins, who figure in the treaty between King Subili-Uliuma and Matayu-Arza, son of Tusrata of Mitanni. In Professor Soderblom's edition of Tile's Compendium de Religions Jesk/East, p. 219f, the inscription is claimed as confirming the belief that the Hittites, to whom the Baghazkayi monuments clearly belong, were of Aryan origin. The names depend perhaps on a branch of the Aryans slowly pushing their way from the Baltic coasts to their new home in the east. Suggestion that the connection is rather with India is worked out elsewhere in these lectures, p. 26, and we may put with it Professor Jackson's hint that we should be very cautious about drawing conclusions from Baghazkayi until our information is fuller. The mention may be merely a direct reference to Indian deities without having any immediate connection with Iran. The locality is altogether outside Iran, and only Iranian peculiarities of language could force us to accept so early an Iranian migration west. And the names answer only to Indian phonology or that of the undivided Aryans. Professor Winkler would recognize this Aryan community in Armenia in the 14th century, to which the inscriptions belong. Professor Edward Meyer accordingly claimed Baghazkayi as marking the first entrance of the Aryans into. Professor Winkler is content to take the history names as evidence that for some reason which we cannot define the deities in question had special significance for the states affected by this treaty. He infers, however, that the undivided Aryans were Ar 1 in 4. 620. The sources 7 under Babylonian influence and practiced Babylonian 1 writing. On this subject of early Babylonian influences upon Aryan peoples I have said enough elsewhere, p. 236 ff. Here I would only observe that we know nothing about the movements of Indian or Iranian tribes in the second millennium, and could postulate an ebb from India to the northwest without compromising anything that is really established. 2. The Aryan character of Mitanni names is conjectured on very limited evidence, and may, I think, be quite possibly unsound. But if it is to be accepted, it probably means no more than that the chieftains were Aryan, the people whom they conquered being indigenous. We must postpone speculation upon the innumerable possibilities of this discovery till Winkler can follow it further. It is enough to observe here that the Indian branch moved off to the Punjab only when a very distinctive language, civilization, and religion had been evolved out of the inherited forms the immigrant Aryans had brought with them across the steppes. The comparative method enables us to reconstruct Aryan this with 3 a considerable degree of precision. With the results of such reconstruction we shall be very much occupied later on. There was a time when the legitimacy of this whole method was fiercely contested by a school which insisted on the infallibility of the native Iranian traditional interpreta 1c Orientalisk Literaturzeitung for July 1910. To see a later passage in this lecture, p. 25 f3 Die Erisk Period is the title of a monograph by Father Spiegel, the great Iranian pioneer. It was published in 1887, and of course needs checking by later research. 8. Early Zoroastrianism of the Avesta, while the comparative school retaliated with an equally thoroughgoing contempt. Reconciliation has long been established between the rival methods by the recognition that both are indispensable, and a knowledge of the religion of the Veda is acknowledged to be an essential tool of our science just as much as that of the expositions handed down to us by the Parsi guardians of the Avesta. Having thus recognized the claim of prehistoric sources, we come to what must of course be the primary source of our knowledge of Zoroastrianism. The meaning of the name Avesta need not detain us, nor the romantic story of its discovery by Ainquetil Duperon and the distressingly wrong-headed skepticism with which the magnificent achievement was rewarded. These controversies, like those that raged later between rival schools of interpretation, have only a historical interest for us today. The great majority of scholars would say nearly as much of the controversy to which I propose to devote the major part of this lecture. But the denial of the antiquity of the Gathas and the historical reality of Zarathustra is so fundamental that I am bound to deal with the question, the more so as the negative view is enshrined in the introduction to the one. Geldner approves the suggestion of Andreas, that Avesta comes from Upasta, the foundation text, of which the Zend is the Pahlavi or Middle Persian translation and commentary. This suits the facts very well, but we cannot say more. I shall discard the incorrect term Zendavesta for the book, and, though less willingly, the conveniently brief term Zend for the language, using regularly Gathas and later Avesta for the one, Gathic and later Avestan for the other. It seems best to retain the familiar Vendidad, even if it is a misreading for VTDCVDDT. The sources 9a English translation of the Vesta in Sacred Books of the East, a work which English readers may be pardoned for regarding as infallible. It is now nearly 20 years since James Darmstaedter startled the world of scholarship with his daring paradox, according to which the Gathas must be regarded as owing their most central concept ions to Philo of Alexandria, or to a school of thought of which Philo is the leading exponent. The theory, as Professor Mills has well reminded to us, involves a revolutionary change from its author's earlier beliefs, as represented, for instance, in the first edition of his English Avesta. And within a year or so of its appearance the great Orientalist died, after crowding into his brief span a marvelous output, conditioned by the consciousness that for him the night was soon coming, wherein no man can work. It is due to his fame to remember that he never had before him the all but unanimous judgment of his fellow students, in the light of which he might well have reverted to his earlier opinions. I need not, I think, go into detail, since with one notable exception the theory has never attracted any Iranian scholar of the first rank. but since nearly every page of these lectures would be radically affected if we were no longer allowed to regard the Gathas as by far the oldest part of the Avesta, and centuries older than Philo, one must set forth the main grounds on which orthodoxy repels with confidence the new skepticism, as 1 Le Zendavesta, Paris, 1893, Introduction to Vol. 3, and C4. Pages XXX. See a convenient list of criticisms in Buzet, Judentum, 547n. 2 Zarathustra, Philo, the Ectemenids, and Israel, 1905-6, p. 10. 10 Early Zoroastrianism represented in Darmstedter's latest work, and to a modified extent in Professor Franz Cumont's famous book on Mithraism. The sum of Darmstedter's case against the antiquity of the Gathas is really concentrated in the assertion that Philo's /Oyo Ifo is the original of the one Amshaspand and good thought. Incidentally, of course, this carries with it the lateness of all passages in the later Avesta which name this or the other Amshaspands. Darmstedter does not tell us why Philo or the school to which he belonged may not have derived the conception from Iranian sources, if either party is to be convicted of borrowing. Moreover, his admission that only one other of Philo's 6Aoica or 8wa/u.eis can be compared with a member of the Zoroastrian hexad, the Ameshaspenta, is fatal to any close connection between the two systems. The central equation itself is by no means axiomatic. Good thought is at any rate no translation of /6 Yos, and the functions of the two have only superficial identity. As we see below, p. 98, the Amishas have features of Proto-Aryan antiquity, and their non-appearance in Achaemenian religion can be accounted for on a very different theory. When Darmstedter says, Pxi, a magus of the old days would not have spoken of the earth as spenta armati, he seems to have overlooked the evidence that Aramati was genius of the earth in India, and therefore presumably in Aryan times. 2 at 1 Vohumana, also best, Yahistran, thought / or thy thought in addressing Ahura Mazda. 2 Unless Carnoy is right in denying the truth of Sayana's statements, on Rigveda, 736-8 and 842-3, see Muskin, N.S., 13. The sources 11 is very easy to grant much of what Darmstedter urges as to foreign elements in the later parts of the Parsi sacred literature, though few scholars would now care to regard Judaism as a source of such. Cumont, in the first chapter of his great work, urges the fundamental differences between Achaemenian religion and the Avesta, which in this case will include not only the Vendidad but the Gathas. But this, as we see elsewhere, only means that Zarathustra himself had not kept a secure hold in the kingdom of Darius, nor the Magi yet gained one we among the Persian nobility. May remove the Gathas from the sphere of Cyrus and Darius in space as well as in time, and we may give what date we please to Zarathustra, and yet allow that the full effects of his teaching were not yet seen in Persia at the period where history opens. Darmstedter's account of the transmission of the Avesta, based on the Parsi tradition, undeniably predisposes the reader to infer that an accurate reproduction of a really ancient scripture was impossible. Tradition told how the 21 Nasks were lost in the invasion of Alexander, how the Parthian king Vakhash, equals Vologeses I, a contemporary of Nero, according to Darmstedter, ordered the scattered remnants to be collected, and how the founder of the Sasanian dynasty, Ardashir, and his successor Shapur, completed the canon 2 centuries later. A priori there seems every reason to suppose that the ultimate resultant would have but little of the 133n1. I do not think Carnoy adequately accounts for the genesis of the Indian commentator's gloss, the coincidence of which with the Avesta gives a very strong presumption of its originality. 12 Early Zoroastrianism authentic and ancient about it, and a great deal of heterogeneous Sasanian thought. But when we have to give chapter and verse for a claim that this has really happened, it is astonishing how little can be produced. In particular we have a test, that of meter, which by itself suffices to demonstrate the originality of the Gathas and of large portions of the later Avesta. Darmstetter frankly admits that the Gathas were written in a dead language, if his date is to hold. Let us try to realize what this involves. There is, of course, no antecedent impossibility in such composition. All of us who have written Greek and Latin verse in our undergraduate days know that composition in a dead language is possible enough, granted very careful study of accurately preserved models, and of scientific grammars. Such work as that which charms us in Walter Headlam's book of Greek verse proves that it can be done supremely well. But where were the models, and the grammars? Sanskrit has been written for ages since it ceased to be a living language thanks to Panini, and the preservation of an immense literature. Have the very names of Panini's Iranian comrades perished? And what about existing Gathic verses on which the priests of the 1st century modeled their own so cleverly? Are to suppose that the innovating Neoplatonist magi used this ancient literature to help them, and then committed it to the care of the sacred fire, lest their newfangled Amshaspans should be found out? It hardly seems probable. Darmstetter's earth rests on an elephant, which stands on a tortoise. And the tortoise? Oh, nimport. But this is only the beginning of the difficulties in the sources 13 which the hypothesis is involved. These marvelous men of the 1st century AD had 2 dead languages to wrestle with, not one alone. If the coins of the Scythian kings Kanishka and Huvishka, 78 to 130 AD, proved by the legends 2AO0 and AMP, GT/OAO, Sharavar, Forkshathravarya, and the like, that Gathic Avestan was dead, they prove equally that the Avestan of the Yashts was supplanted by Pahlavi. At the very least we must assume that the poets of the Yashts lived in another province, where a different literature in another dead language was preserved, and a second remarkably accurate grammatical tradition. Or perhaps, while we are for postulating miracles, we may heighten the one instead of devising a second. Our grammarians, the peers of their famous Indian brethren, were able to preserve both dialects and keep them well differentiated. They were the guardians of 2 literatures, one of which has vanished wholly in favor of the forged Gathas, and the other has left an uncertain quantity of fragments behind, mingled with the new imitations. This, too, seems hardly probable. We come then to the special test anticipated above. The Gathas are confessedly in meter, and so are large portions of the Yashts and later Yasna. The metric of Gathas and Yashts is very different, and the 1 meter that governs all the verse of the later Avesta is identical in principle with the floka of the later, classical Sanskrit, but more primitive, inasmuch as no sense of quantity has yet affected the one prosody. ERPP1 I had better quote what I have written in 24F, in a chapter devoted to Avestan verse terms. We have noted that from first to last Avestan verse shows no sign of dependence on quantity. Long and short syllables are 14. Early Zoroastrianism Gathic meter is equally primitive in this respect, but is more varied and original in its terms. But the most instructive feature of Gathic prosody is the fact that a multitude of forms refuse to scan as they stand in the manuscripts correctly spelt after the standards of a later day. Thus in the early stanzas of the first Gatha we find Yacre, Armaitis, Voroimadal, where the meter demands 3, 4, and 5 syllables respectively. Etymology and comparison with Vedic enable us to read Huvakre, Aramaitis, Vavirwamade, which suit the entirely indifferent, and the student of prosody has only to count and not to weigh. Now the verse of the Veda has manifestly passed into a new and more developed stage, in which, as Professor Arnold puts it, preferences arise for long and short syllables and for groups of these, at certain points in the verse. Nor is this the only mark of development on the Indian side. The rules of vowel combination which in the Rigveda, according to Whitney, cause a vowel ending to coalesce with a vowel initial in the next word about 7 times for every one in which hiatus is left, mark a great change from the conditions found in the Vesta, where this sandhi is relatively rare. This all means that the Rigveda belongs to a very much more advanced stage of literary evolution than any part of the Avesta, although the latest Avestan poetry must be centuries later in date than the latest hymns of the Rigveda. Indian literary development was clearly a hothouse plant. The Vedic poets belonged to a regular craft, like Pindar, and the bardic families had no doubt been elaborating the lines of their models for generations before our oldest extant hymn was composed. In Persia, on the other hand, it was well nigh 2,000 years before poets arose who cared much for literary form. We may not therefore argue that the more primitive system of Gathic verse gives the hymns of Zarathustra higher antiquity than the oldest Indian poetry with its abundant marks of literary development. But when we set this mark of primitive simplicity by the side of the evidence from language, which makes us recognize Gathic to lie at least as near as Vedic to the parent Aryan, we feel it increasingly difficult to acquiesce in the traditional date for the prophet, if the Vedic poets are not to be brought down out of the 2nd millennium BC and quote, the source's 15 metrical requirements. Geldner's early work, Upgrade Dimetric de Jung Aaron Vesta, Tübingen, 1877, proved the existence of similarly hidden meter in all the verse parts of Yashts, later Yasna, and Vendidad. In these, however, the verse is perpetually interrupted by prose, which usually betrays its unoriginal character by internal evidence as well as by its failure to scan. It is clear, therefore, that the secret of later Avestan prosody was lost when the interpolations were made. The Gathas were much better preserved, and the verse form is relatively less often interrupted by misspelling, and practically never by interpolation. They were doubtless kept from injury by constant repetition with traditional music. If the music was wanting in the recitations of the later Avesta, the wholesale accretions of prose glosses is accounted for. Having thus explained how the Gathas came to be preserved in a form which enables modern science to restore their meter with ease and certainty, we may go on to observe how minutely accurate is their language according to the tests of modern philology. Gathic inflections are found to answer with uniform exactitude to those of Vedic Sanskrit, or to differ in perfectly explicable ways, the Gathic type being often more primitive. The first sing. Act. President Vafi is older than Vedic Ami, the Dat sing. Ahuri than the Vedic Asurya. That first-century compositions, written in a dead language which only the priests knew, could have been made proof against the microscopic tests of 20th-century science is one unlikely enough. It is equally unlikely that men won this statement does not involve a claim that the Gathas are impeccable in grammar. The recurrent use of instrumental K16 early Zoroastrianism with only religious interests in view would have taken the trouble to cultivate linguistic accuracy. They had a public far less critical than that on which Chatterton palmed off his Rowley poems. The verisimilitude of the Gathic picture of Zarathustra, his friends, and his foes, is the subject of comment elsewhere. It is hard to see how anyone could make it into an elaborate myth. Too crabbed and elusive to be invented, too natural and at times even trivial to bear any allegorical meaning, the fragments of biography discoverable in the Gathas attach themselves without a suggestion of difficulty to a real man, doing a great work among many adversaries, but triumphant at last in the establishment of a pure and practical religion. The Zarathustra of the later Avesta rarely suggests the possibility of anything but myth. But to make the reformer into a legend on the strength of the absurdities that gathered round his name is as reasonable as to make the Syroptia a pretext for doubting the existence of Cyrus, or the apocryphal Gospels a triumphant vindication of the universal skepticism of Robertson. One for nominative may perhaps be assumed to have some syntactical ground, though it is hard to find one. But occasional lapses like the agreement of instrument and locative in YS 3113, as Professor Jackson notes, may be the exceptions that prove the rule. 1. The mention of Mr. J. M. Robertson reminds me that the historicity of Zarathustra goes the same way as that of every other notable figure of religious origins in his pagan Christs. Menu 6/ Lycurgus, Numa, Moses. OPCIT, 238, with of course Buddha and Jesus of Nazareth. It is ill arguing with a polymath who can set Professor Rhys Davids right about Buddhism, and all the Iranists about Parsism except, by the way, Geldner and Bartholomew, of whom he does not seem to have heard. The cool confidence with which he declares the Gathas inconsistent with the reality of Zarathustra's the sources 17 and Druze. The Zarathustra of the Gathas is historical, and in my judgment he himself is speaking there, wholly, or nearly one so. And here, as I have indicated, I am only echoing all the most recent criticism. Geldner and Bartholomew are emphatic on the subject, and Professor Jackson endorses what I have written here. He notes incidentally that, end quote, when Zarathustra speaks in the third person, he is simply anticipating by a millennium and a half all other Persian poets, end quote. If this claim is allowed, we see the last possibility vanish of dating the poems late enough to be influenced by Platonism, for we certainly can find no room for him in any part of Iran that could feel Greek influence during the centuries of Achaemenian and Arsacid rule. The only live question as to the age of the Gathas concerns our choice between the traditional date and a higher antiquity. Since a large proportion of the Gathic verses distinctly profess to come from Zarathustra himself, and parts which do not so profess show every sign of contemporary date, we may treat the antiquity of the prophet and that of the Gathas together. There is no discoverable argument for distrusting the overwhelming impression that the hymn's person will only induce those who have really studied the Gathas to discount other dicta in this work of biased and unscientific learning drive, end quote, philological, end quote, as F. C. Conybeare well called it in his severe review, Literary Guide and Rationalist Review, December 1912. C1 Professor Soderblom says, La by Future, 245, end quote, Estoa siècle qui ton put placer, au plus lard, Zarathustra et put être les Gathas qui sont portant, selon tout vraisemblance, considerablement me postérieurs au prophète. End quote. It seems to that there are many passages in the Gathas which become unintelligible if we separate them from the founder's own circle. 218 Early Zoroastrianism make upon our minds when the mythological microbe has been removed. For an earlier date to quote only writers later than Professor Jackson's classical dissertation one stand profs. Geldner and Bartholomew. The former says too, if, then, the Gathas reach back to the time of Zoroaster, and he himself, according to the most probable estimate, lived as early as the 14th century BC, the oldest component parts of the Avesta are hardly inferior in age to the oldest Vedic hymns. And Professor Bartholomew writes, RWB 1675, SV Zarathustra, while I hold fast to Zarathustra's historical character, I regard it as hopeless to determine precisely the period of his appearance. According to the native chronology, C.C. West, Slai, PXXVIII, Zarathustra's birth falls in the year 660 BC, and Jackson, Zoroaster, 174, regards this as essentially reliable, end quote, period just before the Achaemenian power, is, the approximate date of Zoroaster's life. End quote. I believe we shall have to begin decidedly further back, and I estimate Jackson's investigation as Tile does in Geschichte Religion in Alterdom. 275 and 430. Bartholomew's ipse dixit in rejecting Jackson's argument will carry much weight, but I hardly think that the reasons he actually states are very weighty. The general criticism of Jackson's Zoroaster, that at one see his Zoroaster, pages 150 ff, where ancient views of the date of Zarathustra are summed up, and the case presented for the date that stands in the Parsi tradition, viz. 660 to 583 BC. His argument is endorsed by Justi, Casartelli, and West. 2 in British 11xxi. 246, but in XXVIII. 1041 he quotes E. Meyer's date, viz. 1000 BC, and adds, may end quote, this, in its turn, be too high, but, in any case, Zoroaster belongs to a prehistoric era. End quote. The volumes of the new edition boast their simultaneousness, but here an exercise in higher criticism seems to detect a time interval and a change of view. The sources. 19 sets down a mass of matter, probable and improbable, without attempting to sift it, may or may not be my justified, for part, I have never read the book as suggesting that Professor Jackson accepts all or any of the non-Gathic stories he collects. but in any case it cannot apply to a dissertation in which the author does most elaborately sift and discuss the credibility of the various elements in the tradition. Nor does it seem to me that the native chronology stands condemned because in YT 1397 the Holy Sina is credited with 100 pupils, and the chronology further makes him born on the centenary of the religion, to we die on its bicentenary. Might take something off all these centuries and yet hold that other elements in the system are approximately sound. One say this, though myself frankly unconvinced that the traditional date of Zarathustra is early enough. I do not feel that we can dogmatize, but I cannot help rather accentuating Professor Jackson's own admission that we could do with a longer time allowance. I will just state the desiderata, and leave the case, as I fear it must be left, with the traditional date as a minimum antiquity and a desire for a few more generations. To begin with, we seem to need time to bring Gathic nearer in date to the Veda. The closeness of Gathic and Vedic is extremely marked, and, as already observed, the Gathic is in many respects the more primitive. Vedic meter is decidedly more advanced than Gathic, as we saw just now. 1. Now of course 1 CP 14. In connection with Aryan metric it is interesting to note the Gathic vv, sing which praise, properly, weave, cf pi/wsos. The development of meaning implies a rather long poetical tradition, well established before the Aryan tribes divided. 20. Early Zoroastrianism. We can argue that a poetical school might develop in 2 generations what 10 generations might not produce in a kindred people with a less decided taste. And since the Iranians remained within the area occupied by the United Aryan One people, we can plead that they would naturally change in language less rapidly than the tribes which migrated into the new environment of India. Further, it may well be argued that we cannot date the Vedic poetry safely within a good many centuries, though expert opinion seems generally to assume that its earlier developments at least lie well beyond the limits of the first millennium BC. But when we have allowed for all these considerations, a feeling remains that we have not removed an a priori probability that a very few centuries at most should separate the two literatures, and that therefore we must put the Gathas as early as we can. Next comes the problem of fitting in the Gatha haptane Haiti. It is in prose, but this must not weigh with us, for the prose, being uniform, was doubtless due to deliberate choice, and not to the disappearance of Gathic ars metrica. But while it is in the Gathic dialect, and must apparently come from an age when the dialect was still a living idiom, its range of ideas differs startlingly from that of the verse Gathas. The most characteristic conceptions of Zarathustra are thrust out by those of the old Aryan naturalship. Apart from YS 42, which Professor Mills treats as an appendix, probably enough, the name of Zarathustra does not appear, and if we give up our claim that the Ameshaspenta were in some sense his special creation, we might put this Gatha before the 1 CERPP, 31F the source's 21 Prophet S time. It is, however, highly unlikely that prose should appear so early, and we seem compelled to allow the lapse of time enough to account for the gap that separates these compositions from the Gathas proper. Include YS 42, or its second stanza, which alone mentions Zarathustra, and we are in a community that worships the prophet but ignores the spirit of his teaching, omit it, and we see the Mazdaisnian folk as oblivious of him as the royal author of the Behistun inscription. Either alternative demands an adequate interval of time, unless perhaps place will serve, and the 7 chapters may come from a district untouched as yet by the reform. This involves, 1. That the dialect of the postulated district was identical, or had been assimilated to the Gathic in transmission, and, 2. That the Amishas are older than the reform and independent of it. This question we must discuss separately. Under this heading, then, again we have a problem of which the easiest and simplest solution comes by way of an enlarged time limit, though the argument admits of alternatives. Look at the case for the tradition, and once more we are left indecisively balancing probabilities. Thirdly, we need time most of all for the immense development that lies between Gathas and Yashts. As in the Gatha haptane Haiti, there has been here a most marked return to the Aryan religion as it was before the reform, and in thought as in meter the Yashts lie closer to Indian models than anything in the Gathas. There is also here the decidedly later form of the language. It may very possibly, CP 23F, be connected with geographical separation. But here there is also the certainty of later date, which has 22 early Zoroastrianism produced inter alia the apotheosis of Zarathustra. Unless we are minded to excise all references to the founder as belonging to another age, though on the verse test many of them must be as old as any other part of the Yashts, we have to grant a considerable period for the growth of this total revolution in the conception of Zarathustra and the religion. And if we ask how late we may put the earliest Yashts, we are met with a chorus of vetoes when we try to get past Alexander. Are 2.5 centuries long enough to account for all these developments? I cannot pronounce the emphatic no. But I think the considerations here advanced may make us disposed to hear the counsel for the tradition and then bring in a verdict of not proven. On the subject of the date of the Yashts it is necessary to say a little more, since their date more or less affects the antiquity of the Gathas. I am on this matter in complete agreement with my friend Professor Jackson, who places the Yashts in the period just before Alexander. Notices of Zarathustra's successor Sina influence his decision, and the remarkable coincidence of the Anahita Yasht with the records of Artaxerxes Neman and his encouragement of her cult. As we shall see in Lecture 2, the accounts we possess of the religious conditions of the later Achaemenian period suit the contents of the Yashts very closely. That the 2 centuries allowed by this date give room for the Gathas is to me, as I have said, increasingly hard to believe, when the 2 gaps have to be allowed for between the verse Gathas and the Haptane Haiti, and between this and the Yashts. The sources 23 there are, however, 1 or 2 other indications of date in the later Avesta which should be examined, the more so as they affect the fundamental inquiry as to the districts from which we may assume the various parts of the Avesta to have come. I have sought further the help of my friend Mr. E. W. Maunder of Greenwich Observatory, as to the data provided by the Tishtriya Yasht. 1. He now raises the difficulty affecting the latitude. Region 4 stars, guarding the 4 quarters of the sky, seem to be identifiable as Sirius, Tistriya, the Great Bear, Hapto Iringa, Vega, F. Anant, and Fomalhaut, Satavi Esa, the first 2 being quite certain and the last 2 most probable. These stars would all be above the horizon together, and not far from it. For 1 see note in ERPP 132, it will be convenient to quote it, on this point, where the authorities differ considerably, and there is no evidence how far the opinions expressed are supported by experts in a field very far away from that of the Zendist. I have thought it well to consult my friend the Reverend Archilip, FRAS, who has kindly secured for me a further opinion from Mr. E. W. Maunder of Greenwich Observatory. Mr. Maunder, assuming the latitude 38N, about that of Merv, and the epoch of 400 BC, says that at the moment of Sirius rising, ESE, Fomalhaut was setting, SW by S, Vega being 18 high, NW by W, and the Great Bear wholly visible, with RJ on the meridian, subpolar. Reviewing the whole problem, the most symmetrical solution would obviously be to take the 4 as Sirius, Fomalhaut, Vega, and Charles Wain. All 4 would be close to the horizon, and would be 90 apart, the figure being a little slewed round with regard to the meridian. Mr. Maunder discusses some other stars, and makes some interesting suggestions as to the possibility of using the legend for determining the date attempting line, but beyond our limits here. The stars I have given are the same as those for which Geiger decides, civilization of the Eastern Iranians, I-141, but he puts Satavi Esa in the west, wrongly interpreting the Pahlavi Evidenke, Bartholomew. CBD 27, c. v12. 24 Early Zoroastrianism, the latitude 38N and the epoch 400 BC. They lie about 90 apart, and when Sirius is rising they would guard respectively the east, north, west, and south. 1 But Mr. Maunder now notes that it seems very unlikely that even in the clear air of the Iranian plateau two stars would attract attention at the moment when both were on the horizon, and one of them Fomalhaut was setting, and even if they were noticed they would only be seen together for a few wee moments. If take latitude 30, then Sirius, Fomalhaut, and Vega, and the 7 stars of the Great Bear, would be visible together at the rising of Sirius from about 300 BC to 800 BC. They would all be above the horizon together for a considerably longer period, but either Fomalhaut or the star at the tip of the bear's tail would be getting too near the horizon to make it likely that it would be actually observed. So far we are being led to seek the Yasht country in Arachosia, which would suit very well, especially as it enables us to locate the Gathas in the north, in Bactria, and the Yashts halfway towards India. Their closer relation to the Vedas is noted elsewhere. But there are more serious difficulties to come. The Yasht seems to point unmistakably to the period of the heliacal rising of Sirius, the time when after 70 days invisibility he first emerges victorious and shines in the morning before the rising of the Sunday. Mr. Buttmonder notes that when Sirius rises heliacally the other stars practically disappear. The dawn would overcome all the fainter stars. Further, for latitude 30 and 400 BC, the heliacal one more exactly, SE, NE, NW, and SW. The source's 25 rising of Sirius was about July 13, it is some 3 weeks later now. But on the Iranian plateau, anywhere you like to take from the Gulf of Oman to the Caspian Sea, or further north to Merv, July is one of the driest months of the year. It is, indeed, the beginning of the rainless season. The rains of the whole region between the Persian Gulf and Turkestan are winter rains beginning in November. It seems clear that these facts knock a very serious hole in our interpretation of the Yasht and drive us to find its meaning in a very different quarter. And here my astronomer helpers are ready with a suggestion which is little less than sensational. My reading the Tir Yasht again, wife and I are greatly impressed, and the impression has grown with every reading, that it is practically, in mythological guise, a description of the breaking of the southwest monsoon. But this is Indian, and does not spread to Persia. If, therefore, Tistar means the heliacal rising of Sirius, it would suit very well meteorologically for the breaking of the monsoon in the regions round Delhi, Ajmer, Jaipur, and that district. Did then the Tishtria myth originate in India? If it did, Mr. Monder's information further helps us. We could go as far south as 25 degrees, then the 4 chieftains would all be visible together at the rising of Sirius from about 900 BC as far back as I have gone, which is about 1800 BC. Now, suppose the myth is really Indian, and arose well back in the wee 2nd millennium. Are very short of straw for our bricks, but I cannot resist a tentative effort, even if the brick is doomed to crumble under criticism. 26. Early Zoroastrianism. Might the Tishtria myth be one relic of a prehistoric migration out of India backwards to the northwest, of which the Indian gods at Bhaskaya, p. 5, mark the limit? I see no a priori reason why there should not have been an ebb of the tide. Some tribes after trying India for a generation or two might well strike back for some reason or other. If something of this kind happened, we have an additional stimulus for the primitive Aryan religious conditions observable in the Yashts, and for other features in which we see them markedly nearer Indian conditions than the much older Gathas. 1. Before I leave this astronomical speculation, I may mention that M.R.S. Maunder has been examining the date of the original form of the Bundahayish 2 and 1 for a perhaps rather daring speculation as to the prehistoric movements of the Aryan-speaking tribes. I may refer to my essay referred to above, p. 5, note. Here I have examined the linguistic affinity of Sanskrit with the West Indo-European languages. The whole mass of the Sodom languages cuts off Sanskrit from them, and yet they agree in the preservation of a distinction between BH-DH-GH and BDG, which the Sodom groups confused. Certain other affinities suggest that a Germanic tribe migrated very rapidly from the west, perhaps in the middle of the 2nd millennium, before the Indo-European dialects were very much differentiated, and imposed their language on a Satsum folk in Bactria or the neighborhood. When the Indian section pushed southwards, the language of the Gathic people left behind was gradually assimilated to the Iranian around. The reader is asked not to judge the theory from this summary. 2 in the Observatory, October 1912. In the 2 following months Mrs. Maunder pursues the subject, and I am very sorry that I cannot stay to summarize her argument, which students of the Parsi classics ought to read. But I must mention that she and Mr. Maunder, who reinforces her argument in a letter to me, try to prove that Tistraya in the Yasht means not Sirius but the Sunday. Their strongest proof is that in the Bundahayish account of the conflict with Apesa, the sources 27 arguing for the middle of the 1st century AD. I must not stay to comment on this interesting conclusion, which only indirectly concerns early Zoroastrianism. But as I must quote the Bundahayish often, on the assumption that it contains much fairly early matter, it is worth chronicling that an acute specialist in another field of research sees reason to place it at this relatively early epoch. With this let us pass on to another possible chronological datum of a different kind. The 19th Yasht, as Darmstaedter observes, would serve as a short history of the Iranian monarchy, an abridged Shahnameh. If so, we can hardly help attaching significance of some kind to its silences. The royal succession comes down to Vishtaspa, and passes on immediately to Saoshyant, who in the Yashts is a purely supernatural figure, to appear in the future at the Frashokareti. It seems fair to argue that the Yasht could hardly have omitted the great names of Cyrus and Darius, if it was composed in Persia several centuries after their time. But here as usual the argumentum e silentio admits of a good many alternatives. Section in honor of Tistraya is said to be in Cancer, which of course no orthodox dog star could be. I should have to assume that the Bundahayish source was a little mixed in its astronomy, unless Mrs. Maunder's hint can be used that Sirius rose heliacally at Delhi when the sun was in Cancer, in the month Tyr, and the breaking of the monsoon was in suspense. That Greek writers late, with the doubtful exception of Archilochus, confuse the dog star and the sun suggests to Mr. Maunder that the brightest of the stars was regarded as his representative. But Greek evidence, at any rate, seems to make the star name come first. In the excursus, p. 435f. I suggest that Tira was distinct from Tistraya and used to represent the planet Mercury. The clear statement of Plutarch, below, p. 402, shows that Sirius was very prominent in the Magian system. 28 Early Zoroastrianism. Darius and his successors might even have been suppressed under the Arsacides, more Philhellene than the Greeks themselves, or other causes might be invoked to explain a loss which was so painfully easy in centuries in which it is the survival and not the disappearance of Avestan texts that moves our wonder. Or, again, geographical separation may be the wee key to our problem. Can hardly study the long lists of manifestly genuine but utterly unknown names in YT 13 without asking whether the scene of all this mysterious literature may not lie in some part of Iran which has never entered the stream of history. Here again, then, we are making bricks without straw. A terminus a quo seems to be presented with considerable probability in YT 1316 on, which I may repeat what I wrote recently in ERPP, p. 141f. In 16I we read how the Fravishis cause a man to be born who is a master in assemblies and skilled in sacred lore, so that he comes away from debate a victor over Jyotama. Now Gautama, which answers exactly to this, is a Vedic proper name, and Bartholomew is satisfied with recognizing an otherwise unknown unbeliever. Geldner, in 1877, took it as a common noun. But the temptation to see here Gautama the Buddha is extremely strong. Darnesteter says that Buddhism had established a footing in western Iran as early as the 2nd century BC. Professor Cowell used to point out that $na, the cognate of the word rendered debate just now, was a prominent word in Buddhism. One on the same one, but it must be noted that Frasna appears in YT5 SL where the Wizard Itya asks 99 questions of the holy Osta, which he answers. The wizard is an Iranian sphinx, but rather resembles this. Jotima. The source's 29 side is a concise and telling argument in Professor Jackson's Zoroaster, p. 177f. Accepting this view, first suggested by Hogg, we are, in Darmstedter's opinion, brought down to the age of the Arsacid dynasty, but there hardly seems adequate reason for rejecting the possibility that isolated missionaries of Buddhism might have been found in Iran many generations earlier, and Professor Jackson gives a good argument for this earlier date drawn from the Yasht itself. One might even hazard the suggestion that the mistake by which the name of Gautama is transferred to a man who preached Gautama's gospel, may be due to the very fact that the preaching was thus isolated, that Buddhism was still almost unknown. Professor Jackson, i.e., points out that in 97I of the same Yasht mention is made of Sina, whose date is on the traditional chronology 531 to 431 BC, see above, p. 19, and who might therefore have been a contemporary with Buddha. In the case of Gaot9 Ma as of Sina, Professor Jackson proceeds, the Yasht may be alluding to one who is born after Zarathustra, and may be hurling anathemas against an opposing and heretical religion, and that religion Buddhism, which began to flourish about the same time as the Yasht may have been written. One witness from antiquity should be mentioned before we leave the subject, especially as it might seem to tell in favor of the Sasanian date of the Avesta. In the latter half of the 3rd century AD the philosopher Porphyry writes thus: the original may be seen in Jackson's Zoroaster, p. 243, yourself, Porphyrius, have written several criticisms upon the Book of Zoroaster, showing it to be a recent forgery. 30 Early Zoroastrianism concocted by partisans of the sect of the Gnostics, apparently with a view to commending doctrines they have set themselves to propagate as if they came from the ancient Zoroaster. Now of course these words would be completely justified if, as Darmstedter asserted, the part of the Sasanian king Ardashir, 211 to 241 AD, and his high priest Tansar in gathering the Avestan texts was that of composition rather than collection. And it is no part of our case to deny that Tansar busied himself in both ways. Porphyry is not likely to have secured first-hand witness of what happened at the court of the Persian king, and there would be little difficulty in making out a plausible case for a wholesale forgery of Zoroastrian texts in the fervor of the revival. But the philosopher's language suits much better some Gnostic work, an anticipation of Manichaean teaching which used the hoary name of the Iranian prophet after the familiar manner of pseudo-epigraphic literature. Vishtaspa's name was notoriously thus employed. I need not further argue that even if Porphyry was accurately recalling the literary activity of the newly established Sassanians, which began not long before he was born, our case for the antiquity of the Gathas is not affected. One more argument bearing on the date of the Gathas remains to be mentioned. Professor Edward Meyer, with Geldner's approval, urges from the appearance of Mazdaka as a proper name in media as early as 715 BC that the Zoroastrian religion must even then have been predominant in media. Geldner in British. But, as Professor Jackson notes, the name in question may come from Mazda just as well. The sources 31 as Mazda, even in the Gathas the word is not invariably a proper name. But there is a far stronger piece of evidence than the name Mazdaka could supply, even if we allow that it is a theophoric appellation. Professor Hammel's discovery of the divine name Asura Mazes in an Assyrian inscription of the reign of Assurbanipal involves an antiquity for the name Ahura Mazda higher than any scholar could venture to assign to Zarathustra, whose claim to the authorship of this characteristic title must, I fear, be abandoned. The inscription itself is rather later than the date of the name Mazdaka, but the archaic form of Ahura Mazda's name takes us back at least into the 2nd millennium, and some way back. To the phonetic indications described elsewhere may second be added the fact that Asura Mazes is followed by the 7 good spirits of heaven, Igigi, and the 7 evil spirits of earth, Anunnaki. This means that the deity has been pretty thoroughly assimilated to Semitic conditions, as we shall see when we come to discuss the bearing of these facts on the problem of the Amshaspans. Phonetic and historical evidence therefore converge on the deduction that the name Ahura Mazda, in an earlier form, was in existence long before Zarathustra. Ahura being already a generic name for the highest deities, we have to postulate the addition of occult the epithet-wise, attached to one great three deity, some would say 1 Proceedings of the Society for Biblical Archaeology, 1899, p. 132. I have to thank Dr. C. H. W. Johns for the reference, the importance of which has been largely overlooked. To see the detached note below, p. 422 f3. I may mention here a daring conjecture of my friend Professor H. M. Chadwick. Starting from the fact that the Semitists seem 32 early Zoroastrianism Varuna, who in the Veda forms appear with Mitra as Ahura and Mithra do in the Yasht addressed to the latter. Probably this took place in a very limited circle, so that long after on the Behistan rock Ahura Mazda could be called God of the Aryans, that is, presumably the nobles of Aryan race living among a people largely or mainly of a different stock, indigenous to the country. I pass on from what might seem to be a digression, were it not that candor seems to demand the examination of an argument which proves to contribute nothing reliable towards the evidence for the antiquity of the Gathas. Shall not need it, I venture to urge, after weighing the considerations already brought forward. The position of Cumont must be sketched before we leave the Avesta. One sentence will, however, suffice for our present purpose. Fact which cannot today be contested, he once says, that is Avestan Zoroastrianism, whatever its antiquity, was not practiced by all the inhabitants of ancient Iran. Emphasizes the contrasts between the Avestan ritual and the cultus of the Achaemenian kings, points out that Mithraism is nearer to their religion than is the teaching of the Avesta, and observes that not the Amshaspans but Mithra and Anahita first appeared as sharers of Oromazda's throne and made an impression on the Greco-Roman very doubtful about the meaning and etymology of the great god Ashur. He suggests that it may have been simply Ahura adapted. Hammel's discovery would encourage the possibility, one would think, but the Semitists must be left to deal with the suggestion. If accepted, we have fresh arguments for a cultus of this Aryan deity long before Zarathustra. 1 Texts EI Monuments, p. 4. The Sources 33 World. All this we shall have to meet later on, but it may be said at once that geographical separation will account for it quite as well as a theory that makes the Amshaspans late. This, however, is Darmstedter's position, not Cumont's, for the latter is at pains to show, see below, p. 104f, 430f, that all 6 of them supplied names for the Cappadocian calendar some centuries BC. If, apart from this exception and the evidence of the later Avesta, the Amshaspans are invisible until the 1st century, it is only because the reform was slow in making its way among the people of western Iran, if indeed it ever did so. Until the Sasanian era, it seems to have remained in the West the religion of the more intellectual classes, which is extremely natural. And when we find Cumont feeling strongly the difficulty of postulating early date for poems so recondite and abstract as the Gathas, is it not enough to reply that a great religious genius is always far beyond his age? One with the Avesta we must class the mass of the one. To these notes on Professor Cumont's position I might append one RHR on a point made by him in a Congress paper reported in XXXVI. 26 leaders. He calls the Avesta the work of a closed reforming caste not anterior to the Sassanids, which for its present form we admit. He goes on to say that the texts do not allow us to decide whether there was a rudimentary Avesta in Achaemenian and Arsacide ages. Basil and Esnik say the Magi had no books, while Pausanias attributes some to them. Are we to regard Basil and Esnik as better witnesses than Hermippus? The remark of Drive S. Renach in the discussion, that the frequent comparison of Magi and Druids proves the former to have had no book, strikes me as curiously inconclusive. After all, if Magi in certain districts did not use a sacred book, it agrees with all we expect to find from their indications elsewhere we know they had such. Professor Cumont indicated that a reconciliation of the data was possible. 34 Early Zoroastrianism. Later Pahlavi literature, of which the sacred books of the East contains a very important selection. Since these all fall in a late period, a millennium or more after the date we have fixed for our limit, they can of course only be used incidentally. That they can be used at all is due to the evident fact that they contain a large though indeterminate amount of Avestan matter, otherwise lost some of it decidedly early, as we saw above, p. 26f. The extreme difficulty of determining the date of the late prose contained in the Avesta itself, which includes the bulk of the Vendidad, is of course even exceeded by the problem that meets us when we try to speculate on the antiquity of Avestan fragments contained in Pahlavi books, or in passages written in Pahlavi which claim to be paraphrased from lost Avestan matter. The grammatical chaos which prevails so often in prose parts of the Avesta, or in what appear to be interpolations of prose inserted in the older verse, demonstrates that the later Avestan dialect was dead when these belated efforts at composition were made. They may therefore very well be due to the Sasanian editors themselves, to whom in any case we owe the collection and preservation of our Avesta. But unless on any point we happen to have datable Greek witness, we are left to conjecture when we try to determine the antiquity of elements for which Pahlavi writers are our only Iranian authority. The old Persian inscriptions, and especially those on the Great Behistun rock, are a tempting subject for digression, but I must keep to relevant matter, which in this case goes very little beyond bare mention. The interpretation of the inscriptional the sources 85 data affecting religion will come before us in the second lecture. The far-reaching consequences of the colossal achievement by which the men of the early 19th century read the secret of Darius are apparent to all students of cuneiform written languages today. The task of decipherment seems to be finally accomplished now, and the would-be gleaner at Behistun, equipped as he must be with the faculties of the alpine climber as well as of the scholar, has little prospect of new discoveries. There is something specially fascinating about the one piece of modern writing which Professor A. Illiams Jackson discovered on the face of the rock below the records of Darius. The habit of courting immortality by cutting names on rock or building or tree is attested in papyrus letters from ancient Egypt and in too frequent irritations of modern experience. But for one indulgence of this kind the sternest censor will feel nothing but sympathy. With an iron pen graven in the rock for may ever, be read below the cuneiform H.C. Rawlinson, 1844, and those who can best appreciate one of the most splendid triumphs of the brain of man will be readiest to allow that name its right to stand there. Upon the rest of our Iranian sources we need not dwell, for they will come up when wanted for special purposes. The newly discovered treasures of Turfan lie far outside our period, but that they are eminently relevant will be speedily realized by anyone who reads the supplement, 1/4 the size of the original book, which Bartholomew has added to his dictionary. Much later still is Firdausi's Shahnameh, but we 36 Early Zoroastrianism shall find frequently that its stores of ancient Iranian saga and folklore will help us in our study of the origins of Zoroastrianism. Finally we come to the Greek and Latin writers, who afford us evidence of the utmost importance because of the precision with which we can generally date their information. Before Ainquetil Duperon brought the Avesta to Europe, the classical sources were naturally almost the only evidence upon which historians of Persian religion could rely. Thomas Hyde's great book, which indirectly stimulated Ainquetil's fine ambition, was published more than 2 centuries ago, but remains a valuable tool today because of its treatment of material accessible before Avesta or inscriptions were known. Few of the most important loci classici will be found translated and annotated below. 1. The limitations of these foreign testimonies were easily allowed for, and I think experience gives the inquirer a higher sense of their value. This is especially the case with our oldest witness, Herodotus, to whom alone I need refer in this context. I leave to historians very cheerfully the duty of estimating the general reliability of the I must father history but I bear testimony to his character as a source for the delineation of the popular religion of Persia in the 5th century. 30 years ago Professor Sayce brought out an edition of the first 3 books which in many ways seemed intended to be an up-to-date reissue of the ancient tract De Malignitate Herodoti. I am not qualified to express 1 Herodotus, I 131-140, p. 391 f, Plutarch, His and Osiris, 46f, p. 399 ff, Strabo, 15. 3, 13 ff, p. 407 ff, Diogenes Laertius, Parsi m. Add in it, p. 410 ff. The sources 37 an opinion as to the bulk of the Professor's strictures, which range over a large proportion of the field appropriate by one of the most encyclopedic Orientalists of our time. But in the corner of that field in which I have tried to work I have found that a generation of research has antiquated not the ancient historian but his modern annotator. Some of the grounds of this opinion will, I hope, make themselves apparent in the later pages of this volume. 1. Our survey needs only to be completed by a bare reference to epigraphic sources to which reference A will occasionally be made. Rescript of Darius comes to us in Greek, and a long inscription from King Antiochus of Commagene, 1st century 2 BC. Coins of the Indo-Scythian kings, in Greek letters, afford some important indirect evidence that we shall have to weigh. And there are the monuments of Mithraism, scattered all over Europe, which will be borne in mind during sundry parts of our inquiry, although we shall shortly realize that their direct connection with the subject is but small. I have by no means exhausted the list of sources which we shall have to study, but I have said enough to prepare for the investigations that will follow. 1. I need hardly say that I do not suggest the indiscriminate acceptance of Persian material in Herodotus. He could make Darius, for instance, talk Greek in more senses than one, e.g. in 72. But the line is generally easy to draw. May 2nd the text of the Gadatas inscription of Darius be seen with Dittenberger's notes in his Sylloge Inscriptionum Graecicarum, 1-4, number 2. Those on the monument of Antiochus of Commagene are in the same great epigraphist's Orientis Creed inscription Selecti, 591 ff. NOS 383-401. The religious importance of the Antiochus inscriptions is discussed below, p. 106 f. Lecture 2 before Zarathustra. The Persian zealous to reject altar and image, and the inclusive walls and roofs of temples built by human hands to loftiest heights ascending, from their tops, with myrtle-wreathed tiara on his brow, presented sacrifice to moon and stars, and to the winds and mother elements, and the whole circle of the heavens, for him a sensitive existence, and a god, with lifted hands invoked. And songs of praise. Wordsworth, The Excursion, Book 4. We are not ready yet to study the personality and the work of the thinker and prophet whose name gives us our subject. It is never possible to understand a religious reform without first understanding that which was reformed. So I must prepare the way further for Zarathustra by investigating the beliefs and practices of the people to whom he came. It involves anticipating some subjects the proper place for which will come later on, but I must repeat my assumption that the foundations and framework of the Zoroastrian system are known. Am I not, as I said before, attempting a complete exposition of Zoroastrianism as it stands, but inquiring into its origin, growth, and essential character, and for this purpose the order I am adopting seems least open to practical disadvantage. 38 before Zarathustra. 39 There are, as I read the history, 2 main strands in the rope, apart from that which Zarathustra himself supplies. One of these will form the subject of inquiry when we have examined the history and teaching of the prophet himself, for it seems fairly certain that it was outside his own knowledge, though in existence before his time. The work of the Magi, as we shall see, was to build on Zarathustra's foundation a superstructure which, to put it very moderately, was not in all respects after Zarathustra's style. The question before us now is the religious position of the people to whom he came. What were the beliefs which he inherited, which he had to accept, to adapt, or to reject? Our evidence for this inquiry will be of very varied character. Examine by the comparative method the prehistoric conditions of the Aryan-speaking tribes before their division into Indian and Iranian as indicated in Lecture I. We pursue our researches into the period of the Achaemenian kings in Persia, and from their monuments and the works of the Greek historians, especially Herodotus, we try to picture the religion of the court and of the people. The first question which should be settled is that concerning the religion of the early Achaemenian kings. The debate on this famous problem is perhaps not likely to be closed with any decisiveness, the data being curiously ambiguous. I cannot present the material here, but it is really unnecessary, as it has been done so well by experts who, for once, do not require us to go outside English. Indeed, there is a penny pamphlet by Bishop Casartelli which supplies all the quotations that are really germane to the 40 early Zoroastrianism subject, with the comments of a scholar who carries the utmost one weight. Of a more technical character is the very full discussion by Professor Williams Jackson and Dr. L.H. Gray. Dr. Gray gives us a careful summary in his excellent article on the Achaemenians. 3. With researches of outstanding importance available for every reader, I may content myself with merely stating my own view and offering a few comments. We begin with Cyrus. His position might seem to be removed from the range of discussion by the summary dictum of Professor Edward Meyer that it cannot be doubted by any unprejudiced mind that Cyrus was a Zoroastrian. It will be seen from his words quoted below that this is mainly an inference from the Zoroastrianism of Darius, which Meyer asserts is patent from every word of his inscription. The specialists are by no means so clear about Darius, and in the case of Cyrus it is hardly too much to say that the prejudice which Meyer's dictum implies in any who question it seems to have afflicted them with distressing uniformity. Dr. L. H. Gray remarks that there is no evidence whatever to show that he was a Zoroastrian. Casartelli records the doubt whether Cyrus was an Oromazden like Darius, since the Assyrian cuneiform inscriptions of that famous conqueror portray him rather as a polytheist, inasmuch as he proclaims himself to the Babylonians the servant and one, the religion of the great kings, Catholic Truth Society. 2 Journal of the American Oriental Society, XXI. 1901, p. 164-184. 3 Air, I 69-72, 1908. WER4 in British, XXI. 205, cf. Gesh. DALT, 3. 21, Word, Die Sach Lagebisen en Iberlegd, nicht Bisweifeln, Sunstma Saint die Religion bei Darius als Neuerung auftreten and 41 The worshipper of the Assyrio-Babylonian gods. This it may at least be supposed was done in order to please his new subjects, and to gain the favor of the powerful sacerdotal body. That Meyer's ipse dixit in itself would be accepted more readily than almost anyone's is undeniable, and in questioning it here I am rather denying than yield we ing to a prejudice. Have nothing whatever from Cyrus's own hand which could possibly bear on the question, except the cylinder inscription with its profession of loyalty to Marduk, and the rescript in Ezra 23, where he declares that Yahweh is God. I do not draw the conclusion that Cyrus was a polytheist, for Darius, the fervent worshipper of Mazda, makes the like concessions to his foreign subjects, but they will hardly be claimed as evidence that he really adored only the deity who is not mentioned. Of course, in the absence of old Persian inscriptions from him, the silence about Mazda is intelligible enough. But it will not do for us to compensate for the silence by a mere doubt which less, is all too often the cloak for a total absence of evidence. Have in fact only 2 sources of information to eke out Meyer's not very conclusive argument about the improbability that Darius was an innovator. Turn naturally to the cylinder for what it may give us, which certainly is very little indeed. 2. The one conspicuous point we won the Mergab inscription am Cyrus the king, the Achaemenian, will not help us even if it were quite certain that it does not belong to Cyrus the younger, who might be $, Iya6 Iya in the same sense as Darius's ancestors had the title to CJ Bal, light from the east, p224f, translates the A inscription. Microscopic criticism might note that Cyrus is 42. Early Zoroastrianism observe is the relation in which the great king stands to Marduk of Babylon. The theory of local divinities could not be more emphatically stated. Marduk is angry because Nabonidus, anxious to make Marduk supreme, had removed the shrines and images of the local deities to Babylon, which was his own locality. They in turn are angry at being removed away from their own place. So Cyrus, restoring all to their homes, and establishing Marduk as lord in Babylon, supreme because Babylon itself had such primacy, enjoys the favor of all the gods alike. Dr. Gray seeks for material in the Siropdia of Xenophon, and very acutely points out one that its subtle coincidences with our Iranian evidence make its testimony much less negligible than it is usually supposed to be. I think he makes a strong case, but that he has omitted to show how Xenophon bridged the gulf of a century and a half between Cyrus and his own Persian travels. When, on the strength of Xenophon's evidence, which Dr. Gray thinks the most reliable we have, the religion of Cyrus is inferred to be nearest to that set forth in the later Avesta, we note the proof as striking and helpful, but for the religion of Artaxerxes Neman rather than that of Cyrus. If we regard Cyrus as probably a Mazdean not a Zoroastrian, however it will be because Ahura Mazda was god of the Aryans, p32, and Cyrus belonged to an eminently Aryan clan. If it again and again king of the four regions N, S, E, W, which is an obvious contrast to the 7 Kargvars of the later Avestan. But of course Cyrus, or his Babylonian secretary, uses the idioms as well as the language of Babylon. 1 Air, I-70. Before Zarathustra 43 was possible to be a Mazdean without ever having heard of Zarathustra, we have nothing left as proof, and next to nothing amounting to a presumption, that Cyrus had come in contact with the reform. His creed was more probably the popular Iranian nature worship described so accurately by Herodotus in the Locus Clas Psychus we shall be taking up presently. In many particulars its elemental worship would agree sufficiently with Babylonian and Elamite, and the God of heaven in the Ezra rescript suits his own religious phraseology perfectly, especially if his chief god was Dios, the one sky. Since he and his ancestors ruled in a country which was not Iranian, we naturally expect to find non-Aryan traits in any account of him and his ideas. One solitary scrap of evidence in favor of Cyrus's connection with Zoroastrianism I am bound to present before I leave him, and one, believe the point velite quantum, is new. He called his daughter Atasa, which is identified with the Avestan Hudost. This was the name of Vishtaspa's queen, and of course the name of Vishtaspa himself, Zarathustra's royal patron, was perpetuated in the Achaemenian family, in Histasps the father of Darius. I do not think the double coincidence can be accidental. How much does it prove? We'll return to this when we come to Darius, from whom we are detained for a moment by the intervention of Cambyses. It seems almost grotesque to discuss the religion of one whom only the accident of birth and time rescued from segregation as a criminal lunatic. But maniac though he was, we should expect him to be restrained by on one as see below, pages 60f, 391f 44 early Zoroastrianism superstition, and it is therefore significant that he had no fear of the wrath of the sacred element when he burnt the corpse of Amasis. 1. This fact may be put with similar notes from the life of Xerxes, and with the well-known argument from the burial of the Achaemenian kings, to show that the Magi had not yet come upon the scene, for all this CP 215f. The other fact about Cambyses' religion is the Egyptian text, quoted by Dr. Gray, which shows him worshipping the goddess Nit at Sais, as Darius did after him. He acted presumably from a very real fear of the possible consequences of offending the local gods in foreign countries, where omnignotum pro magnifico probably counted more heavily than the politic motives which preponderated with statesmen like Cyrus and Darius. Before we pass on to consider the religion of Darius, a man for whom religion was obviously a very real experience, we may look into some questions concerning the Achaemenians in general. I quoted just now what seems to be Professor E. Meyer's one reason for regarding Cyrus as a Zoroastrian, his unwillingness to make Darius an innovator. It is important, therefore, to notice considerations leading us to postulate a rather marked difference between the two branches of the Ha/Ilmenid-Alaraya clan. Cyrus was king in Elam, while Darius expressly claims that his ancestors were "royal" from Achaemenes down, and possessed this kingdom which Gaumata the Magian took from Cambyses, both Persia and Media and the other provinces. Bhi 12. Media at any rate was not ruled by Achaemenians before Cyrus, but Persia 1 Herodotus, 3. 16 before Zarathustra 45 may well have been. Cyrus reigned over a people among whom Aryans were at best a small minority, but his own Aryan descent too is emphatically endorsed by the statement of Darius that he was of our family. Bhi 10, that is, the Achaemenian. According to the Assyrian inscription of Cyrus, he was son of King Cambyses of the city Anson, who was son of Cyrus, son of Tispes, both also kings of Anson. This makes Histispes, Darius' father, third cousin to Cyrus, Tispes, Caspes, being a common ancestor. If we are to take Darius literally, we can make him ninth in royalty by counting the royal line of Anson from Achaemenes to Cyrus, fifth in succession, and then adding the younger branch Ariarams, Arsames, Histispes, Darius. The difficulty is that neither Histispes nor his father and grandfather are ever called kings. If they exercised any kind of royalty, it must have been in some other province, such as Parthia, where Histispes wins a victory for Bh Darius in 2. 16. It may be noticed that Darius 1 compare E. Meyer's statement, in British 11, XXI 203, that the kings of the Mitanni on the Euphrates bore Iranian names, but ruled over people speaking Lion Iranian language. Meyer, by the way, makes the Medes Iranian. They reached Iran before 900 BC. The names Kurus and Kambijiyat are of disputed etymology, but there is no reason whatever to doubt their being Aryan. I do not think there has been any suggestion more attractive than that made long ago by Spiegel, Altpers, Kai Lynch. 2. 96, that they attach themselves to Skt Kuru and Kamboha, originally Aryan heroes of fable, whose names were naturally revived in a royal house. Spiegel thinks that the myths about Cyrus may have originated in confusion between the historical and the mythical heroes. Kamboha is a geographical name, and so is Kuru often, hence their appearance in Iranian similarly today as Kur and Kamaj. 46. Early Zoroastrianism does not say his ancestors were great kings like himself, or the ancestors of Cyrus in the latter's inscription above referred to, quoted from Spiegel, AOPCIT 84. More local sovereignty will satisfy his words. Suppose, then, that Darius' branch of the family were chieftains in Parthia, where Histispes is found after his son had won the supreme throne. Remember, of course, that Herodotus tells us that he was in Rapkos in Persia. If we had to choose between Herodotus and the Behistun record, the Greek historian must naturally yield. But there is no real difficulty, for when Darius was once on the throne his satraps could be moved very easily, and he would naturally wish to have his father nearer to his own court. But when it was a matter of quelling a serious rebellion, probably among the subject population, there would be obvious advantages in sending Histispes to a country over which he and his ancestors had ruled. On this conjecture, then, Parthia becomes an earlier settlement of the conquering Aryan invaders, from which a prince of the Achaemenian house, Cyrus's ancestor, went on to conquer Elam. Now Parthia is exactly the district in which we should expect to find the earliest traces of Zoroastrianism proper. Lying east of Zoroastrian on Raga, the way towards Bactria, it suits equally well both the possible theories of Zarathustra's sphere of teaching. he or his successors must have preached to the Parthians as soon as the religion began to extend beyond its original home, whichever of the two centers may claim it. And this brings us to the remarkable coincidence noted above, in the recurrence before Zarathustra 47 of the names of Vishtaspa and his queen Hudasa in the father of Darius and the daughter of Cyrus. Antiquity even tended to confuse the two royal Vishtaspas, which may be taken as a slight indication that the name was not common. The repetition of this very significant name in the family of a monarch whose Zoroastrian faith is attested by many lines of evidence, as we shall show, is by itself suggestive. But of course, if Vishtaspa's name is significant for Darius' branch of the Achaemenians, Hudasa's must be equally significant for that of Cyrus. The names must at least prove, I think, that the memory of the great king was kept alive in both branches of the family, nor is it unlikely that it was cherished on religious as well as on secular grounds. But when we remember how quickly after Zarathustra's time all but the most superficial features of his teaching were practically lost, and only rediscovered in an esoteric circle by the preservation of the Gathas in worship, a subject which will come before us in Lecture 3. We realize that to prove Cyrus a Zoroastrian in any effective sense demands evidence that his ancestors had maintained the traditional lore in a country where the religion of the people was wholly alien in spirit, and in the face of a powerful tendency, observable in all the metrical later Avesta itself, to fall back upon the old Iranian nature worship. As a great champion of Mazda worship, Vishtaspa might well be commemorated in Cyrus's family, but there is complete absence of proof that for Cyrus his name signified more than this, which we have seen to be on other grounds very probable. 48. Early Zoroastrianism. This brings us to ask what tests we should apply to determine the presence of elements due to Zarathustra's reform. Saw in the last lecture that the worship of Ahura Mazda must be abandoned for this purpose, however reluctantly, since there is conclusive reason to believe that he was adored in a tribe which could contribute to the Assyrian pantheon centuries before the earliest possible epoch for Zarathustra's mission. The sacrifice of this test is a most serious complication in our problem, and may even preclude the possibility of any really decisive solution. But in the case of Darius we have really strong evidence to support the conclusion of Professor Geldner that Darius and his successors were without doubt devoted adherents of one Zoroastrianism. Meyer's difficulty as to a religious innovation is met by E. W. West's proof that Darius probably reformed the calendar in a SBE, Zoroastrian direction c. Slatii. Pages Slatii. That Darius was a fervent worshipper of Ahura Mazda may not prove Zarathustra's influence, but it is of course consistent with it. But what of his failure to mention Zarathustra himself, Ngramenu, and the Amishas Spenta? The first omission is intelligible enough, if the prophet was a figure of the distant past, but not yet elevated, by Magian theology, into a supernatural being. Taking the Gathas as generally representative of Darius's religion, we might fairly say that the omission is no stranger than that of Paul's name would be in a historical rescript by some pious medieval king, perpetually ascribing his triumphs to God the grace of and our but lady, silent about the apostles, to whose writings he would of course in one British, S.V. Zoroaster, before Zarathustra 49 attribute the whole of his religious belief. 1. As to the absence of Ngramenu, the usual answer is probably sufficient, that the spirit of Zarathustra's doctrine is adequately reproduced by the frequent mention of the Draga, which appears in the Avesta as Droga, and, in a different flexion, as Ruje. Now, as we shall see later on, it is actually not true that Ngramenu was Zarathustra's name for the evil spirit. The combination only occurs once in the Gathas, YS 45-2, see pages 135f, 370, and it is there no more a proper name than is the corresponding English enemy god when Milton calls Satan of and man. The name for the evil spirit in the Gathas is nearly 20 times Druj, the lie. I point out, below, p. 136, that the later Avestan transference of this casual appellation, which thus became a proper name, is really the work of the Magi, and very possibly depends upon an association of the two words enemy which liar, actually occurs in Darius' inscription. That being so, we can see that the king's language is most remarkably in accord with the one. My parallel does not convince Dr. Casartelli, who writes, May 4, 1913. Do you think the omission of Z's name in the royal inscription a much more extraordinary one than that of Paul, or Peter for the matter of that, in a medieval text? Would it not be nearer to the entire omission of the name of Buddha in Asoka's Mohammed inscriptions, or of in Islamitic ones? I must naturally lay some weight on my doctrine that in Darius' day the more abstruse features of Zarathustra's teaching, such as his personal relation to his followers at the last day, had been dimmed by time. And the practical apotheosis of the prophet, which seems necessary for Dr. Casartelli's comparisons, was on my theory entirely the work of the Magi, and later than Darius. Nor is Zarathustra's absence more remarkable than it is in the Haptane Haiti, if we take the one occurrence as a later addition. 450 Early Zoroastrianism Gathas, since every form of evil reduces itself to this when every one term, not rebel chief merely lies, like Gaumata he personates a member of the royal house, but when he simply leads the native population in an effort to shake off the Achaemenian yoke. The objection accordingly turns to a positive argument in favor of Darius' acceptance of Zarathustra's theology. The one really serious omission having thus explained itself, we need not trouble very much over the absence of the Amshaspans from Darius' Great We inscription. Shall be seeing later on, p. 431f, that the Parsi calendar is traced on strong evidence to Darius, and that the present names of the months therein bear very strong marks of his hand. If this is true, these most characteristic of Zarathustra's concepts were exceedingly familiar to Darius, and their absence from state documents needs no elaborate explanation. But indeed there are not wanting fairly close parallels to ideas included within this innermost circle of Zarathustra's thought. Thus the recurrent Vasna Oramazdaha, 41 times in Darius' inscript ions, by grace or will of Oramazda, differs little from Vohu Mana in such passages as Ys 3310, my Vohu Usyamanabayatanam, bless body by when good the mind. Darius says, Bhi 5, Oramazda $A mana fared bara, Oramazda gave me the kingdom, he means a kingdom of this world, but the two worlds were in the Persian mind so closely parallel that the Xaaf Oramazda would be a necessary corollary to that of his earthly vicegerent. We then might say that Zeus, wel, fair, which in the recurrent formula Oramazda before Zarathustra 51 made for man, is not far away from Orbidet, the Amisha. That the conception of truth was supreme in Persian ethics needs no proof, and Asha included this as its primary element, as Plutarch's rendering /JJ0 illustrates, and the fact that Asha is the Avritekya of the Druj. So if the Amisha were not formally present, the ideas which lay behind we them as divine attributes were not far away. May add the recently restored Arstmin Bh4. 13, conjectured by Foy and then read by Jackson on the Rock. This is an abstract word, for r flotat qm, up almost rightness, exactly identical with the Avestan Yazida, closely akin to the Amisha in character, arst, equals arstididt, to which it answers like Iuventa to Iuventus in Latin. Less significant, but not quite negligible, is the occurrence in the inscription of one Avestan fiend, that of drought, Duzidrest, Av Duzidirid, qs*3 repla. Dr. Gray notes also the mention of the other great affliction of the agri-nomad culturist, the AV, OP. Horde, Hina, hand, associated with drought in both texts. The negative argument for Darius' Zoroastrian position may be noted before we begin to face the arguments con. Darius is of course no monotheist in the strict sense of the word any more than the pre-prophetic Israelites, who regarded Yahweh as supreme, but believed the gods of the nations to be regnant powers in their own lands. Darius acknowledges occasionally the help of Ahura Mazda and the other gods that exist, utd anid bagda taya I hanta, or am had six soabis or six soibis baga ibis. With all which two gods or with the clan gods the of the E1412 al2 dar. PERSD 3. 52 Early Zoroastrianism readings must be taken we cannot determine finally. The meaning of Baga comes out well in the Persepolis M inscription of Artaxerxes III. Achus, where we find Mam Ora Majsi Utd May 9 Ra Baga Ptuf, Am and the Baga Mithra protect me now Ahura Mazda is Makista 1 Bagdm, greatest Abbagas and in the oft-repeated creed of Darius and his successors too he is expressly Baga Vazirka, just as Darius himself is Styaea Vazir/Ca. But it looks as if even in the days of Artaxerxes III, the godhead of Ahura Mazda was so high above that of the other gods that he and Mithra would never be called Bagda conjointly, any more than the great king would have shared the title Diabaya with the inferior kings who are we implied in the title /sc Laya 6 Aya Istiaki Yan. Have therefore a subordination of other divinities as emphatic as in the Gathas themselves, and the Oca. Ur-Eov is the same as in Zarathustra's preaching. So near an approach to monotheism we can hardly trace to coincidence, and, in spite of many difficulties, it seems best to regard Zarathustra as the ultimate author of the creed which so obviously comes from Darius's heart of hearts on the columns of triumphant exultation at Behistun. So we may turn to the difficulties. These are forcibly put by Dr. Gray, in his summary of the evidence from non-Iranian texts, OPCITP 180, and the Air, more recent article in I69-73. Darius speaks, Bhi 14, of the places of worship Diadand, which he restored after Gaumata the Magian had destroyed one Bartholomew, Air WB, 292f, points out the parallel Mazisto Vasidikmin YT 1716. 2 CP 122 below. Before Zarathustra 53 them. Here the Babylonian and the New Sujan dry versions alike render houses of the gods. Gray is inclined to consider Ayatana as including not only the fire altars of the ancient Persians, but the fanes of nations subject to the sway of Darius. This tolerance, he says, was not in harmony with Zoro teaching was a Zoroastrian politic-like course, of Cyrus when he not only sent back the captive gods from Kutub, but also built them their temples anew, Cylinder in Skr 32, or when he restored the temple at Jerusalem. It may be noted in passing that Professor Hamel 1 takes a very different view of this action of the Magus. According to him, Gaumata, being a Magian, and therefore a Mede, shared the Persian horror of temples and destroyed them as an act of fanaticism. Darius restored them out of respect for the popular beliefs. Hamel thinks Darius was the first to introduce Avestan religion into the Persian kingdom, with certain concessions to popular feeling. I entirely dissociate the Magi from the Aryan population I have explained in Lecture 6. Similarly, to return to Dr. Gray, Cambyses repaired the desecrated temple of Nit at Sais, and with a spirit quite as alien to that of the Zoroastrian reform. Dr. Gray quotes next after an argument favor the gods than gods in of all rather clan see above, on evidence drawn from the versions the well-known Gadatas inscription of Darius. 2 in this rescript, preserved for us in an Ionic Greek form on a stone some 5 centuries after Darius, the King 1 Geographic, in Iwan Mailer's Handbook D Class. Alterdum Swissenskvatfeed, p. 201. C37 he 2 p. Cites 28-2. 54 Early Zoroastrianism sharply chides a satrap for violating the sanctity of a precinct of Apollo, evau v/nwv tripoiova v/ tov 6 eovv /ov, o. Hepa ai. ETTRE 7 RACRAV RPEX JTFJV. Dittenberger, whose supplements are printed here, understands the ancestors to be his predecessors Cyrus and Cambyses. Darius tells Gadatas that he was misrepresenting him to Apollo's worshippers RTJV Virep Dr. here Ekov /ULOV Sido Eaforks for Vifias. Gray finds an almost tone. Polytheistic but in an inscription found between Tralles and Magnesia, concerning, surely, a Greek god whose oracles, like those of Delphi, had been valued by Persian kings, we must expect to meet with language adapted to Greek conditions. Finally, Dr. Gray quotes an Egyptian inscription in which Darius calls himself son of the goddess Neith, to whose special favor he owes his victory. These quotations, we may readily concede, show that Darius was no fanatic. His religious position was remarkably like that of King David, whose passionate devotion to Yahweh proved perfectly consistent with a conviction that leaving Yahweh's land involved entering the service of other gods. 1 Sam 26:19, or, again, that of Elisha, who seems to have acquiesced in Naaman's belief that he could only raise an altar to Yahweh on soil brought from Palestine. In foreign lands, therefore, the king must propitiate the gods of the soil, just as the Assyrians provided for the return of a native priest to teach the manner of the God of the land to their colonists whom they had planted in Samaria, 2 Kings 1726 ff. According to ancient ideas there was quite as much was real belief as their shrewdness political in who one was surely not a Greek / as Dr. Gray calls him. Before Zarathustra 55 the action of Darius, Cyrus, and Cambyses towards foreign deities. Even Jews were practicing a much more remarkable tolerance, as the new Aramaic papyri from Elephantine have shown us lately. Moreover, in any case we have no reason to credit Darius with the whole creed of the Gathas. He was probably further removed from Zarathustra's day than was the Gatha Haptane Haiti, but he is a better Zoroastrian than the authors of those prayers, on any showing, and less of a polytheist. One point of interest made by Dr. Gray seems to tell distinctly against his general thesis. Tells us that whereas the old Persian inscriptions, like the one of Osta, have the word lie only in the singular, and in this are supported by the New Sujan version, the Babylonian version uses the plural of the corresponding parsu * lie in the two passages in which word bhd occurs, especially lie I10, that he became rife in the land, infers very naturally that the usage would seem to bespeak personification among the Persians, but not among the baby Hulonians were thus, in fact, no Zoroastrians like the former. To the objections raised by Dr. Gray with decidedly less emphasis, if I understand him rightly, in his newest article, in may be added one from Bishop Casartelli's pamphlet. Dr. Casartelli presses the argument from the silence of Behistan as to Zarathustra himself and Ngramenu, and declares himself unsatisfied with any of the several ingenious solutions which have been proposed for the problem of the differences between Behistan and 1 YT 2429 is noted as no real exception, being late. 56 Early Zoroastrianism A. The Vesta. The resemblances which I have tried to bring out seem to me so striking that I feel bound to add to the tale of attempted solutions, and cherish the fond hope that my learned friend may find it a less rash than theory its predecessors. Has a further difficulty in the silence of the Avesta about the Achaemenian kings, and the substitution of other great dynasties, Peshtadian and Kayanian, which are unknown to history. Can we meet this by urging, 1. That the Avestan country is far away from those which enter the range of external history, and, 2. That if, for instance, Achaemenian kings were praised in the Farvardan Yasht, there was no guarantee that the Philhellene Arsacides would encourage the survival of those sections. The harmless prehistoric monarchs had the best chance of this immortality. After much hesitation, therefore, and I frankly confess not a few pendulum swings from one side to the other, give my vote I when the question is put whether Zarathustra comes into Darius' spiritual ancestry. I have given away, in deference to Hammel's inscription, the one evidence that would be absolutely decisive: Zarathustra's authorship of the cult title Majd. But though the other arguments could be countered severally with good replies, I think the balance turns in favor of the affirmative, and I accept it with the modifications already given. Finally, we have to ask what were the religious beliefs of Xerxes. The inquiry may be suspended here, since we have nothing whatever to discuss in the history of Artaxerxes Longimanus or Darius II, except the popular religion as observed by Herodotus in his travels during this period. Xerxes is almost before Zarathustra 57 as grievous a stumbling block to defenders of the hereditary principle in absolute monarchy as Cambyses himself, and he lacks the excuse of insanity. Religion meant much less to him than to his great father, and we should naturally expect to find in his ideas an eclipse of the ethical theology of the Gathas and Darius, and a recrudescence of the popular Aryan superstitions. Herodotus, 7-114, has a very instructive story, which, pace Dr. Gray, one find entirely credible. Coming to a place called Nine Ways, the Magi buried alive 9 boys and girls of the place. The Magi at least are the subject of the preceding sentence, and it seems most natural to understand Herodotus to implicate them here, of course wrongly, as the agents of the king's superstition. The historian goes on to observe to and quote, "Bury alive is a Persian custom, for I learn that Amestris, the wife of Xerxes, when she grew old, buried 14 children of distinguished Persians, endeavoring to propitiate on her own account the god who is said to dwell beneath the earth." There are many other evidences that the Magi had not yet begun to push their propaganda against burial, and the idea that the earth spirit would be offended never entered, it is plain, minds wholly impervious to more important considerations. There are 2 or 3 instructive, and very horrible, pages in Professor Jackson's Persia Past and Present, pages 271-3, dealing with the barbarous punishments still inflicted in Persia. One of these, the plastering up of the victim in gypsum, writhe face exposed, and leaving him to die as a pillar by the roadside, is in principle not unlike one. The significance of this extremely interesting appellation will be considered in Lecture 4. p. 128f. 58 Early Zoroastrianism, what Herodotus describes as Hepatantoph long ago. And, as Professor Jackson's informant observed in reporting another horror, Iran Haman Ast, Persia, is always the same. Perhaps the well-known humanity of Russian manners will effect the needed change in the unwilling pupil. 2 other hints are extracted by Dr. Gray from the 7th book of Herodotus. Xerxes on arriving at the Hellespont sacrificed 1,000 cows, /30 tx/a, tj. A6v7 Magi while the Ista t and amp, gt. poured libations to the heroes. It is added that a panic fell on the host because these things had been done at one night. Dr. Gray restricts his citation to the point about the 1,000 oxen M and C, the correspondence with YT 521, etc., where the sacrifice to Anahita is 100 male horses, 1,000 oxen, or cows, and 10,000 sheep. The suggestion that this is an early notice of the Anahita cult is very interesting, but the concomitants are unexplained, and we cannot be sure that the notice, like the regular appearance of the Magi, is not an anachronism transferred from a later time. Still, there is no serious difficulty in believing that the cult had already begun to make its way. It is further stated that Xerxes poured a libation into the sea and prayed to the rising sun, 754. I see no necessity to bring in Mithra here, as Dr. Gray does. The sun was a Yazida on his own one. This was a rather definite lapse into the Dakvayasana, see the note below, p. 129, on nocturnal sacrificing of cattle as condemned in the Gathas. If the notice of Herodotus, 743, is sound, we must suppose that the spirit of the reform had in this respect penetrated the soldiery. But I should hardly care to trust the detail. It is enough to assume that Herodotus had heard of the existence of orthodox objections to sacrifices by night. To see on this subject, p. 238f before Zarathustra 59 account from of old. The libation probably agrees only by accident with Magian doctrine, p. 216 below. It was hardly Persian, for Aryan worship only concerned the waters that nurtured plant life. But the sea had given Xerxes trouble before, and propitiation would be politic now, even if it belonged to the Devas. Dr. Gray finally cites 740, where the chariot of Xerxes follows, the sacred chariot of Zeus, drawn by 8 white horses, whose driver man went on foot, for no ascends this throne. I am myself inclined to recognize here, not Mazda, to whom the symbolism is not specially appropriate, but the popular sky god to whom we shall be turning our attention presently. The general impression made by these notices is that if the religion of Darius suggests the Gathas of Zarathustra, that of his son has its affinities in the 7-chapter Gatha which marked the relapse into the old nature worship. Everything we know of Xerxes makes us feel that it would suit him better. Let us turn now to the popular religion of Persia, as described for us with convincing and detailed accuracy by Herodotus. The locus Dasychus is translated and annotated in the appendices, and I need only call attention to a few outstanding features. Me first let call attention to its omissions. Without overpressing the argumentum ex silentio, we can assert positively enough that Herodotus never met with the name of Ungra, nor heard of the prophet Zarathustra. I have been explaining away Darius' silence about the prophet, and noting that the absence of Ungra does not need to be explained. But it really passes all probability that a writer like 60 early Zoroastrianism Herodotus should omit so interesting a figure as Zoroaster if he ever heard of it. I think his silence must at least mean that his knowledge came from strata wholly untouched by Zarathustra's teaching. So abstract and esoteric a doctrine was never likely to win popularity, and if it was really known to Darius, the extent to which it spread beyond the royal circle must have been limited to a very few of its easiest conceptions. It was the Magi who popularized it by refraction, as we shall see. Ahura Mazda himself is described on the Sujan version of the Behistun inscription as God of the Aryans, and this probably gives us the estimate of the people in general. The may in this context Aryans well be simply the nobles, who had taken up the new cult, while the mass of their kin of lower rank continued to worship the old elemental devas, with the sky god at their head. It will be remembered that the Epiphyptoi were only one of the 6 tribes of the Medes in HDTI 101, there may have been other Aryans among these Median tribes, and the Persian Aryazantava would not be identical with the Median in their beliefs, if a new religion had made its way into Persia first. In the description which the historian gives of the Persian religion, the central feature is the worship of the kvk O Pavov upon mountain tops. I have tried to prove in my note on the passage, p. 391-3, that name Zeus Greek not here is the divine transferred to the chief deity of another country, as we have Zeus Oromazdes in Commagene and Zeus Ammon in Egypt, but the old South Indo-European deity of the sky, the Indian Daya, whose name in Old Persian, especially in the accusative, genitive, and locative cases, before Zarathustra 61 would sound to a Greek very much like the name of his own Zeus. It is more than doubtful whether an elemental character can be assigned to Ahura Mazda, even in the pre-Reformation age. It is true that Professor Cumont claims for him in the Avesta itself traces of his original character, as the god Maui of the bright one sky. But against this set Dr. Hans Reicheld's comment 2 on YT 133, Ahura Mazda is the Varuna of Aryan times, the god of and may the night heaven. For this it be pleaded that in the later Avesta the old Aryan pair survives as Mibra Ahura 3 Advandva compound like the Vedic Mitra, U Varand, U, Unless, then, we assert independent origin, we must make Ahura equals Varuna, as the Ahura/Kari ob. So scholars have largely agreed to Reddit. Geldner's words may be cited as typical in one Ahura, whose Aryan original was Varuna. Zarathustra concentrated the whole of the divine character, and conferred upon it the epithet of the four. Wise. But we cannot still hold the doctrine that the reformer invented the name Mazda. If this is right, Ahura would necessarily be the night sky, if a sky god at all, for Mithra's prior claim on the light is certain. But really the evidence for Ahura's elemental character is exceedingly weak at best, unless we are prepared to assert the same whenever a deity is said to be robed with stars or clothed with light. My 1 in Rosher, Lex. Myth, 3. 105-2. I owe the reference to friend Mr. A. B. Cook. 2 Sky the which Mazda wears as a star-spangled, Avesta Reader, 115, cf 110. CP 280 below. YSYT 10 3 liters 113 145. 4 in British 11 sub voce. Robe, 62 Early Zoroastrianism. It must be admitted, however, that the old sky god of the Aryans has left his traces in Iran abundantly enough, if only in deities who have stolen their thunder from its rightful lord. Here Mithra is emphatically the most conspicuous. I shall return immediately to his past, and deal with his ultimate future in Lecture 4. But I must first note this connection with the sky, which, however explained, is unmistakable in the Yashts and kindred texts. In this regard, since too many scholars have been in a hurry to antedate the ultimate identification of Mithra with the sun, I should emphasize the fact, properly insisted on by one Tile, that he belongs to the night as well as the day. Tile notes that in the Yashts he is unsleeping, as in the Rigveda, and has myriad eyes. Since, however, the night has 1,000 eyes, and the day but one, yet the light of the bright world dies with the dying sun, the divinity of the bright sky is very naturally linked more and more with the greater two light. How the transition was made from light to sun is explained 1 Religions Gesh, 242 f2. In proof of this important claim, Tile refers to YT 1095 ff, where after sunset Mithra goes foith with his club, touching both ends of the earth and surveying everything between earth and sky. This last a touch in keeping with his character as Zakri vs, Lord of the Middle Region. Darmstetter, c. XXIII 143, assumes that Mithra as the sun has to retrace his steps during the night, quoting a Hindu belief that the sun had a bright face and a dark one, turning the latter to the earth on its nightly journey back to the east. But this would not suit the idea of his watchful survey. The sky as illuminated by moon and stars gives us a preferable interpretation. Before Zarathustra 63 by no less an authority than Professor Q. Mont, whose proprietary rights in Mithraism everyone acknowledges. In his fascinating lectures on Oriental religions in R.O. Nan 1 Paganism, he tells us that the learned theology of the Chaldeans imposed itself on primitive Mazdaism, and that Ahura Mazda was assimilated to Bel, Anahita to Ishtar, and Mithra to Shamash, the god of the Sunday. That is why in the Roman mysteries Mithra was commonly called Sol Invitus, though he was really distinct from the Sunday. When, however, the most has been made of the elemental features of Mithra, we are brought back to the ethical side as distinctly more conspicuous in Parsism, recalling the same dual character in the Roman Jupiter as Dias Phidias. 2 Professor Amelet has even put in an elaborate plea 3 for regarding the ethical as Mithra's original function in the Aryan period. Both the branches of Aryan possess a common noun, mitred mikra, meaning in Sanskrit friendship neutral, friend masculine, in Avestan compact. They even coincide in possessing a compound, saket mitradra, injuring a friend, av compact treacherous, mibrodi ruj, breaking a also trying to deceive Mithra." End quote. Moulton regards this word as the original, and the Aryan divine name as derived from it. There are, he says, no elemental traits in the one Vedic hymn, RV 359, addressed to Mitra. The transference of this ethical deity to the elemental sphere is due to the natural thought that one lay religions orientates dans le paganisme romain, 2p 217. 2 On this compare Ward Fowler, Religious Experience of the Roman People, 130 and 142. 3 Journal Asiatique, 1897, 2. 143 ff64 Early Zoroastrianism. Light is the guardian of good faith, lying and treachery always love the darkness. The very ancient Roman deity Fides will be on the same plane, and as the Roman abstract deities have a strong claim to be regarded as Urult, we might urge this feature of that very conservative religion as a point in Moulton's favor, when joined with the similar mixing of ethical and elemental ideas in Dies Fidias. Dr. Fowler's quotation from Varro, "Quidem negans sub tecto hunc deire opertir," is very suggestive in this connection. Professor Moulton recognizes that Mithra's twin, the Indian Varuna, must be treated on similar lines if his theory is to have a chance. Now, of course, Varuna has the most strongly ethical functions of all the gods in the Indian pantheon, and the difficulty of making him distinctively elemental is well illustrated by the differences of the Pandits in rinding his proper sphere. I wonder whether he would ever have been so generally assumed to be the sky if it had not been for the supposed necessity of identifying his name with the Greek O Pavu. Moulton boldly proposes a connection with Skt Vrata, ab. Ordinance, Urvata, Urvati, contract, Urvaqa, the M. Friend. Coincidence is very striking, and I'm more than half convinced. Only hesitation concerns Moulton's insistence that the elemental deity is evolved out of the ethical one. Is it not just as probable that there has been a fusion of two originally independent conceptions, just as the two figures of Lupitor and Fides met in Dies Fidias? I am encouraged in this suspicion by the silence of Professor Brugman, whose almost papal authority we all acknowledge in the sphere of comparative philology. He has a careful eye before Zarathustra 65 account of the origin of the common noun mitred one me ora, but does not seem to deal anywhere with the name of the god, which, I infer, he regards as a distinct word. Now the two strains in the history of Mithra in Iran are remarkably distinct, and I am disposed to think that in attempting to unite them, whether on Moulton's lines or on those of the Orthodox, we are sacrificing a valuable aid towards the solution of one of our most difficult problems. The possibility of foreign influence in the building up of what we call Mithraism is admitted for the later stages. Ought we to antedate it by several centuries, and suggest that as a god of the firmament, Nekharu in a physical sense between heaven and earth, Mithra is essentially Semitic? I was almost inclined to withdraw or to pass by in silence what I feared was a too venturesome suggestion that the remarkably similar Assyrian one Grund Ris *, NI 346. The etymological material, skillfully marshalled by Moulton, may be conveniently seen in Wald, Lat Etymology Wörterbuch, 488 f. Etymology at any rate makes it certain that the Aryan common noun is primitive in form and meaning. The root may ostoskan, verkaren, Brugman, is attested by Sktimdiat, many barter Lat communis, Gothic Ga mains, Ger gemain, and other words. Brugman makes the Aryan noun originally Freund Licher verkehr. Moulton would like to recognize the interrelation of a second root, shown best in Lithuanian. We need not follow this up. 2 ERPP, 37. The Assyrian word was supplied to me by one whom I must now, alas, call my late colleague, Professor Hope W. Hogg. Note that in an Assyrian inscription from the library of Kot Assurbanipal, quoted in Zimmern, 3, 486, the name of Mithra is spelt Me'it Ra. This proves the name current in Assyria from at least the 7th century. It involves, however, the sharp differentiation between the divine and the Assyrian for rain in one particular, the T being of different quality, Hebrew F and J respectively. Of course the name of Mithra would naturally be re-import in an altered form from a foreign language. 566 Early Zoroastrianism somehow Metru was, rain, concerned. But the reading of Mullet's paper has started me on a fresh my clue, and I pursue former line a little beyond the point to which I took it. Does not the existence of word this Assyrian for rain fit in singularly well with the curious partnership between Mithra and Anahita which appears at the very beginning of the worship of this goddess in Iranian lands? Our earliest notice of her, Herodotus, I 131, expressly asserts her Semitic origin, which is supported on evidence drawn from many quarters, see pages 288. 394 I have commented on the instructive mistake of Herodotus, who describes the cult of Anahita under the name Merpa. Now if one member of this inseparable pair represented the waters above, and the other the rivers and springs below, we have an obvious reason for the association. Really ought to have some reason supplied by those who suggest that an Aryan light god was selected for adaptation as partner for a water sprite in process of being fused with the West Asiatic mother goddess. On my theory we postulate rain and river as a divine pair associated in some Semitic district. The former would easily develop a connection with the firmament, compare Genesis 6, where we read of the solid canopy through which, when the sluices were opened, the rain came down. At this point we may conceive contact between Semitic and Aryan, with the almost identical names to prompt a new idea that the sky is the all-seeing witness which guarantees good faith in contracts of man with man. In the purely Iranian religion this never passed beyond an attribute applied by to the ethical deity Mithra. Purely Iranian I before Zarathustra 67 mean here that strain of Avestan religion which was independent of Zarathustra, and probably developed in a country into which his reform did not penetrate. The 10th Yasht is addressed to a Mithra whom Zarathustra might not have disdained to acknowledge. But, as we shall see, in his own country he seems to have been in contact with a Mithra cult that he could not countenance in any way. That was, if I am divining rightly, an elemental worship essentially akin to that which by further syncretism issued at last in the great system of Mithraism, a religion so totally distinct from that of the Avesta that we shall naturally leave it on one side except where it supplies a few scattered hints for our purpose. It is perhaps significant that Zarathustra can use the common noun Mikra with a religious vow ys meaning, his and of his ties faith, 46.5, actually adds the very word, Urvadi, with which Mullet identifies the root of Varana. This is in welcome accord with the supposition that in the Gathic period Meora and Meora were still consciously distinct words. It is time to pass on, and we have still some points of special interest to bring out from the great passage in Herodotus. His statement that the Persians used neither images nor shrines nor altars is supported by good evidence from various quarters. Genuine Parsism was, indeed, without images to the last. Porphyry was true to the spirit of earlier Mazdaism and Iranian nature worship, as well as the syncretic Parsism of his day, in his statement that the body of Oromazdes is like light and his soul like truth. One quoted, p. 391 below. 68 Early Zoroastrianism. When Clement of Alexandria would convict the Persians of idolatry, he quotes Dianon 1 for the statement that they sacrificed in the open air, accounting fire and water the only images of gods. It was only after many courses of years that Artaxerxes II taught them to worship the image of Anahita. There were earlier apparent exceptions to the rule, in the figures of Ahura Mazda sculptured on the Behistun rock and elsewhere, but the Parsis have claimed that these represent only the Fravashi. The winged solar disk, an importation from Egypt, is a further exception, and at a later period we have the highly syncretic cultus of Cappadocia, as described by 2 Strabo, in which images of ominous were carried in procession. Geldner has acutely VD compared 1920-25 where a similar use of an image is very strongly suggested for vo humana, who is usually identified with strabo s hominis. But, after all, these deviations are on much the same footing as the Bethel calf when set against the second commandment. The general spirit of the religion is unmistakable. 3. For a surface inconsistency as to shrines between Herodotus and Behistun, I may refer to my note below, p. 391. Altars, such as Greeks would recognize, were certainly absent. The sacrifice is very primitive in its character, consisting of flesh laid on a carpet of tender grass, to which the deity is invited to come down, the messenger being the sacred fire. This one Prot report, v. 65. For Dianon see the locus in Diogenes Laertius, and note thereon, below, p. 415. 2. See the passage below, p. 409, and further notes on p. 101 f. 3. See further, p. 96, and Soderblom, Fravishes, 68. Before Zarathustra 69 has a close link with the Veda, where the grass carpet has a name which in the ritual of the Avesta has been modified to suit a Magian cult instrument, as we shall see later, p. 190. Many features of popular Persian religion may first leave to Herodotus as reproduced below, with comments linking his record with our other information. It remains to make a few general remarks on its character, and add some notes on features which do not come out conspicuously in his account. The comparison of native Iranian religion with the earlier forms, depicted with masterly analysis by Professor Otto Schrader in his monograph on Indo-European One Religion, shows how much of the primeval inheritance the Iranians retained, much more, it would seem, than the Indo-Aryans. I have just discussed the chief example of the Zondergter, or whom special gods, Schrader regards as conspicuous in the primitive religion. Mithra, as god of contracts, is by no means the only survival of this very ancient type. There is the genius of victory, whom the Greeks as well as the Romans adored. Professor Bartholomew renders Vertrahenvard Trajan assault-repelling, victorious, which implies that the Indian demon Vrtra was a creature of imaginative etymology, belonging to a period when the true meaning of Vrtra was lost. The later Avestan Varethrakna was simply the old Sonder god of war. It would perhaps be right to bring into this class the great Avestan fire spirit, who shares with the earth, Aramati the privilege of keeping under Zarathustra the prominence he enjoyed in air, 1 Aryan religion in 2. 11 to 5770 Early Zoroastrianism, the unreformed Iranian religion. It would have been natural to include fire with the nature gods, as we certainly should do with the Indian Agni. But, as Professor E. Lehman points out, the Indian tribes radically modified their inheritance in this matter when they migrated into a sub-tropical climate. Fire became for them the consumer of the sacrifice, which he bore up to the heavenly ones and with a new function he received a new name, Agni, cognate with the Romans Ignis and the Lithuanian Ugnis Sventa, holy fire. But in Aryan days, as in Herodotus, I-132, and the Avesta, the sacrifice was not burnt at all, but the gods were invited to come down and partake on the spot. The sacred fire was called Ater, the house fire, with which name we compare the Latin atrium, the room that contained the hearth. Northern tribes continued to regard this institution as under the patronage of a specially important Sonder god. Eor/A and Vesta are obvious witnesses, and Ater is of their company. With the migration southwards the hearth fire necessarily disappeared. It is suggestive to compare the change of the old word tepos, which connoted grateful warmth in Italy, and perhaps gave the scyths in their inhospitable country a goddess Tahiti. 2 In India layman how tapas is penance. Shows Ater was the great purifier who illuminated the night, kept off bitter cold and wild beasts, and destroyed noxious and devilish powers generally. The myth of Ater's victory over the serpent Azadadka is one in Sauce's Handbook, p. 183. 2 But see Herd, Die Indo-Germanen, 2. 587 before Zarathustra 71 characteristically Iranian, and goes back to the old nomadic life when the tribes were ranging over the steppes. But indeed it goes back further still, if we may compare with laymen such Germanic myths as Loki's binding by Thor. With the Sondergötter we may also set two other very different conceptions, or sets of conceptions. On the one side is Somahauma, the drink of immortality, suggested to us at this point by the remarkable omission of Herodotus, who says that the Persians used no libation at their sacrifice. Against this negative have the strongest evidence that the Sondergott of the sacred intoxicant exercised his power in Aryan days. Tile 1 would solve the problem by making the cultus late, arising first in a district lying between India and Iran, and spreading NWNSE. The theory breaks down on conclusive evidence that Hauma was known and banned by Zarathustra himself. In Vedic India Soma was, like the Avestan Hauma Duraza averter of death, a drink of mortality, and was closely connected with the moon. The crescent in the tropical evening descends the sky with the horns pointing up to the zenith, suggesting to primitive fancy a cup that was being filled by the gods of the firmament with a draught of silver hue, to be quaffed at the banquet when the day was done. Soma was prepared by crushing the stalk of a plant, not yet identified, which, when fermented, produced a drink strongly alcoholic in character. This feature survives in the Gathas, for Zarathustra sternly ignores the name of the divine drink, and makes unmistakable allusions to the evil one religion's Gesh, 2. 234-72 Early Zoroastrianism results of such a cult. Orgiastic nocturnal sacrifices, held perhaps in honor of Mithra, slayer of the bull, and under the inspiration of Hauma, were among the grievances of quiet Mazdaeasnian agriculturists against the Devaeasnian nomads. When wilt thou smite the pollution of this toxicant? Says the prophet Ys 4810, and though the Magian guardians of his hymns took care that Hauma should not be named, we can hardly doubt that he was meant. Indeed, there is one place, Ys 3214, where his standing epithet Duraza gives us an unambiguous reference. The enemies of the religion promote a slaying of cattle that it may kindle the averter of death to help us. A similar connection between Hauma and the syncretic figure of Mithra, the slayer of the bull, might be recognized in the notice preserved by three Tizias, that the Persian king used to get drunk on the one day of the year when they sacrificed to Mithra. In the period of the Yashts, which seems to have been the age of the kings, Hauma reappears in all his glory. The most elaborate and best preserved of all the hymns is dedicated to him, the only one which still retains its verse character throughout. But we gather that the Iranian Bacchus has in the interval signed the pledge. There is no sug one. It is possible that these orgies included other elements. Dr. Tisdall suggests, Mythic Christs and the True, p. 12, that the confusion in Herodotus between Mithra and Anahita may point to ritual immorality in Mithra worship, resembling what the historian knew of in the cult of Ishtar. 2. Hence Vohumana significantly supplants Mithra as lord of cattle. 3. And Duris, CQ Mont, texts, 2. 10 before Zarathustra 73 Gestion of alcohol, and Hauma is a magical, mystical drink which to all appearance is harmless enough, whether it bestowed immortality or no. I am inclined to suggest that the plant used for this purpose failed the people as they migrated westward out of the land where Zarathustra preached and taught his Gathas. Later substitutes lacked the very element that made Hauma hateful to the prophet and attractive to the reveler. And in another part of Iran the failure of the original plant might well cause the disappearance of the whole ritual, and make the Persian sacrifice lose the libation which in Aryan times was its necessary accompaniment. The fact that Xerxes poured a libation into the sea, as noted above, may be remembered as showing that Herodotus is not quite consistent. And there are one or two theophoric names, with Hauma as first element, which we must not overlook. Haumad and Ta occurs as a Persian name in the Aramaic papyri of Elephantine, at the date 459 1 BC. The Scythians of Hamaarka are named on the Behistan rock, but of course their provenance removes them from Persian surroundings. Last in this class of deities we may note those which were destined to be adapted by Zarathustra for use in his abstract system. The comparison with Roman religion, at which we have hinted already, prepares us to believe in the primitive antiquity of shadowy powers that might well seem to us too advanced for an early period in the development of thought. But it seems undeniable that RTAASA is one according to Professor E. Meyer, Der Papyrusfund von Elephantine. 2874 Early Zoroastrianism, an Aryan conception, the principle of order, conceived as under the guardianship of the highest one gods. Nor was this the only Amshaspand which Zarathustra thus adapted. The connection of his /Sagre, may with dominion, metals be built on a pre-existing Sondergott as well as on the idea of the eschatological ordeal, cp 98. Aramati, the earth, and Orbitat and Amarita, in their connection with water and plants, belong to the type of nature powers. We come into a different sphere when we turn from these abstract divinities, presiding over special provinces of human life, to the *deeds of Indo-European religion, the heavenly who ones, came to their most conspicuous development in the Olympians of Greek fancy. The great pair, heaven and earth, were presumably at their head, and the other nature powers named in the list of Herodotus are also unmistakably of Aryan antiquity. But I need not go into any detail on this subject here, for the most important points connected with the Indian devs and Avestan Dakva will claim very special attention later on. Schrader's remarked that the heavenly ones were less concerned with the guardianship of morality than the ancestor spirits to whom we return in Lecture 8. 2 will prepare 1 C.F. McDonnell, Vedic Mythology, p. 2. Professor Oldenburg would credit Babylon with this conception, see Religion des Veda, 195 ff, where he gives a full account of the Indian picture of RTA. The closeness of Vedic and later Avestan is well seen in the identity, noted by Darmstetter, of the Vedic Khd Rhodesia and Asahiya, ys 10-4. 2 for a specially important ancestor spirit, Yama-Yuma, who is also linked with the heavenly ones, see the discussion of the Iranian fall story, p. 148 f before Zarathustra 75 us for the strange fate which they met in the reform of Zarathustra. We come, finally, to the climax of our problem of reconstruction when we ask in what period the old Iranian religion and the Zarathustrian reform met in the Persian world as a whole, as distinguished from the private belief of a king like Darius and his own caste of Achaemenian Aryans. The first appearance of such critical names as those of Zarathustra, the Amshaspans, and Ahriman will be the indications for which we must be looking. Their absence, as we have seen, need not necessarily outweigh other evidence when a strong case has been made. But of course their positive presence is decisive. For chronological purposes we must depend upon the inscriptions and the Greek writers, the date of the Avesta being transferred from the category of evidence into that of the quod erat demonstrandum. Herodotus, therefore, must be the starting point of our inquiry. I assume for this purpose that he really traveled in countries where he could collect first-hand information about both Persians and Magi. This fact seems to me warranted by the accuracy of his information, which stands all the tests we are able to impose. I need not say I should not claim infallibility for him. Even 20th-century travelers make mistakes, and Herodotus could make a curious blunder about the Persian one language, and by his confusion of Mithra and Anahita provide us with information such as other writers' accuracy cannot always rival. But his knowledge is too detailed and recondite to be obtained without one. See the note below on Herod, I 139, p. 398. 76 Early Zoroastrianism observation. He must, I think, therefore have traveled beyond Babylon. I need not venture more precise definitions, but may note that the late Professor Strachan one included Susa. The period of these travels, about the middle of the 5th century, falls some 70 years after the failure of the Magi in their bid for temporal power. The Magophonia * still kept the memory of their failure alive, but they had long won compensation. Herodotus found them in undisputed possession of the priesthood, and we are free to infer that they were already at work upon that fusion of the three main elements in Avestan religion which we shall find well advanced during the next century. But Herodotus is perfectly aware of the differences between Magian and Persian. The priestly caste preserved their own separate identity, as they were bound to do if they would retain the reverence of their fellow Medes. Indeed, a certain aloofness was effective even for the achievement of their first object, the attaining of an exclusive hold upon the office of Zaotar or Akrakman among the Persians. But this is anticipating the special subject of Lecture 6, and we must return to our chronology. Herodotus is silent as to the crucial names Kpo/Ulakriswu, Apophuivios, and Zwpw. The meaning of his silence I have discussed elsewhere, but it clearly presses us to look carefully for the period when the silence is broken. The question is rather technical, and is discussed accordingly in a special note below, p. 422f, but the results may be collected here. Find that 1 the 6th book of Herodotus, p. 13. 2 Herod, 3. 79, cp 186f before Zarathustra 77. When these names begin to appear in Greek writers, their form proves beyond doubt that they came from Old Persian, and not direct from the Gathas or the later Avesta. There has therefore been adaptation, and it proves to be more considerable than has sometimes been assumed. When we ask for the name of the earliest Greek writer to report these central Avestan titles, we find one a whole century before any other, Xanthus the Lydian, a contemporary of Herodotus, who is credited with a mention of Zoroaster as having lived 6,000 years before Xerxes. 1 The fragment in which the statement is made bears marks of authenticity, and a Lydian had information near at hand in his own country. No native Greek mentions Zoroaster till the middle of the 4th century. Dianon, whose son Clitarchus accompanied Alexander and wrote his annals, explained in the 5th book of his histories that Zacapita Rptjs meant to from about the same date comes the Amp, Lt. Repo 6 witness of the pseudo-Platonic dialogue Alcibiades where read of Zoroaster son of Oromasdes. The work Hepel said Aristotle, in Los Ce and Amp, Gt, and Amp, Lt, Aacro and Amp, Lt/af, is by Diogenes III to have mentioned the two principles, Oromasdes and Hades Zeus or Araeomanios. We see then that the Greeks knew of Zoroaster and the deity he preached at the end of the reign of Artaxerxes Mnemon, 404 to 358 BC, and knew of Ahriman a little later. Now at this point we are reminded that the king just named was an innovator in religion. Beresis 1 See the note on Diogenes Laertius, below, p. 415. 2 Ibid. See also p. 210 f3 cp 415. 78 Early Zoroastrianism tells us that he set up images of Anahita, and if his testimony is questioned as dating a century after Mnemon, there is the fact that the king's two inscriptions support the statement. In that from Susa he too says, by the grace of Oromazda, Anahita, and Mithra I built this palace. May Oromazda, me and Anahita, and Mithra protect. In the British Museum inscription from Hamadan we find the words, let Oromazda, Anahita, and Mithra protect me, curiously spelt, in the Old Persian text. The triad never appears in the earlier Achaemenian inscriptions, and it is very significant, as noted elsewhere, p. 239, that of the two newcomers the goddess stands first. How far does this take us? Practically, I think, to a conclusion that a religion much like that of the Yashts was established in the Persian court and among the people in the first half of the 4th century. Anahita had fairly arrived, and her images were familiar, before the 5th Yasht could be composed. Zarathustra's name was venerated as that of a divine sage supposed to have lived millennia before. The Magi, cp 135f, had taken out of the Gathas his epithet for the spirit of evil, and the metrical Yashts could be composed much as we have them, with but little that we could call really Zoroastrian. The religion was practically the unreformed Iranian polytheism, with the reformer's name retained to atone for the absence of his spirit. What new elements there were came not from him, but from Semitic sources, or through the powerful influence of one A.P. Clam. Alex, Protr, v. 65. CP 68. 2. In the Sujanian version, the Old Persian is defective. Before Zarathustra 79 the Magian priesthood, already at work. The day of their complete triumph was not yet. How they effected a further syncretism, introducing much that differed widely from Zarathustra, and even from the Iranian religion on which he built, is another story, to which we must devote a separate lecture. When we come to this, we shall find that, though another 5 centuries have passed, the Magian priests preserved the old remarkably well, and did not only establish the new. Lecture 3 The Prophet and the Reform. They said unto him, Who art thou? He said, I am a voice. Gospel of John. That Zarathustra is a historical character, who was already ancient when the Greeks first heard his name, has been briefly stated in the preceding lectures. In returning to the subject rather more fully, I cannot do better than quote the excellent summary of Professor Geldner, which comes to us with authority from one of the 2 or 3 greatest living experts. The Gathas alone claim to be authentic utterances of Zoroaster, his actual expressions in presence of the assembled congregation. They are the last genuine survivals of the doctrinal discourses with which as the promulgator of a new religion he appeared at the court of King Vishtaspa. The person of the Zoroaster whom we meet with in these hymns differs totoxlo from the Zoroaster of the younger Avesta. He is the exact opposite of the miraculous personage of later legend, a mere man, standing always on the solid ground of reality, whose only arms are trust in his God and the protection of his powerful allies. At times his position is precarious enough. He whom we hear in the Gathas has had to face not merely all forms of outward opposition and the unbelief and lukewarmness of one in British L/XXVIII. 1040 The Prophet and the Reform 81 adherents, but also the inward misgivings of his own heart as to the truth and final victory of his cause. At one time hope, at another despondency, now assured confidence, now doubt and despair, here a firm faith in the speedy coming of the kingdom of heaven, there the thought of taking refuge by flight. Such is the range of the emotions which find their immediate expression in these hymns. And the whole breathes such a genuine originality, all is psychologically so accurate and just, the earliest beginnings of the new religious movement, the childhood of a new community of faith, are reflected so naturally in them all, that it is impossible for a moment to think of a later period of composition by a priesthood whom we know to have been devoid of any historical sense and incapable of reconstructing the spiritual conditions under which Zoroaster lived. It is needless to elaborate the estimate sketched in this paragraph, which must, I think, command the assent of all really careful and unbiased readers of the Gathas. I will only fill in the outline a little in 2 parts of the picture. The proper names of the Gathas supply us with evidence which the mythical theory will find it hard to rebut. Zarathustra himself is a problem for the mythologist to start with. By various manipulations the name has been tortured into conformity with meanings more or less appropriate for legend, and if the motive be supplied we might conceive popular etymology at work in a dialect more or less remote from that in which the name originated. But apart from such, and surely the burden of proof must rest on those who insist on deserting the natural for the recondite, no one could doubt that like his father-in-law Zoroaster one of the most ingenious may be seen in F. Miller's paper, WZKM, /892, p. 264. 682 Early Zoroastrianism. The prophet was named from one Udalatra, the camel, just as his patron Pistaispa and his son-in-law Jamaispa from Aspa, the horse, compare Prex Aspes, Frasjpa in Herodotus. The case is strengthened by the similarity of the other names in the primitive circle. The clan name to Spitama is not quite clear, but it is most naturally derived from Spita, Skt Vitra, Oe. Wit, white, which does not lend itself to suggestions of myth. Zarathustra's parents, Porushaspadaghova Gray and, with horses who has milked cows are not named in the Gathas, but the later Avesta did not invent these very prosaic names. 3. The Gathic Hvagva, the clan name of the brothers Frashayashtra and Jamaspa, and of Zarathustra's wife means Hvovi, having fine oxen. These names all suggest very clearly the pastoral community in which they arose. The prophet's cousin Madi Dimdva, a name, born, at mid-month has of a different stamp, but no less unhopeful for the theorist out myth hunting. Zarathustra's children are equally suggestive in a complementary way. His son is at Vastra, not Gathic, desiring pastures, represents one very prominent side of Zarathustra's ideal. His daughter Porasista, whose nuptial ode is Ys 53, is 1 CRWB, where 1676, Zarant, old, Strant, Yephuv, is, we think rightly, taken as supplying the first part. May imagine his parents commemorating in the name a camel they had ridden for many years. See also Zoom RWB, 240, for the latest misdirected ingenuity in this field. 2 CFTRT/ZAS Intizias, Strida/U.FTJS, an Eastern Iranian. 3 Thomas Hyde, Historia, p. 312, equates Dughdhova with dodo, and favors us with a plate whereby we may recognize the bird. Mythologists might make capital out of this, I cheerfully present them with the hint. The Prophet and the Reform 83 who named very thoughtful by a father regarded thought as great riches, and did not grudge it to a daughter. The whole series evidences a very real and lifelike situation. I will only further repeat, from Bartholomew, a Gathic verse which crystallizes particularly well the reality of the conditions under which the Gathas arose. The Ravi's wanton did not please Zarathustra's Spitama at the winter gate, in that he stayed him from taking refuge with him, and when there came to him also Zarathustra's 2 steeds shivering with cold, Ys 51:12. Zarathustra, traveling in the bitter cold of a Persian winter, had been turned away from shelter by the servant of a Kavi, or Dakvayasjia chief, whom he fiercely calls by an opprobrious name. This little picture from homely experience may be commended as a promising exercise to the pupils of Jensen for interpretation in terms of astral mythology. The reader who is not yet satisfied as to the hopelessness of the quest of legend in the Gathas may look at Ys 29 10 31 15 44 ones and many other stanzas in the translations of the appendix below, with the note on the first of them. The crucial question of the date of Zarathustra has been discussed already in the first lecture. The question of the sphere of his ministry is equally important and closely linked with it. I need not repeat here the argument of Professor Williams 1 Jackson, by which he seeks to prove that Zarathustra was born in Azerbaijan, in western Iran, but that there is at least a good case for supposing him to have preached in Bactria. Professor Jackson gives impartial 1 Zoroaster, p. 205-225. 84 Early Zoroastrianism summaries of the argument for Media and that for Bactria. The former, p. 224, includes some pleas which disappear automatically if there is anything in my doctrine of the Magian stratum in the Avesta. Western elements will, on my reading, be introduced by Median Magi, who need have had nothing at all to do with the pure Zarathustrian propaganda of generations earlier. I am not impressed with the oft-repeated conjecture that the Median king Phraaorts was the first to introduce Zoroastrianism as the national religion of Media. That his name really among means one confessor is only several possibilities, and if it does, we must not overlook the fact that Herodotus, to whom we owe our knowledge of this king's existence, tells us that his grandfather, a person in private life, had the same name. I had occasion at the end of Lecture 2 to sketch some of the considerations which weigh with me in my conviction that I must go forth boldly from Professor Jackson's cautiously neutral position, and seek the first home of Parsism in eastern Iran. Before developing this further, I should like to quote Professor Bartholomew, with whose judgment on this important matter I am glad to find myself in accord. He says, in RWB 1675, the assertion that Zarathustra was born in the west of Iran is by no means inconsistent with the fact that all decisive passages of the Avesta, especially YT 1906f, point to the east, the neighborhood of Lake Haman. We can suppose that the reformer left his home because he found no sympathy there, or was even driven to leave it. May also thus interpret the strong emphasis he laid on 1c below, p. 269. The Prophet and the Reform 85 Agriculture. The west of Iran undoubtedly took a higher position in agriculture than in the east, where complete settlement was still far off. Zarathustra must accordingly have set himself to transplant to the scene of his active work the blessing of the well-ordered conditions prevailing in the home of his birth. It is thus quite conceivable that Vishtaspa as a wise ruler gave his special favor and support to the exiled preacher just because of these efforts of his. That Bactria was a perfectly possible field for Zarathustra's preaching is suggested by some inferences from a report we possess of a mission of Kachangin to the north of the Oxus in 128 BC. The envoy found in Taiyuan, Khorasan, and Tahia, Bactria, two classes of population, nomads, and unwarlike. Of the latter he says that they can make themselves understood from Fergana to Parthia with difference of dialect. The men have deep blue eyes and large beards and whiskers. They are astute traders. In Tahia there is no supreme ruler, each city and town electing its own chief. They pay great deference to their women, the husbands being guided by them in their decisions. 1. This last point recalls the Germans of Tacitus, as does the description of their physique. Have we here the traces of the northern immigration? I am very much afraid we cannot credit the earliest Indo-European immigrants made into Asia with being unwarlike, but they have attained to this more civilized state after a few generations of settled life. The nomads on this view will be aboriginal. However this may be, the agricultural population, dwelling among nomads, reflects the features of the Gathas sufficiently well. The local one I summarize from Mr. W. W. Tarn's paper, Notes on Hellenism in Bactria and India, Journ. Of Hellenic Studies, XXII. 268 to 293 86 Early Zoroastrianism Autonomy Answers to the familiar Avestan institution of Xanthopati and V.L. Spati. Vishtaspa himself need not have been a ruler of the Western autocratic style. In addition to Bartholomew's quotation, where good Pahlavi tradition recognizes the Haman swamp in Xistan, we have the fact that Aryanavayajat is mentioned with Vidirazam, Charismia, and Sui Na, Sogdiana, as the last link of a chain extending from Se to Ne1 with the statement quoted above from Mr. Tarn's paper, that in the 2nd century BC the Bactrians could make themselves understood as far as Parthia. We may compare Strabo's remark, p. 724, that the name of Ariana extends as far as to include Bactrians and Sogdians, who are nearly identical in speech. On this see further p. 233f. There are sundry arguments on points of detail which might be elaborated here, but I only wish to dwell now on some general considerations. An assertion more often made than proved is that the Avesta owes much to Babylonian ideas. I have to confess that I cannot discover what these ideas may be. Too few isolated possibilities, clearly late in origin, may be collected, but, speaking generally, the Avesta is remarkably free from influences of the kind, and when we go back to the Gathas there is literally nothing to suggest it. Now, when we remember how widespread the dominion of Babylon was in matters of thought, we can hardly doubt that only a distant and rather primitive country could have been free from its influence. Note, for instance, the striking absence of star 1 Reichelt, a Vesta reader, p. 97, citing YTIOU, VD\LF, and the Cunia NR form inscript. DAR. PERSE2, A3, D52, 63 in Bartholomew's notation. To see this discussed more fully in Lecture 7. The Prophet and the Reform 87 lore in the Gathas, and its strict limitation in the later Avesta. Professor Cumont's recent American lectures bring out impressively how powerful was the astrology how of Babylon. Did Parsism escape all real trace of its influence? This consideration reinforces what I said above about the slowness with which real Zarathustrian conceptions found their way to the West. We shall see that the Amshaspans are the most distinctive feature of Zarathustra's own thought. That they can hardly be traced outside the Avesta till the 1st century AD is an obvious fact, even though we can get scraps of evidence for them in earlier days, enough to establish a presumption that they were already in one being. But if we had nothing but this evidence to rely upon, it would go hard with us in our effort to prove the historicity of Zarathustra's person and the antiquity of his Gathas. The real answer to the skeptic's question, where were the Amshaspans during the last 5 centuries BC, is in eastern Iran, outside the world no. The religious abstractions of Zarathustra were in any case far too difficult for the popular mind. They attracted thoughtful aristocrats, and chiefs who felt the economic advantages of the extremely sane and practical lore of husbandry with which they seemed so strangely linked. But outside the court we may be quite sure the Iranian people went on with their old nature worship as before, even as they were certainly doing when the father of history traveled in Aryan lands. And when at last the esoteric teaching of the great prophet and thinker found its public, it was through the interpretation of ritualist magi, 1 see below, p. 104 f. 88. Early Zoroastrianism faithful to some, but by no means all, of the doctrines they had brought from far, as the Haptain Haiti significantly hints. 1. The Amshaspans are just the element most likely to fall into the background until the Magi had fully developed their angelology, and adapted the conceptions of the prophet whom they claimed as one of themselves, to fit their own elaborated dualism. I do not think we need more explanation of the silence about the most conspicuous, but least popular, element in the theology of the Gathas. I have discussed elsewhere, p. 39 ff, the problem of the religion of the Achaemenians, and have argued for the conjecture that Vishtaspa the father of Darius was deliberately named after the king whose favor gave Zarathustra his long-sought success. That Vishtaspa's queen Hudasa was also commemorated in the Achaemenian family, in Atassa the daughter of Cyrus, is the only piece of evidence I know in support of the claim that Cyrus was in any sense a Zoroastrian. It seems to me that both names show simply the existence of a pronounced connection with the ancient royal house in which Zarathustra found shelter. That connection need not in either case be religious. It is possible enough that Achaemenes, Haemanus was the founder of a new dynasty of Aryans in the very country where Vishtaspa ruled, and that the interval was occupied by Turanian chiefs, 1 Ys 42-6. Ao Orunam Kape Diajaram Yazamate Yoayam Dirul Axo Ido Dahiunkm, and the coming again of the priests we adore, who go from far to them that seek right in the lands. The later Avesta distinguishes priests on home and on foreign service, see RWB, 681, 865. The Prophet and the Reform 89 who seized power under conditions vividly portrayed in the legends. We remember that Zarathustra himself was slain, according to Firdausi, in the Turanian invasion at the storming of Balkh. 1. To other indications that Vishtaspa's country was in eastern Iran, I might add the fact already noted in Lecture 2. p. 45, that Darius's father was in Parthia when a rebellion broke out. I have conjectured that he was king, like Cyrus at Murgab, but not king of kings, succeeding to a satrapy carved out of a petty monarchy which had perhaps been established in Parthia since the Achaemenian dynasty arose. The other branch of the family, from which Cyrus sprang, may have established themselves in a different part of eastern Iran. When they extended their power westward, or actually migrated to Ansan, driven out possibly by the same forces which we have postulated for the fall of the old Kayanian dynasty, we naturally cannot tell. I do not, of course, claim this reconstruction as anything more than conjectural, but I think it meets the facts. It suits, moreover, the linguistic phenomena. In dialect and in thought, taken together, the Gatha Haptang Haiti stands nearest of Iranian documents to the Veda. Gathic was on my view the language of a district lying halfway between Parthia and the Indus, now Sistan. Sistan is described as a country of fertile soil, well fitted therefore for either tilling or grazing, and suited to the pursuits which are preached so earnestly in the Gathas. Here the Bundahash finds Lake Kazaya, in which the seat of Zarathustra was preserved under the guardianship of myriads of Fravishis till the time of Saoshyant's conception. 1 C. Jackson, Zoroaster, 130. 90 Early Zoroastrianism. Somewhere in this triangular district, with Parthia, Bactria, and Drangayana as its apices, we may suppose that Vishtaspa reigned and Zarathustra won his converts. The latitude 30 N has already been noted as suiting some astronomical conditions, p24, it is about the most northerly at which the four regent stars could all be observed ruling 4 quarters of the sky when their leader, Sirius, rose. This would probably mean that we should find 2 districts, fairly separated from one another, but both near the same parallel, to account for the difference between Gathic and later Avestan dialect. The latter would presumably be located on the western side of our suggested area, so as to be a step towards the occupation of Media which comes before us in historic times. The totally unknown names which fill the role of departed saints in YT 13, and the absence of historical monarchs in the royal records of YT 19, help us to realize that it was not in the Avestan period that the religion fairly occupied the lands we know from history. I have tried to prove elsewhere, p77, that the first half of the 4th century marks the most distinctive epoch in the westward spread of the syncretic religion which absorbed the teaching of Zarathustra. Since I make no pretense to completeness, and aim only at examining a series of important problems which are vital to a real understanding of the religion, I need not apologize for spending more space on the question of the birthplace of the faith than upon the personal history of the reformer. It is little enough that we can gather from the Gathas as to Zarathustra's life and work, and the later legends are the Prophet and the Reform 91 mostly negligible, except in so far as their absurdity throws up in relief the entire credibility of the story which underlies the Gathas. One of these legends I will just mention because of its literary association. In my early religious poetry of Persia, p. 51-54, I sketched the possibility that in the most famous of his shorter poems Virgil used the story that Zoroaster laughed when he was born. When, then, Virgil calls on his wondrous child, in Sipe, Purupur, Rasukognoskara Matram, may he means rival the storied sage of the East. I repeat part of my argument in support of this thesis, assuming that this means to greet thy mother with a and smile the alternative her smile forces the by Latin intolerably we have at once a difficulty which seems to have escaped the commentators. The whole point of the passage is that the child is newborn indeed, if Professor Conway is too right, not even that. And when did a newborn child laugh or even smile at anybody? Is not the poet here, as in so much of this mysterious poem, using Eastern imagery? Rissus Eadem di quo genitus esset unum hominum accepimus Zoroasterum, says Pliny, HN, 715, a century after the Eclogue was written. Virgil's child should share that unique distinction. Indeed, the remaining lines of the poem will gain point if we assume that Virgil, so diligent a reader of Greek literature, knew what Greek writers had told of Zoroaster generations before, his receiving laws in direct converse with the deity. Virgil's conclusion, in Sipe, Purupur, qui non ricere parent. Or parentis, ne dies hunc mensa, dea ne dignata cubili est, 1. These are of course accessible Indiana Jackson's Zoroaster. 2. Virgil's Messianic Eclogue, London, 1907, p. 13 ff. Note Mr. Ward Fowler's interesting citation from Suetonius in the same book, p. 71, showing that Virgil himself was believed at birth to have abstained from crying. 92 Early Zoroastrianism is in its first element well satisfied by this illusion, assuming the classical embellishment that the divinity not only instructed but feasted the sage. To bring in the second point involves the assumption that the West had received another very prominent element in the Zoroaster legend. That we have no evidence of this may be frankly confessed, but its absence is entirely natural. In the Yashts we read of Zarathustra's wife Hvovi, a member of a noble family at Vishtaspa's court. Two brothers of this family are named with their patronymic in the Gathas as conspicuous among Zarathustra's disciples and helpers. On this wholly natural basis later legend built a marvelous superstructure. Unfortunately we cannot fix the period, or tell whether there was authority for it in ancient Avestan texts. According to this story, Zarathustra has no children by Hvovi in the natural order, but they are to become the parents of 3 sons who shall be born as the regeneration draws near, the last of them being Saoshyant. It is obvious that Hvovi might just as well be a goddess bride outright, and Virgil may very easily have heard the story in this form, which assimilates it to myths of Greece long familiar to him. I need add nothing to my exposition, except my gratification that I have convinced colleague Professor Conway, who has peculiar claims on our attention in questions affecting Virgil's messianic eclogue. Another legend, that Zoroaster met his double or Fravashi walking in a one garden, is interesting because of Shelley's use of it, cp 254. But as we should never think of accepting more than a very small percentage of the legends as worthy of serious investigation, we may pass on. It will be more profit one. My colleague Professor Herford tells me that Shelley was well read in the history of non-Christian religions, which had been made easily accessible by the French encyclopedists. Apart from this hint I have no information for identifying Shelley's source. The Prophet and the Reform 93 able to study the self-portraiture in the Gathas, dim and scanty though it is, as presented in the translation below. No reader even of these crabbed and obscure texts can fail to realize the sacred ambition of their author, his determined fight against tremendous difficulties, and his unquenchable hope of ultimate triumph, in a world to come if not here below. We turn to the characterizing of Zarathustra's theology, apart from the 2 special sides of it which are to occupy us in lectures 4 and V. I begin with his conception of God. It was shown in Y's lecture I that the special cultus of the Asura must have been in existence ages before the traditional date of Zarathustra, and long before any date that we can with probability assign him. 1. The wise Lord was the special deity of the Aryans, by whom we must in the Sujanian version of the Behistun inscription, which records the fact, understand the highest social caste, including perhaps all who were really descended from the immigrants from Europe, as distinguished from aboriginal populations that spoke Aryan language. The API Avroi of Herodotus will represent the same caste. Now, Zarathustra could not belong to 2 of the 6 Median tribes, and the explicit evidence that Ahura Mazda was God of the Aryans is reason enough for believing that he was himself an Aryazantu, and not the Magus that much later ages assumed him to be. For those, therefore, among whom Zarathustra grew up, Ahura Mazda was the clan god p. 51, of their caste, as superior to the gods of other castes as the Aryan was to the Magus or the Budian, but 1 see above, p. 31f, and the more technical discussion, p. 422 f. 94 early Zoroastrianism only gods of greatest one after all. It would seem that Zarathustra's first step was to rise from this higher polytheism to monotheism, from a god who was greatest of gods to a god who stood alone. I am assuming for the present that Zarathustra's religion really was monotheistic, postponing the clearing up of some indications which appear to deny this. It is natural to ask whether we can guess any of the forces that work towards monotheism in Zarathustra's mind. Judging that mind solely from the Gathas, we find its distinguishing note to be the remarkable combination of abstractness and practical sense. In the world of thought Zarathustra lives among qualities and attributes and principles which are as real to him as anything he can see, but never seem to need personification. but the ideal never obscures the real for him, and his communion with shadowy spiritual essences leaves him free to come down to cows and pastures without any sense of incongruity. Taking this as a clue, we see at once how the elevation of the god of his caste would effect itself in his mind. His own caste was agricultural, and there were nomad castes from which they were receiving perpetual injury. The fact would stimulate a lively hatred towards the gods of their oppressors. And the national emphasis on truth would produce in such a mind the speculative inference that truth must be one, the two qualities of the prophet's thought converging thus on one great inference to which he was almost the earliest of mankind to leap. The God who takes his place thus at the center of the reformer's religion had lost, if he ever possessed, one so makista baganum on the inscriptions. The prophet and the reform 95 on all real traits of an elemental deity. This I need not repeat what I said in Lecture 2. That Mazda's connection with Varuna is but slight, as Professor Jackson 1 declares, may be set beside the doubt whether Varuna himself was originally elemental. When Darius in his great creedal formula glorifies Mazda as creator of heaven and to earth, any primitive identification with the bright or dark sky must clearly have been long forgotten. And if there are traces in the Avesta of physical attributes which need explaining as survivals, we have only to remember that the Devayasana avowedly set the sky god in the center, and that plentiful elements from that cultus remained in the thought even of strict Zoroastrians in the period when syncretism was advanced or complete. When Ngramenu was thought of as Vttoyfjv *Ahura Mazda was naturally established in the sky without any recollection of a primitive connection. Whether these survivals, then, are real or accidental, matters very little. It is more important to gather up the moral and spiritual characteristics of the God so he pictured. Is creator of all things, as YS 44 brings out in great fullness, and Darius' creed in brief. Darkness as well as light is his work, YS 44:5 and, upon him the whole course of things depends. He knows all things men's secret sins, YS 31:13, and events of the distant future, YS 33:13. He has absolute sovereignty YS 31:21, though, as shall one Grundriss, 2. P 633. 2 with which we may compare the cult title Deus, Creator, which gave a name to the 10th month in the calendar, early adopted in Cappadocia, CP 434. It is a regular title of Mazda in the later Avesta. 3 see below, P 128 F 96 Early Zoroastrianism. See later, the presence of the evil power limits that sovereignty during a fixed period of time. And with absolute power and boundless wisdom he has complete freedom from any stain of unworthiness or evil. This is quite consistent with the use of not a little anthropomorphic phraseology, which is never allowed to include what would in any sense mar the dignity of the conception of God or associate grotesque incongruities with the reverence due to him. There is, I think, no anthropomorphism in the Gathas to which we could not find an adequate parallel in the Old Testament. To understand Zarathustra's doctrine of God we must carefully study the one Amshaspans, to give them the Pahlavi title as most convenient. It is very important to notice that the title, though old as the Gatha Haptain Haiti, is not found in the Gathas proper at all. Bartholomew is right in urging that them the collection of one body into not is Gathic, and results in the obliteration of the special char actor of the 6 divinities included. The segregation of the 6 under a collective name is a work of later theology. It is true that there are many verses in the Gathas where most of them are named, and 1 or 2 where they all 6 appear, and in the usual order, in a verse that looks very much like a catechism answer. 2 But there is a very marked difference in one in its oldest form, Gathic dialect, Spanta Amtsa or in reverse order, each occurring once in Gatha Haptain Haiti. On the meaning of Spanta, see below, P 144 F2 F *47 CERPP, 108 F. I ought to reserve the point of order as far as the first 2 are concerned. In the Gathas, though not in the later Avesta, Asha seems to lead. All the 6 appear also in YS 4510, in marked dependence on Ahura. See the note there. The Prophet and the Reform 97a. The prominence of the members of the Hexad. Rough enumeration of the occurrences of the words in the Gathas discounted by the difficulty of allowing for places where the names may have no reference to the Amshaspans shows that appears 10 to 15 times as often as Orvidat and Amdr9tdt, fully 3 times as often as Sabra, and 4 times as often as Aramati. Asha and Vohumana are obviously far more important than the others. And it is not easy to draw a sharp line between the least conspicuous Amshaspans and other spirits of the named same general class. Srosa, obedience, is almost as often as Orvidat in the Gathas and, Deservan, ox soul, G Dustazan, ox creator, A and tar, fire, have a conspicuous place. Bartholomew calls them all Ahuras, and they seem to be alike marked with the distinctive feature of Zarathustra's spirit world. That is, as I take it, the Ahuras are not really separate from Mazda or subordinate to him, they seem to be essentially part of his own being, attributes of the divine endowed with a vague measure of separate existence for the purpose of bringing out the truth for which they severally stand. When the very name of good thought can thereby be replaced thought in addressing Mazda, it is clear that Vohumana cannot be detached from Mazda except as far as Spenta Manu, his holy May spirit, be, and if this is true of one of the 2 greatest Amshaspans, it may fairly be presumed of the rest. When in later times Aramati was called Mazda's daughter, and Adar his son, it was really he materialized expression of the same fact. What I have said carries with it, if true, the Sakri 798 early Zoroastrianism vice of any close connection between the Amshaspans and similar figures of Vedic or of Babylonian mythology. In an early work, Ormazd Araman, 1877, Darmstaedter tried to demonstrate the existence of a link between the Amshaspans and the Aditya of name India, whose one's infinite resembled the immortals of the Avesta. I can see no objection in principle to our allowing the Aditya's influence upon the process of collecting the Hexad into a special class, nor should I protest with any energy if an Aryan title were held to lie behind the name by which in the Haptane Haiti the heavenly collegium was distinguished. Indeed, I think it likely that Zarathustra intentionally took up Aryan mythos where it compromised number 1 principle. That Aramati is clearly the genius of the earth in the Gathas is noted elsewhere, and that the connection between Sattara and metals forms the basis of the eschatological idea of the Aya/Sista, p. 157f. That Orvidat and M9R9 Tat are water and plants is still more patent. One might almost suggest that Zarathustra took out of the popular religion the animistic idea of Titifravasi possessed by every creation of Ahura, and drew from it what suited him. More seductive is the suggestion that the Amshaspans are connected with the baby Ionian planet world. There is the fact that Asura Mazas in the Assyrian inscription already referred to is associated with the 7 Agigi. Now we have undeniably 7 Amshaspans in later stages of Parsism. In YTW 1382f have their 7-fold unity insisted on with 1. Some good points in this direction are made by Pi of Carnoy in his article on Aramati in Le Museum, NS, 13. 127ff. The Prophet and the Reform 99 emphasis, and their common relation to one Father, we the Creator Ahura Mazda. Must suppose Srasha to be the 7th. One sometimes when the 7 are named, Ahura himself is included. It is noteworthy that in Tobit the 7 spirits are expressly dissociated from God as subordinate. The trait may go back to the Magian original and answer to Asura Mazas and the 7 Agigi. This fixing of the Amshaspans as 7 has parallels in the history of the Adityas, as Darmstaedter showed. Whether it came into Parsism by way of Babylonian astrologry, or represents the survival of an Aryan cultus to which Zarathustra's system has been accommodated by the methods of Procrustes, we need not stay to inquire, for we are concerned with Zarathustra's own concepts alone. And here we must resolutely put aside presuppositions drawn from later Parsism, and realize that Zarathustra cannot be proved by any valid evidence to have created a hexad, far less a heptad, to have given them a collective name, or to have depended on either Aryan or Babylonian hints for the invention of abstract ideas strikingly in keeping with his own characteristic thought. We may notice further, in studying the Amsha spans in the Gathas, that there is the same absence of stereotyped forms which we shall observe later in the crucial case of the evil spirit's name. In the later of Esterite Vahiyua dominion is regularly is Varya, Spjanta and good too desirable is piety AM1 so YS 5712, Srahasha returns to the assembly of the SP who man too ought to be chosen, i.e. by free will of Kasartelli. It is not Gathic, but YS 4313, 511 show it in the context 100 early Zoroastrianism thought is a fixed combination. But in the Gathas Vohu, good goes with Sabra, YS 3122, as well as May thought Mana, and good take the superlative Vahista or the possessive while thy, Aramati usually does without an epithet, or has good like her comrades, only 5 times claiming the holy that later became a fixed part of her name. This goes with the obvious fact that the words asa, mana, and sacra, and even amorated, can be used without reference to the technical meaning, while often we are left with no decisive criterion by which to decide between the small initial and the capital in our translation. It is all characteristic of the early stage of development in which we find these floating we abstractions, still perfectly fresh and free. Must clearly leave plenty of time for the appellations to become stereotyped. Those who believe that the Indo-Scythian coin legend Sharavar in the 1st century AD had been developed out of /sa or a Varya in a generation or two are pressing probabilities very far indeed. Strabo has in a well-known passage described the cult of Omanus, or Omans, in Cappadocia. The description is cited in full below, p. 409. Omanus is associated with Anna One-itis, and we are told that an image of him is taken in procession. Strabo had seen this cult himself. In another passage, p. 512, he says that Persian generals built a large barrow in commemoration of a great slaughter of Sakas, and set up the shrine of Anaitis and the gods who share Tov Tavro. 81 FT and AMP, LT, HS Avitrites Colo /Zavov TRJ and AMP, LT, S Vivo /Stray Toftu and AMP, GT, VKALKAL and AMP, LT, RR, KOIL, TLV, 6AVOV Tovoyavo TRO /JNRFV Phi Ravrayu.evog Tketva 8. TV Rats Krop KTS Zkrat KAL2. An AMP, LT /an AMP, GT, S the Prophet and the Reform 101 altars with her, Omanus and Anadatus, Persian he one divinities. Connects this with the Sakasa, which was still observed at Zela, in Pontus. I have quoted the passages to show how far we may regard them as relevant for our present subject. It is generally assumed that Omanus is Vohumana, while Ava's drove is supposed to be a false reading for A/UAP's drove, and so A to represent MDRDTDT. There are too many assumptions here to make me feel at all easy. Good thought and immortality might be selected as the first and the last of the Amshaspans, according to the usual later order. But there is nothing beyond the name Omanus to suggest Amshaspans at all. They have no special link with Anahita, who was, as we see elsewhere, a deity quite foreign to primitive Zoroastrianism. That need mean little, for clearly the cult here described has suffered severely from syncretism. But the L6 Avov of Vohumana has naturally raised we much difficulty. Are assuredly in a very unfamiliar atmosphere when such a divinity has ceased to be aniconic. Geldner, however, has supplied a parallel from the Avesta which is convincing too enough. VDN 19 given the of rules are 2025 for cleansing vo humana, who is to be taken up by the worshipper and laid down under the light of heaven, and then perfumed with incense. The Pahlavi explains it here as meaning the man's clothes, since the Amshaspan presided over cattle and therefore presumably over hides used for raiment. It will be admitted that Geldner's suggestion is more probable. The KTTT to TRJ and AMP, LT, Iaveldulzo. KOITOJV and AMP, LT, TVFT and AMP, LT, I, FJ. And AMP, LT, J, VO /Zavov /Katavasarav I Lepkrikov Psi Kova and AMP, GT, V2 Grundris, 2. 39 at WVLPOV is Ptapto 102 Early Zoroastrianism Vendidat is not likely to contain ritual matter that is older than Strabo, and under the guidance of Magian ideas a worship very different from the old Aryan imageless cult, and still more different from the spiritual religion of Zarathustra, would easily we develop with the name as the only link. Are familiar enough with this kind of process in the history of religion. Those who question the identity of Ominous and vo humana should at any rate be ready with an alternative explanation, when Strabo definitely says he and Anidatus were Persian one Yoav. The recognition of Amarita in the corrupt name that follows must of course be left open. I am not disposed to make use of Strabo's evidence as proof that the Amshaspans were popular divinities in Cappadocia in the 1st century. Scholar whose skepticism is robust enough to make him postulate Gathas composed in a dead language under the inspiration of Philo will not be troubled greatly with an argument drawn from the identification of Ominous, nor will he recognize the necessity of providing an alternative. I only point out here that Strabo's witness is perfectly congruous on the orthodox theory, and actually gains in reasonableness when we put Zarathustra's date further back still. It is, moreover, supported by the nearly contemporary witness of the coins of Kanishka and Hyuvishka. There we have Kshatra and perhaps Asha, with the form stereotyped and developed into Middle Persian dialect, while the presence of the disguised form of the name of Vishtaspa's father Orvatispa testifies to the permanence of the Zarathustrian tradition, and the 1c note L on p. 101. The Prophet and the Reform 103 names of old Aryan gods Varethrakna, Tishtraya, or perhaps Tira cp 435f, Mithra, etc. attest the syncretism of the Avesta as already complete. But here comes in Professor Cumont's argument from the Cappadocian calendar. In a short note appended to a quotation from Moses of Chorene, Tx. 2:6, he calls attention to the fact that the Cappadocian months bore names Avestan scarcely altered, as may be seen undeniably from the names as restored from a medley of late Greek manuscripts in Cumont's first volume, texts, I 132. The discovery is indeed an old one, going back to Henri Estienne's Thesaurus, and the great names of Benfey and Lagarde are connected with the working out of the Persian equivalents. In Cumont's note, 2.6, we read that certain indications appear to show that the adoption of the Persian calendar in Cappadocia took place about 400 BC during the Achaemenian period, anyhow, though it is very difficult to determine more precisely the date at which they began to use in Asia Minor these foreign names of the months. In a separate note at the end of this book I attempt some discussion of the case which Professor Cumont thus accepts as proved, for the argument is only presented by references to other literature, and here I will assume its truth. It will be noticed at once that all 6 Amshaspans are in the list, which is sufficient proof that if the great Belgian savant is quoted in support of Darmstedter's paradoxical dating of the Gathas, it can only be for an attenuated fragment of the same. For of course Darmstedter's case rests on the assertion that the Amshaspans are ultimately due to Philo, and here is Cumont declaring that they 104 early Zoroastrianism not only existed but had been exported to Cappadocia nearly 4 centuries before Philo was born. To enlarge further on Darmstedter's unlucky theory is, however, not my purpose here. How does Qmont's date for the adoption of the Persian calendar in Cappadocia square with the evidence we have traced, showing that the Amshaspans were almost unknown in western Iran until a period generations later than this? The first observation we make is that the date, which would bear bringing down towards the middle of the 4th century if we see other reasons, is in the reign of Artaxerxes Neman. Now, as we see elsewhere, p. 77f, this king was the promoter of a new religious syncretism. If Darius I attaches himself to Zarathustra, and Xerxes represents mostly a relapse into Aryan nature worship, Artaxerxes too is emphatically the patron of the Magian movement. He is the first Achaemenian of whom we can say that the later Avesta fairly now represents his religion. The mere repetition of the deities of the Persian Cappadocian calendar is enough to show what has happened to the Amshaspans meanwhile. They are, in order of their months, the Fravishis, Ashavahishta, Orvidat, one Tishtraya, Amarita, Kshatravarya, Mithra, Apamnapat, Atar, Dathush, the Creator, Vohumana, Spenta Armati. The names are in their later form with epithets fixed and an integral part of the title. They are altogether out of order. Note that the inseparable pair, Orvidat and Amarita, is divided, and the cult epithet of Mazda occurs in the name of the 10th month. Then we find the 6 Zoroastrian angels one tier, see below, p. 435f, the Prophet and the Reform 105, accompanied by 2 others, Fire and the Creator, who would suit the Zoroastrian and the pre-Reformation creed equally, and 4 who belong distinctly to the older Aryan faith. But the alien Anahita is absent, replaced seemingly by Apamnapat, who stands next to Mithra. The Anahita Yasht is called Abn, by a survival of this name. Since after West's investigation we have reason to believe that Darius reformed the calendar in a Zoroastrian direction, we might recognize that great king's acuteness in thus scattering the new names among the old. But we may be sure they never became popular with the meaning which Zarathustra attached to them. It is safe to believe that desirable dominion meant for much Persian nobles very what empire means today for the jingo and best right something we nor away from not far might must forget that the old Sondergatter of whom Zarathustra availed himself, using very new and recondite interpretations of their significance, were ready to come out into the light. Aramati was still the earth and Vohumana cattle. It is quite possible that the ominous images of seen by Strabo in Cappadocia were very much like the golden calves. To this extent the names of the Amshaspans may well have been preserved in Magian syncretism, and propagated by the Persian grandees who set up their luxurious state in southeastern Asia Minor and in Armenia. New names of months might be adopted by the common people, but they did not necessarily understand them any better than a modern Cockney understands that July and August commemorate famous Romans of the past. And even so the 106 early Zoroastrianism Amshaspans won very narrow recognition. It is not far from Cappadocia to Commagene. How much of their lore, or their very names, did Persian propagandists take to that country? For this we of course interrogate a royal witness, in the well-known inscription of Antiochus I, of whom we hear first in 69 BC. Dittenberger's description of the monument one tells us of lions and eagles sculptured on the smoothed eastern and western sides, with 5 human figures seated on thrones, Zeus Oromastes in the middle, Mithra and Artans, Phara Orena, on the right, Commagene and King Antiochus their Fravishis, on the left. There are other figures, much damaged, and we are told that Antiochus portrayed his ancestors, claiming descent on the father's side from the great Darius, and on the mother's from Alexander. This is an appropriate symbol of the syncretism he shows in his profession of faith, for such the inscription is mainly intended to be. Begins with the declaration that religion is the most abiding of all good things and the greatest joy, and he traces to it all his fortune and success. The phrase he uses here supplies a reason for referring to his witness at this point. All through life, men showed, he says, I to all that I regarded holiness, tvoai or ra, as a most trusted warden of my kingdom and an incomparable delight, rep for a field rove, Later on he says, all that is holy is a light burden, kovov, but heavy are the woes that follow impiety, /8 ada. Can we say that he means Asha? We cannot pronounce dogmatically on the question, the mention would be appropriate enough, but number 1 Orientis Crescisi inscription selecti, I-591f the Prophet and the Reform 107 Greek scholar, ignorant of Asha's existence, would suspect any foreign allusion in the words. And the Persian elements in the King's creed are clear enough. He says that he has set up his monument as near as might be to the heavenly thrones, opifluaiarami the body for that deeks of outward form, Theopphis, having lived in happiness unto old age, having sent my God-loved soul to the heavenly thrones of Zeus Oromastes, shall sleep unto endless time. This last phrase has the suggestion of Zervanakarana, but there is a closer equivalent later on men whom where 112, vf, he speaks of endless time, spavos eripos in the former passage I've, shall set in the royal succession of this land in their own lot of life. There is a quasi-personal tone about the title A which would suit the identification very well. Few lines later Antiochus points to the images, where for, as thou seest, I have set up these God-befitting images of Zeus Oromastes and Apollo Mithras, who is, the sun, and, Hermes, 1 and 2 Artans, who is, Heracles, and, Ares, and of my all-nurturing country Commagene. He then turns to remark that he had set up his own image in their company and in the same stone, preserving a just counterfeit one, an identification which is suggestive for the view taken of Mithra in that age and place. Dittenberger quotes Cumont, and remarks that Mithra and Hermes were alike Otto/WTOI, and that the planet which the Persians assigned to Mithra the Greeks gave partly to Apollo and partly to Hermes. How far this suits the solar character of Mithra, by this time pretty generally established, I need not stay to ask. There is obviously not a little confusion here between Greek and Persian ideas. 2 Dittenberger observes that the Greeks gave the planet Mars, in Persian Varethrakna, to Heracles or Ares. 108 Early Zoroastrianism of the immortal thought, Povrils, which oft-times stood visibly by me as a kindly helper in my one kingly endeavors. These remarkable words point distinctly to the Fravashi, and to the belief that man it sometimes became visible as as2 double the Fravashis, then, Mithra, Varethrakna, probably Zervanakarana, and the heroes who for Antiochus would be the gods of the royal house recognized in Achaemenian 3 religion, together of course with Ahura Mazda, are the divinities to whom Antiochus offers such wholehearted allegiance. There is no real Zoroastrianism here, but a religion not far from Mithraism as we know it a little later, with the unreformed Iranian nature worship still only slightly contaminated with elements drawn from Semitic or other alien sources. It is significant that there is no mention of Anahita. In such a pantheon there was no room for Asha, and the tentative question with which this paragraph opened receives a negative answer. Antiochus owes much more to Hellas than to Zarathustra, whose teaching had not yet established itself so far west. The negative results which meet us when we try to trace the Amshaspans in the west, except in the Cappadocian calendar and in rather doubtful forms like Strabos Ominous and Anidatus, must not surprise us too much. These conceptions belong to the most esoteric side of Zarathustra's lore, and there is one Rjtosks 1/J. Trap Curatis e Triavr? CTS/3 or J6E if Ivo J/2C Lecture 8. 3 CP 274. Probably the same are meant when he distinguishes Doi and the Prophet and the Reform 109. Really nothing strange in their absence even where a true Zarathustrian doctrine has been absorbed. It is most probable that until the Magi popularized them in their own way, after an adaptation which preserved little beyond the name and the traditional association with departments fire, cattle, metals, earth, water, and plants they were never heard of except in cultured circles. May perhaps trace them in the nomenclature of Persian royal and aristocratic families. Thus Artaxerxes answering to an Avestan *aa aura, one whose kingdom is according to right combines both the Amshaspand names, and the first of them has its meaning very much on the lines of Gathic thought. The frequency of Persian names in Arta is very suggestive. In the inscription on the grave of Darius, Weisbach restores the word v ominisa, and suggests connection with the words which in the Avestan appear as Vohumana 1. Unfortunately the inscription is too fragmentary for us to get any connected sense, cannot therefore be positive that we have a proper name derived from good thought, or even a case of the name good thought itself. If we may trust the conjecture, we cannot miss the significance of the fact that the two words of the Gathas are fused into one, here and in Strabo's Cappadocian cult and, in the analogous case of the third Amshaspand, on the Indo-Scythian coins. This is, of course, obvious. 1 Dikailenschriften am Grave Darius Hystaspes, p. 40. The Aryan noun manas had in Old Persian, cf. Haamani passed into the is declension. Weisbach notes the parallel in Sanskrit, isu and manas, and makes it a derivative word wisdom from a for. He ignores the Amshaspand. 110 Early Zoroastrianism with the name Ora Mazda, and when Greek evidence is taken, with Apetpavios, Aofukio, and other names. 1 Soderblom has tried to discount this evidence by urging that the Gathas separate existing unities in the manner of learned poetry. But his parallel Love Patrem from Plautus does not impress me. Plautus is not a hopeful source for learned archaism. And surely it is far more probable that free and non-technical designations, not yet crystallized into proper names, were in after generations compressed into set terms. Insistence on the Eastern origin of Zarathustra's reform, the esoteric character of the Amshaspands in their earliest conception, and the length of time, as evidenced by development of language, during which a drastic adaptation has been working, will remove all the difficulty which has been felt as to the absence of these spirits from extra-Avestan sources until a late period. On the Amshaspands in detail I have had something to say already, and shall have to add more. 2 The primacy among them belongs to Asa, even as late as the Haptane Haiti. Plutarch accurately translates Axoem, for the fact that Druj, the lie, is the antithesis of Asha from the first makes this the most outstanding feature. Have used right as the word that covers best the very varying use of the name, which from Aryan times 3 denotes the right order of the world, things as the Creator meant them to be. If Philo really was thinking of the Amsha 1c on this subject, the excursus, p. 422 f2 cp 293-300. 3 Sktrta does not quite answer, for its Avestan equivalent is, but there are parallels for this difference in Abstufung. The Prophet and the Reform 111 spans in his curious allegorizing of the cities of refuge, and if Darmstaedter rightly attaches a6yo 9 eios to Vohumana, whether as origin, or, as we should emphatically assert, as derivative or parallel, we can only say that the comparison is not very happy, and that the Greek logos comes quite as near to Asha as to Vohumana in the Gathic system. Indeed, Darmstaedter's identification would be a positive hindrance for his own theory, since the chief of his Awas/Zeph is distinctly second in the Gathas and A only attains primacy in the later Vesta. But the powers of Philo have so little in common with the Amshaspans, after the logos has been taken out, that we need only make a general reference. The priority of Asha over Vohumana in the Gathas is not at all explicit. It may perhaps rest on the idea that Asha is more inclusive, representing Mazda's action, creation, and law, and not only the thought that inspires it. But Vohumana Evya in Plutarch is comprehensive enough. He is the thought of God, and of every good man, and we shall see later, p. 171, that he is the very paradise that awaits all who conform to the will of God. He comes very Mazda near S. For once ys 336 we actu spirit, good find ally spirit replacing thought. Sidra, Ewo/Zm, represents dominion as an essential attribute of God. At the end of ys 33 we find Zarathustra bringing obedience and dominion to Mazda. The prophet who teaches men to obey, and man who the of Asha spends his life in accumulating good words, thoughts, and deeds, are alike engaged in bringing Mazda the dominion for the ultimate triumph of Mazda over the lie will be 112 early Zoroastrianism achieved by the preponderance of good works over evil at the Great Reckoning. Kshatra represents accordingly the far-off divine event, but also its anticipations in time. He does not attain to the great triad, Ahura Mazda, Asha, Vohumana, which outshines all other conceptions in the Gathas L, but he stands out well above the other Ahuras. Armati, so the name is spelt in our manuscripts, but the scansion shows that it was tetrasyllable, like its Sanskrit equivalent. Aramati retains her Aryan connection with the sacred earth. 2. I have ventured to suggest, ERPP, p. 63, that her very name may arise from a popular etymology of Aryan antiquity, so that she began as mother earth and took on her the idea of right thinking, piety, by confusion with another combination. 3. Plutarch calls her Akspia, but of course it will be remembered that wisdom is a very practical virtue in Parsism from the first. So the connection with the beneficent fore-earth was easy to maintain. A further characteristic of Aramati should be 1c, for example, ys 33, 6, 39, and 29, with my notes. 2c on this pilaf. There is a very full study of Aramati by Professor Carnoy in Museum, 2.s, 13. 127 ff3. I ought perhaps to repeat my suggestion here for convenience. Since Zipa, epi, earthwards is an old word for earth, ard mdtd is a possible name, in nam. Mother for which earth, may have been confused in the Aryan period with the word for right thinking, the antitheses of which are found in Avestan, Gathic Parimiti, ys, and ys * ard 323, perversity, tarjamati, s34, heresy, dissipiaet in Aryan the adjective perthival, broad, ejected its accompanying noun in the earliest period of SKT. But our earth survives to witness it, conflate perhaps with a distinct name Nerthus, the earth deity in Tacitus. 4. Spanta, cp 145 f. The Prophet and the Reform 113 noted here. In my note on the Gathic verse, ys 45 *, I have defended the rendering which makes Ahura Mazda the father of the active good thought, and his daughter is piety. That relationship becomes fixed in the later Avesta, where also Adar is Mazda s son. Gunkel 1 brings Aramati thus into comparison with Athena as daughter of Zeus, Ishtar Siduri, goddess of wisdom, daughter of Anu, Sin, or Bel, with the Gnostic Sophia and the wisdom of Proverbs. I mention it mainly by way of calling attention to the very trifling anthropomorphism in, old by the Gathic phrase, which does not really go beyond Wordsworth's stern daughter of the voice of God, O duty. The use of the figure in later Parsism is markedly more literal. Some special questions arise as to the origin and functions of the inseparable pair who in later Parsism were assigned the last places in the Hexad. We have already seen that in the Gathas the line is not drawn. Much and welfare immortality are not so attributes as gifts of Mazda, sharing with Aramati the difference which thus sets them apart from the first three. It might almost be suggested that symmetry had something to do with the fixing of the Hexad, and if, as we suggest, the Magi were really responsible for it, the assumption would be quite in character. Late descriptions of the Amshaspans represent them sitting three on each side of Ahura at heaven's high announcel table. One side are the three whose names are of neuter gender, regarded later as male, one religions Jeskik like Verstandnis Nt. 26. 114 Early Zoroastrianism on the other three abstractions with feminine names, naturally treated as goddesses. The distinction of sex is, as Diogenes once saw, altogether foreign to genuine Parsism, as is proved by the very fact that Assam, Vohumano, and Sa Ordm are neuter nouns. But there happens to be also a real distinction of nature, in that half these spirits represent what Mazda is and the other half what he gives. It is, however, more than doubtful whether Zarathustra himself would have allowed the distinction, any more than he would have sanctioned the rigid limitation of the number. He puts Rho Dolore side by side with XM Aura, as we saw above, and Aramati in one place ys 31-4, forms a close pair A with Si, recompense, the two names appearing idiomatically in the dual as the last two Amshaspans constantly do. There is no real reason to suppose that a difference of kind was conceived. Putting aside, therefore, as irrelevant for primitive Parsism the question whether welfare and immortality should exclude other like spirits from the last places in a closed circle, we notice 2 points about their history. That they represent water and plants appears in the Gathas, ys 51-7, and we can see that Zarathustra is preserving and adapting an old Aryan myth of the water of youth and the food of immortality. Professor Jackson notes too that they are the heavenly counterparts of strength and abiding, Teed Visalyutawatai, ys 51-7. Now water and plants are the special care of other genii, notably Anahita and the Fravishis. I am inclined to think that the twin Amshaspans were intended to supersede the latter, who were very popular among the people to whom Zarathustra's 1 per cm. 6, see below, p 4-13 f2 Grundriss, 2. 638 The Prophet and the Reform 115 preached, and that the unmistakably foreign Anahita came in from the other side to poach on their preserves at a later time. But these may not have been the only ancient divinities for whom Orvidat and Amrita were substitutes or rivals. The strongly marked twin-like character of the pair suggests that they may have replaced the Aryan Dioscuri, whose epithet Ensatid, of unknown meaning, survives on apparently Aryan ground at Baghazkayi, and in the later Avestan form many centuries later as the demon one Nanhikaya. Their functions do not strikingly recall the vivid figures of the Indian Akvins, except that they are physicians and deliverers, who stave off disease and danger. But all we know from other Indo-European mythology of the prominence of Dioscuric worship makes us expect to find in Parsism races of occultists once universal, and exceedingly dominant in the kindred Indian Tu pantheon. 1. The complete loss of all consciousness of original meaning, ind with the lateness of the Avestan texts, VD 10-9-1943, which Madame this featureless demon in company with Indra and Sorva, make it at least possible that it has been re-imported, and represents Inti-Hindu polemic, cf. the Indian gods Indra and Kjurva. Similar 8 polemic is probably to be found in the reference, YT is 1*, to the Akritic J H Moulton, who is best taken, I think, as Gautama the Buddha, on this p28 F. Bartholomew does not give his reasons, WB, 81, for regarding this as improbable. The Beatish 10, 28, signs discontent to Nanhatya as his function, and has in the aim passage provinces for Indra and Sorva, equally unoriginal, seeming. And Amp, GT, all two to complete the analogy, Castor and Polydeuces must have a Ister Helena, as the A9VINAU have A9VINI. Aramati would natur on ili fill this place. But I fear this is all too speculative. The whole question of twin culta see Dr. J. Rendell Harris's works, he cult of the heavenly twins and the Dioscuri in Christian Gent. 116 Early Zoroastrianism Zarathustra's solution of the problem of evil, and his doctrine of the future, I shall deal with at greater length in the next 2 lectures, and a few details of the Gathic system may be left to be annotated in connection with the translation that appears in the appendix. One subject only I shall take up here, how before leaving the Gathas Are we to classify Zarathustra as between the two great categories into which men of religion naturally fall? Was he prophet and teacher, or was he priest? Is the religion of the Gathas practical and ethical, or sacerdotal? Now there is one passage in the Gathas where the preacher does call himself by the old Aryan name Zaotar, skt and quote, Hotar, priest. And quote, we read, in YS 336, cited YT 47, I who as priest would learn through ASA the straight paths, would learn by the best spirit how to practice husbandry. In the later Avesta the Zaotar is a chief priest whose special duty is chanting the Gathas. This is obviously the successor of the priest who in Iranian worship stood before the fire chanting a Kiyovine or Yasht, in the classical description of Herodotus. One by the time of the historian's travels, the Magi had made themselves indispensable for this function, but there is no reason whatever for postulating a sacerdotal caste in Aryan times or in the days of Zarathustra, as there was apparently in the late Avestan period. Thfa or Avano 2 or fire priests do not appear at all ir the Gathas, and there is a hint in the Haptane Hate 1c below, p. 395. 2. The name of course is Aryan. The Prophet and the Reform 117 that they came from abroad. 1. They are of course the Tpakoi of Strabo. The one suggestion of a caste connected with religion in the Gathas is the appearance of three classes, CYS 32-1 and note, Aryaman, Akshu, and Rajna, which Bartholomew makes out to be severally priests, nobles, and husbandmen. In the later Avesta we have a fourfold division A or Avan, Areo Estar, charioteer Viastriafiant, herds the name man Huatai, artisan for caste was meant oistra, YS 1917, which the like color, Indian Varna, and suggests the presence of distinct races. The 6 tribes of the Medes, Herod, I 101, are a parallel. Now we can hardly understand the Sathas on the assumption that Zarathustra himself belonged to a separate and higher priestly caste. His enthusiasm for husbandry would make us put him with the lowest of the 3, if we were free to choose. The question really is what functions we are to assign, the Aryaman. The word is Aryan. In the Rig/Eda, MacDonald, Vedic Mythology, 45, Aryaman is lamed 100 times and has the dignity of an 40itya, but he is destitute of individual character and styes, nearly always named with Mitra and Aruna. Professor MacDonald says that in less than a much Lawson places the word means comrade, as means velitra and friend, this is apparently its meaning in the Gathas. Is there anything to prevent he brotherhood in question from being simply he fellowship of teacher and disciples who amid och detraction, YS 334, strive to spread their message through the community? The very fact 1 CP 88. On priestly families in Indo-European times, see Trader, in Air, 2. 42 F 118 Early Zoroastrianism that the other two castes are the same in Gathas and later Avesta and for the nobles the charioteers are obviously the same makes it more striking that the place of the Deoravan is taken in the Gathas by a class the name of which at any rate carries no sort of priestly function. That Zarathustra is teacher and prophet is written large over every page of the Gathas. He is perpetually striving to persuade men of the truth of a great message, obedience to which will he bring them everlasting life. Has a revelation, a hymn who mystery, which he offers to knows it is an esoteric doctrine which bigoted partisans of the old Devayasana will not receive. Men have their free choice, though Aramati pleads with the wavering soul. He who has brought the message will be men's judge at the last, for he has given them a word of truth and they spurn it at their peril. There is no room for sacerdotal functions as a really integral part of such a man's gospel, and of ritual or spells we hear as little as we expect to hear, after studying the life and work of religious reformers in other parts of the world. Ritual has its place, but it is not in the first fresh dawn of a religion that is going to one live. I have not by any means exhausted the topics that may be, or even ought to be, discussed in a lecture upon the Prophet of Iran. But my limits do not permit of any attempt at completeness, and I have one that Zarathustra was afterwards assumed to be a magus, and that his name, with a superlative suffix, Zaraamtratnk, became a term for high priest, I regard as irrelevant. I have given reasons elsewhere, especially p. 197f, for believing that the Magi adapted his system long after his day and claimed his name. This is obviously natural, and it is just the sort of question on which the assertions of later generations count for very little. See also p. 41-1 The Prophet and the Reform 119/ still to sketch the main lines of the counter-reformations which are to be recognized as underlying the later Avesta, as I have already tried to prove. The very possibility of such counter-reformation depends on the disappearance, very soon after the Prophet's death, of that passionate conviction which made him incapable of countenancing any concession to rival inferior creeds. Professor Edward Meyer remarks on the accommodating character of Mazdaism, which could adopt foreign deities by the simple device of making them servants of Ahura Mazda. He mentions Aramaic inscriptions in Cappadocia which show Bel recognizing Din Mazda Yamis as his sister and wife. This accommodating temper, utterly foreign to the enthusiasm of Zarathustra, must have been the national bent, to which the people reverted easily when the fiery personality was withdrawn. It was, however, this very power of adaptation which made it possible for the religion, even if only in forms widely differing from the original, to spread beyond the bounds of its early home. There was no nationalism connected with it, no suggestion that Ahura Mazda was still what he had been at first, the God of the Aryans alone. Great Persian magnates who had estates in Armenia and Cappadocia took their religion into these districts. The inscription of Antiochus of Commagene shows with what energy many of these propagandists carried the faith. 2. But it was not the highly abstract and profound teaching of the founder that went forth conquering and to conquer. 1 in British 11, SV. Persia 210a. 2. The foregoing remarks are largely drawn observations of E. Meyer, in Gesh. Dalt. 3. From 128. Some excellent 120 Early Zoroastrianism in the absence of enthusiasm for his deeper doctrines, never really understood, it was easy to keep his names and forms, and deny his spirit, unconsciously enough. Hence the two successive movements, one of mere relapse, the other of drastic innovation, which created the later Avesta and transformed Zarathustra's religion till it would have been hardly recognized by him. The mischief was only partially undone by the Sasanian reformers, who could not revive the Prophet's spirit for the multitude of clouds that had arisen to hide him. The earliest among these movements is seen in the Gatha Haptain Haiti. Its identity of dialect shows that we cannot separate it far in period or in place from the Gathas proper. Its extraordinary difference in religious standpoint, with the fact that it is in prose, might point to its coming from a community distinct from that which received and preserved the Gathas themselves. It was not a community consciously alien from the reform, for we actually find Zarathustra installed as an object of one worship. If the passage where this appears is an original part of the text, and of course in a prose composition we have no resources for proving this, we naturally presume that we have to do with a period a generation or two after Zarathustra's death, and a social stratum separated from the literary and presumably aristocratic traditions in which the verse Gathas arose. In such a community it was inevitable that the old Aryan nature worship should remain almost unaltered. The WYS 142-2 adore Mazda and Zarathustra. This answers to later Avestan passages like YT 1394 where Zarathustra is worshipped with Zaukra and Barazman. The Prophet and the Reform 121 already ancient cult of the wise Ahura, the special divinity of the one aristocracy, had been adopted by their feudal retainers, and the Prophet who had been so effectively patronized by the court was duly honored as Yazida, though perhaps the fact that he is named but once too illustrates the relatively small importance that he had attained in the popular esteem. Naturally compare with this the oft-discussed absence of Zarathustra's name from the inscriptions. The most characteristic creations of Zarathustra, the Amshaspans, are before us, and they are collected into a definite community and distinguished by a corporate name. But, as we have seen, this is only an apparent conformity, which may very well cover a real return to an old Aryan use. Asha, whose name is conspicuously Aryan, is far the most prominent among the individual Amshaspans, of whom only the first four are named at all. Whether Ox Soul and Ox Creator and Fire are meant to be included among the lords we have no means of knowing. They are worshipped manifestly, as are the waters, Frabishis, and Hauma. The waters' name receive their old Aryan of wives of the deity, being linked with the sacred earth. 3. An interesting contact with the inscriptions may be seen in YS 371, where it is said of Ahura Mazda that he made the cattle and the right, made the waters and the good plants, made the light and the earth and all that is good. The words have a ring decidedly like that of the one see above, pages 32, 60. 2. Wolf would make him implied in YS 35-9. 3. YS 38-1. 122. Early Zoroastrianism recurrent Lob Jisang of Darius to the great god Ahura who made this earth, who made yon heaven, who made man, who made welfare for man, who set up Darius as king, one king of many, one lord of one many. Zarathustra had after all left behind him the emphasis that he most desired the uniqueness of the Creator as the central feature of the faith. Darius preserved his system more perfectly than the framers of the Haptane Haiti, who compromised monotheism seriously, and never even named the powers of evil which came so prominently into the Gathas and the records of Behistun. The characteristics of the Haptane Haiti are reproduced and emphasized in the older Yashts. Here Aryan ones the heavenly are back again in their original place, only formally subordinated to the supremacy of Ahura Mazda. And even the supremacy itself seems grievously affected when Mazda himself is said to have sacrificed to the Yazida whose praises occupy the hymn, and implored his or her help. Anthropomorphism is complete. The Amshaspans, who in the Haptang Haiti were already male and 2 female, are definitely the children of Ahura, 3 just as the waters were his wives. The details of this revived Aryan cultus will prompt some comments elsewhere. 4. Here at 1dar.nra1al, 2 ys 39-3, die Gyuten, Gotter, und Gyuten, Gotten as Wolf we has it the original has simply Bonos Bonask. Must remember that the Gathic names are neuter and feminine respectively, and the latter accordingly no more represent female spirits than the former represent males, see above, p. 113 f3 yt is 82. 4 CP 271 F. The Prophet and the Reform 123 must suffice to note how the atmosphere of the Vedas is brought back, not in the Gathas, which come so near to the Vedic in language, but in the verse Yashts, whose very meter approximates to those of Indian poets more closely than the measures found in the Gathas. 1. The last stage in the syncretism is, on our theory, connected with the Magian name. It is not always possible to assign a given feature of later Parsism to the one side or the other of the reaction, but the general lines are clear enough. Are not yet ready for the analysis of Magian dualism, nor for that of the ritual which so largely depended upon Mayat. Here I will only remark that until the Sasanian revival the West only knew as much of real Zoroastrianism as the Magi chose to transmit. Having once decisively claimed the Prophet as one of themselves, the Magi followed on to make truly their own as much of his system as they were capable of apprehending. They preserved the Gathas and the Yashts, and composed the ritual parts of the Avesta. They do not seem to have learned how to imitate the verse which they transmit so well, and all their own additions seem to have been in prose. Our most notable Greek representations of Parsism, especially that in Plutarch, are of Magianism essentially. Zarathustra's doctrine was kept in the East, just as his own vitality was fabled to have been kept in the waters of the eastern lake, till the time came for Zoroastrian to be born. 1. On the whole subject of Avestan verse, see the chapter in ERPP. It has not seemed sufficiently relevant to my present purpose for me to repeat its substance here. 124. Early Zoroastrianism. Even so, the full system of the prophet was known after the Sasanian age. But by that time the world was no longer ready to listen. Zarathustra come did not time he in the fullness of the came too early, and too late as well. Lecture 4. Zarathustra's doctrine of evil Fravarain Mazdeas no Zarathustris v Eldevoa Huritkaso. I.e. I declare myself a Mazda worshipper, a Zoroastrian, an enemy of the Devas, holding a Hura's law. Oldest Zoroastrian creed. From Zarathustra's doctrine of God we pass on to his doctrine of evil, which is an essential part of it, and the most conspicuous of his contributions to religious thought. I call it essential because it involves a limitation of God's omnipotence, even though it be only during a definite period of time. In his admirable article on Iranian dualism in the latest volume of Dr. Hastings' One Encyclopedia, Dr. Kasartelli very justly says that our calling the Parsi solution of the problem of evil dualistic is mainly a matter of terms. He would himself retain the term on the ground that the Parsi evil spirit is independent, and can create. I had rejected it, since it seemed to me inconsistent with an optimist outlook on the future. Whatever view Parsism has taken as to the past history of the evil principle, it has always declared that its future is utter and final destruction. If we restrict ourselves to the origin of evil and its development during human history past and future, we may use the term Eq. 1v111f 125-126 Early Zoroastrianism dualism fairly enough, in Dr. Kasartelli's sense, for until the Farsakh 9R9Ti there is a power independent of God which God cannot destroy, sharing his peculiarly divine prerogative of creation. But this lecture is primarily concerned with Zarathustra's doctrine of evil, and here I can see no evidence whatever to justify the imputation of we dualism. Have already realized that Parsism as we have it must be distinguished in many important respects from the teaching of its founder, as far as we have this in the Gathas. When we come to discuss Magianism we shall find that nothing is more characteristic of that system of thought than the tendency towards bilateral drive symmetry, as Kasartelli puts it, whether it is Iranian or not we will consider later on. I want to lay all possible stress on the importance of delineating Zarathustra's doctrine of evil from the we Gathas, and the Gathas alone. Shall find that unless we think ourselves justified in reading back from the later Avesta and the Pahlavi classics, we have really no proof that the founder himself originated many of the most conspicuous elements he in Parsi dualism shares with his successors the confidence that good will be the final goal of ill. But the very name of Ahriman is due to a later application of an incidental epithet occurring once in the Gathas. The creative privilege of the lie, her independence of Mazda, the co eternity bad holy in the past of the spirit with the spirit, and other crucial notions which later theology developed, cannot be proved from the Gathas. I do not feel at all sure that the prophet himself, if con Zarathustra's doctrine of evil 127 fronted with accurately drawn pictures of the evil spirit, gathered from the New Testament and the later Avesta respectively, might not have pointed to the first as in some important points nearer to his own view, except for the absence of any opening good for regarding an evil as twins. The rather unprofitable question as to originality is raised about Zarathustra, as about all other great religious teachers. To judge from the language of some theorists in our midst, no new religious idea ever was invented, they were all implicit somehow in protoplasm at the creation, if such an archaic term may be used for brevity. I am not careful to defend the prioritat of Zarathustra or of yet greater teachers, for the higher originality is generally found in one who can remint old gold and make amid current coin. I contend to accept the fact that before Zarathustra began his own thinking he was familiar enough with the idea of a stream of tendency, not ourselves, making for unrighteousness. Iranian folk religion, like most others, had plenty of hurtful spirits, and if Zarathustra found the source of all evil in a spiritual power working havoc in the world and in the heart of man, he was only systematizing a philosophy the germs of which were easily found. But in laying down man's duty in the face of this evil power he may claim credit as the pioneer of a most momentous revolution. In every other religion, outside Israel, there were demons to be propitiated by any device that terror could conceive. Zarathustra from the men the first bade the resist devil magi, as Plutarch tells us, p. 399 below, invoked Hades and 128 early Zoroastrianism darkness in a sunless place, with and the blood of a wolf. Mithraists dedicated offerings Deo Arimaneo. But none dared to interpolate such an element in the Avesta. The faithful Zoroastrian has never had anything to do with Ahriman but to fight him and destroy his creation. It was a veritable emancipation for devil-ridden souls, ever cringing with fear before powers of darkness possessing vague but intensely real capacity for mischief. We may return for a moment to the subject just referred to, and ask whether we may postulate the existence in unreformed Iranian religion of a conception of a god of darkness, capable of suggesting to Zarathustra some lines for his portraiture, while no less supplying elements against which he would protest with all his power. Between Herodotus, Plutarch, and the Anahita Yasht I think we can answer the question in the affirmative. Plutarch, as we have seen, credits the Magi with an apotropaic ritual carried on in a sunless place and addressed to Hades and darkness. The Magi in his time were priests of a very syncretistic religion, and such rites suited their antitheses entirely, whether they got the hint from an Aryan infernal power, or from the Babylonian Nergal, or from a devil of their own. That the last of these alternatives may be rejected is proved, one think, by a remarkable story in Herodotus, 7:114. Amestris, wife of Xerxes, as we noted in Lecture 2, buried alive 14 Persian children of high rank, to propitiate Ruvttoyfjv elva /io/u.iv and amp, gt. 6ea. This we compare at once with the mention of Hades on 114, cf. Fraser, Golden 3 Bow, vi 32. Zarathustra's doctrine of evil 129 in Plutarch and elsewhere as the nearest Greek equivalent of Ahriman. Since, as we saw, p. 57, this could not possibly have been done by Magi, we naturally assume that it was Iranian, and that Xerxes and his wife, as might be expected, reverted to usages abhorred by the prophet, whose doctrine the really religious Darius followed in the main. The Mithraic sacrifice will also derive from this Chthonian rite, which has parallels enough in Indo-European religion. Now the Vesta itself gives indications of the existence of this heresy. In the Gathas even ys 31:10, Ox we read of a teacher of evil who declares the and the sun the worst things to behold with the eyes, who perverts the pious and desolates the pastures. Bartholomew sees here an allusion to nocturnal orgies of Devasna, associated with slaughter of cattle. The Mithraic Tauroballium naturally suggests itself, though Professor Cumont regards this as late in one origin. Might it not after all have been based upon a really ancient usage? Then in YT 594 we have a very curious reference to libations brought by Ami worshipping liars, driven to Devasnavho to Anahita after sunset, which Anahita declares will be received by Devas and not by her. Darmstetter compares VD 779, where we read of a forbidden libation offered in the to twilight, also Narangistan 48, condemning a libation to the good waters, the predecessors of he 1 see his texts, I 334, and 5 regards it as ancient, but not in Mithraism. But he mentions, p. 335, the immolation of the mythic ox, which might well suggest it. 2 Darmstetter renders in the dead of the night / which suits his own parallels badly. I correct from Wolf. 9130 Early Zoroastrianism Anahita, after sunset or before sunrise. All this I think is a heretical ritual, originating in Iran, and surviving in Mithraism, in the superstitions of Xerxes and others whose Zoroastrian orthodoxy was but skin deep, and in practices adopted by the Magi, as congenial to their system. They threw it off later, when in the Sasanian revival a healthier doctrine came to the front, more directly dependent on the esoteric lore of Zarathustra, as preserved by this same caste, which had in greater or less degree countenanced a less desirable practice. There were not wanting other evil divinities in the Iranian world to which Zarathustra came. As usual, they presided over special departments. There was bad season Duziaria, op Duziari in the Manixian Miz from Turfan, who brought the farmer all he dreaded most. There was wrath Isma, cf Afka, ira, drunken rage, unless indeed he is a personification due to Zarathustra himself, which is perhaps more likely. The serpent, Aza, cf Sktahi, Greek x**, might have been developed, but the latent possibilities were left very much as were those of the figure in the 3rd chapter of A Genesis. General name for dangerous spirits was Skt, also available in Bidi, Fuda, ghost, the word which Darmstaedter during a temporary eclipse of the philological faculty wanted to compare with Buddha. There were probably many more to choose from, and the fact enhances the significance of the choice that was made. The supremacy of truth among the virtues was as conspicuous for the settled Agri 1 cc. 4. 209 n. Perhaps we need only accuse Darmstaedter of taking rather too seriously an etymology out of the Bundahish. Zarathustra's doctrine of evil 131 cultists of eastern Iran as for Darius and his Persians in the west, and Zarathustra was following the strongest element in the national character when he concentrated all evil into the figure of falsehood, druj, asa, truth the antagonist of or right. It is hardly realized as it should be that for Zarathustra himself, as studied in his own hymns, the lie is beyond all comparison the name for the spirit of evil. Drestvent, answering well to the phrase in the Apocalypse, whosoever loveth and make the lie, is the perpetual term for those who take the devil's side in human life. So conspicuous is this in the Gathas that one feels strongly inclined to make its very similar conspicuousness in Darius's inscription a balancing argument in determining the great king's religion. For him as for Zarathustra the lie sums up all evil. Rebel against his royal authority, which was after all only that of a de facto monarch when by mere lies the act of rebellion, there is admittedly no imposture about it. Spirit of disloyalty in a province is described by the same comprehensive noun. The Old Persian word is one that appears in the Avesta, though not commonly, being the same word as druj, but in a different declension. One other possible ancestor of Zarathustra's archdevil may be noticed on a suggestion of tile 1. The cognate dru in Sanskrit retains hardly any trace of the meaning, being perfidious, generalized into injurious / or, as a German noun, fiend fern. The betrug and the derivatives traum, dream, make the meaning deceive probable for the earliest we stage, and the Iranian meaning is unambiguous. Must, however, note Professor Schrader's reminder, Ilialex, p. 27, that the Old Norse dragr, Old English dredge, support the suggestion of malignant spirit as primary. 132 Early Zoroastrianism Soderblom, p. 374, where Ahriman later Avestan, epithet Purimarca, full, of death, is regarded as perhaps a survival from an old god of death, dwelling underground. Hades. This will naturally be the whom with Plutarch equates Araeomanios, the God whom said to dwell under the earth, to the wife of Xerxes offered victims buried alive. CP 128f. He must belong to the unreformed Aryan religion, the Magi could not allow him to inhabit the sacred earth. In one very remarkable passage of the Gathas, Zarathustra propounds his doctrine of the origin of evil. The 30th yasna has the appearance of being a lergedicht, a concentration into verse form of the prophet's central doctrines for the purpose of retention in the memory. The third stanza of this Gatha is so crucial that I must quote it exactly, with the thankful preface that for once there is no serious divergence between our authorities as to its one translation. 3. Now the two primal spirits, who revealed themselves in vision, as twins, are what is better and what is bad in thought and word and action. And between these two the wise once chose aright, the foolish not so. 4. And when these twain spirits came together in the beginning, they established life and not life, and that at the last the worst existence shall be to the liars, Dimbatam, but the best thought to him that follows right, Asaon. A Pahlavi treatise declares that Ormuzd and 1 in ERPP, 93, I recorded Geldner's dissonance. But in his last writing on the subject, Lace Book, 324, he accepts twins for Yama, which enables us to treat it as certain, its importance is manifest. That he still differs as to ofnd, Nakirem Ijanan word matters less. Zarathustra's doctrine of evil 133 Ahriman were once brothers in one womb. 1. The doctrine was specially associated with the sect of the Zervanites, who found the necessary parent in the concept of boundless time. There is nothing to prove that Zarathustra wasted on metaphysics time which he needed for practical teaching, and he may be safely assumed to have meant only that good and evil were co-eternal in the past, or arose together beginning skt purva, in the porug, cf. Former or first evil is thus the antithesis, the counter, action of good. Plutarch's description of the evil power creating Avril Rayoa to the creations of the good, p. 401 below, though primarily Magian in 1c Dinkard, 9. So 4, SBE, XXXVII 242, where the saying is attributed to the demon Arish, and expressly repudiated by the Avestan Varstmansar Nas/c, according to the record of the Pahlavi. West refers to the Pahlavi on YSSO3 and compares the statement of the Armenian Esnik, Hog, Essays, p. 13. 2. On the Zervanites see Soter Blonage Labai Future, p. 248. The subject lies far beyond our limits, for the date of the triumph of the sect is in the 5th century AD. But the statement of Beresus was that Zeravanus an ancient king proves, as Briel notes, the idea current as early as the 4th century BC. Its presence in Mithraism also attests its antiquity. But Cumont observes, texts, 20, that the Avestan traces of it are small. And in Tsadsparam's selections, SBE, v 160, we have it expressly stated that in aid of the celestial sphere Allur-Harmazd produced the creature time, Zorvan. This statement agrees with the spirit of the Avestan theology. Mithraism might make Cronus, i.e. Zervan, supreme, but for the true Avestan system, whether Zarathustrian or Magian, Ahura must be first. It may be noted that long ere Zervan secured his temporary exaltation he had changed his original character. In Mithraism he was Kapavos, presumably a misunderstanding of Spvos, to which he no longer answered. And in late Greek writers he appears as TVXTJ, which agrees with the strong fatalism that marked drive the heresy. Ch. Gray L. on Fate's article Iranian, in Air, v 792-134 early Zoroastrianism origin, is quite in accordance with the original conception of Zarathustra. The doctrine that evil is essentially negative may certainly claim him as a first promulgator, but we must take the epithet as connoting the utmost activity. The evil spirit is simply the opposite of the good in every one of his functions, fighting against him and his followers perpetually, and striving only to ruin every creation. The name Drehaving, Drestvent, is given to him in the stanza following those I have quoted, thus attaching him to the Druj in the same way as wicked men, and he is said to have chosen the doing of what is worst, just as the holiest spirit chose right, Asha, truth, and perfection. It would follow reasonably from this that the evil spirit is the spirit of the lie, regarded as the primary evil power, and that in the same analogy the holiest is holy spirit spirit of Ahura Mazda. This last point, however, is not quite certain. It seems best to accept the view 1 Bartholomew's note, Air WB, 1139, should be cited, they were conceived of as twins, who, remaining in everlasting strife with one another, created all that exists. The relation of the good, holy, spirit to Ahura Mazda seems not quite clear. It appears that Zarathustra's teaching is not devised on pure dualistic lines, but that it elevates over the two primeval and equipotent spirits of the strict dualism the divinity of Ahura Mazda. In this way the Holy Spirit, where he is set in relation to Ahura Mazda, becomes a ministering and intermediary spirit of Ahura Mazda, like Asha, Vohumana, and the rest, and as a new antithesis there arises Ahura Mazda and Ngramenu. There is an excellent statement on the subject by Geiger, cited with approval by Professor Jackson in the Grundrisse, 2. 648. I have given it in English in ERPP, 66f. See also Casartelli's Mazdaean Religion under the Sassanids, Bombay, 1899, pages 1-71. This work is most important for the period following that to which these lectures are restricted. Zarathustra's doctrine of evil 135 excellently expressed by Geldner in British 11xxviii. 1041, the wise Lord, is the primeval spiritual being, the All-Father, who was existent before ever the world arose. His guiding spirit is the Holy Spirit, which wills the good, yet it is not free, but restricted, in this temporal epoch, by its antagonist and own twin brother, the evil spirit. In the Gathas the good spirit of Mazda and the evil spirit are the two great opposing forces in the world, and Ormuzd himself is to a certain extent placed above them both. Later the Holy Spirit is made directly equivalent to Ormuzd. Once in the Gathas we find an epithet used for bad the spirit which, though to all appearance merely casual, was destined to have a long history. In YS 452 Zarathustra declares, I will tell of the two spirits in the beginning of the world, the holier of whom spake thus to the hostile, neither our thoughts, nor our doctrines, nor our purposes, nor our convictions, nor our words, nor our works, nor ourselves, nor our souls agree together. The word engra, rendered hostile, or etymologically fiend is not elsewhere applied to the evil spirit in the one Gathas, and it is used of human one. Professor Jackson, Grundrisse, 2650, says that in the Gathas the name of the evil spirit, Menu, with the epithet engra, occurs only 3 or 4 times. He gives as references YS 45-4412 and as a general adjective 4315, also dat sing. Fern, or adverb ongrade, 4810. In 4412, Bartholomew is right, I think, in making Angros a human enemy, see however p. 137n. The other 2 occurrences of the adjective could not possibly apply to Ahriman, so that the total is reduced to 1 after all. Reference should be made to Ahriman Air, Professor Jackson's article in I 237. 136 Early Zoroastrianism enemies or evil men. Clearly it has not begun to be a title in any sense. There would be quite as much reason for isolating Achaeomanius as Zara name Zarathustra's for him, for the spirit also occurs once, ys 32:5 qv, and there is another place ys bad, 33, quoted above, where the neuter, stands in apposition. It seems extremely probable that Zarathustra's successors took up this casual epithet and created the proper name of the Iranian evil spirit. Their choice may have been partly determined by a collocation found on Darius's inscription, probably reflecting there an association already fixed. Darius tells us one that Mazda blessed and advanced him because I was not an enemy nor a deceiver Nai Erika Nai Drajana Aham. The first word equals, iha, is identical with the Gathic Aryan asterisk ashrod, with an adjective suffix added. The second is derived from the name of the archdraga, fiend, the lie. If we are right in regarding Darius as the first really Zoroastrian king, we may take this passage as evidence that the two words were already related in the vocabulary of religion. Darius, perhaps, cannot be said to have used a phrase which we should translate because I was not a follower of Ahriman and the druj, but he does not fall far short. When once the title was appropriated, it became a fixed and permanent name, entirely ousting the druj from place of power, so that in the later Avesta she becomes only an ordinary fiend. This crystallizing process seems to me very clearly the work of the Magi, who needed a title that could claim Bh 1413. Zarathustra's doctrine of evil 137. Zarathustra's authority for a devil very different in many respects from his one concept. But we must keep for the present to Zarathustra himself, and see how he marshaled the hosts that ranged themselves for the great conflict, on the side of right and of wrong. He emphasizes from the first that it was a matter of free choice. The stanza quoted above, ys 33, which tells us of the twin spirits, closes with the statement that the understanding chose the one and those void of understanding the other. These adjectives, hyudavko, dozdavho, are used of the heavenly and infernal spirits as well as of men, but the latter are no doubt intended here. The antithesis of wisdom and folly is wholly ethical, as in the sapiential books of the Old Testament. After stating that those men who would please Ahura made the wise choice, the poet goes on to say that the Deva chose the worst thought after taking counsel together, for infatuation came upon them. There is a clear remembrance here that the Deva were once divine spirits, whose deliberate choice transme one Dr. Casartelli writes to thus, May 30, 1913, as regards Engrosem in the Gathas, I am much impressed by ys 44:12 with its curious enro engros, and its judemos. As I take it, I read, Qui sanctus inter illos quibuscum locer, quis vsilistus? Ad quern adharit impius spiritus? Velile ne malus spiritus ipsi est qui, mi infensus, twas benedictions impetit? Quomodo il non sit? Ipsi enim mala cogitat. To keep the word my play, we should have to substitute f spirat, i.e., is not opponent, who attacks thy teaching, the very devil himself, as we might say. The play on Aromanius, and Aromaniet seems to suggest itself. The difference between engros and enro requires more elucidation. I fancy there is a good deal behind it all. 138 Early Zoroastrianism fared them to the world of evil. One passage in ys 32 may be specially recalled, to show how fresh and keen was the feeling that connected the Devas with their nomadic worshippers, true ancestors of the savage Kurds of today. Zarathustra 34, fiercely attacks them as seed of bad thought, of the lie, and of arrogance, and their followers are as bad. They have long been known by their deeds in the seventh car and uar of men the earth, the habitable abode of, for ye have brought it to pass that men who do the worst things shall be called beloved of the Devas. An old Vedic compound, Devjusta, Gathic Devozuxta, is here suggestive of the manner in which the old gods fell from their high estate. It was the term used by these robber hordes of themselves as they commended their raids to heaven for the success they asked of their patrons there. No wonder their victims charged upon these divinities the wrongs their votaries inflicted. The Devat are of course by their name the Indo-European *Diavos, known by this title from east to a furthest west of our speech area. One recent sensational discovery shows us the names of their chiefs, as worshipped by Aryans of some kind as far north as Cappadocia in the 14th century BC. Ideal 1 Skt Davd, Lat Dias, and Devos, Lithkvas, Old Isel, Pi, Tivar, Cf Tuesday, Old Ir Did, etc. From a derivative adjective, with weakened root, which makes it equally derivable from *dis/eus, Zevs Dispiter, etc., comes stos, Lat Dias, Skt David. The unrelated 0 eds, orig meaning and quote, ghost, took on many of the functions of *diavos. It may be observed in passing that stos awr/p comes very near to Mithra. I Zarathustra's doctrine of evil 139 with this matter elsewhere, p 5-7, and here only observe that if the Mitanni inscription is surprisingly north of India, it is no less surprisingly west of Iran. We have no other Iranian evidence for Varuna, and the footing of the demons Indra and Antwakyoya, Nasatyo in Sanskrit, the heavenly twins in A. The Vesta is so late and uncertain that we suspected, p. 115, a reimportation, through anti-Hindu polemic, rather than survival. But the remaining name from Bhaskaya is that of Mithra, and we do not need evidence that he was worshipped everywhere in Iran except where Zarathustra had his way. That Mithra was in Aryan times the twin of Varuna has been already explained, p. 61, and I have noted the question whether this does not mean that Ahura is the Pollux of these Dioscuri in Iran, and Mithra the mortal caster. The total eclipse of the latter in the Gathas and Achaemenian inscriptions, until his sudden reappearance under Artaxerxes Neman, is no accident. Tile rightly declares one that Zarathustra cannot have been unacquainted with him. With the suggestion that he was too warlike for the prophet I quite agree, but I should not add Mazda for aristocratic, himself decidedly claims this adjective, as we have seen, p. 60. The fact seems to be that Mithra had two sides, answering to the character of different classes of worshippers. On one side he was, as we saw, p. 63f, preeminently the god of compacts, an exceedingly ethical deity of whom Zarathustra need not have been ashamed. When the now dominant Magi restored him, wisely recognizing the fact that the people had never given one religion's oath, 241. 140 early Zoroastrianism up his cult, it was exclusively his nobler side that was preserved, as already pictured in the yacht that bears his name. But Mithra was not only Dias Phidias. Whatever the origin of the duality, he was also on the way to the sole invitus of Mithraism, and in the character of a mighty warrior was adored by robber hordes who had no use for a god of good faith. It was in this capacity, I take it, that Zarathustra he knew him best. Was one of the divinities for whose sake the carapan and the usage gave the cattle no to violence. One wonder, then, if Zarathustra transferred to his shadowy Asha the patronage of truth and justice which Mithra seemed to have abjured under and rushed to infatuation, off into violence and take the part of the evil power. We may also bring in, I think, the powerful attraction of monotheism upon the prophet's mind. The great Ahura of wisdom, who had been enthroned perhaps for generations in his own aristocratic clan, seemed to leave no room for a second, not to speak of an equal. All functions and attributes of deity met within his personality, and other lords were only a part of himself. Mithra held too great a place in the popular theology to be reduced to a mere attribute of Mazda. He must therefore go. In no Gatha that the priests have preserved for us is Mithra named or hinted at. If even a fairly definite allusion had occurred, like one or two stern references to the drunkenness which hurled the followers of another 1 ys 4420. Carapan, akin to Skt Culpa, is right a teacher or priest hostile to the Mazdayasana. Usage, Skt seems to have meant nearly the same. Both names, associated inseparably with the David of occultus, have shared its degeneration. Zarathustra's doctrine of evil 141 Deva, Hauma, against Zarathustra's long-suffering agriculturists, we may well doubt whether the hymn containing it would have kept its place in the Yasna of a later day. But I cannot resist the conclusion that Mithra does come under the prophet's ban, as a member of the Iranian pantheon which he dethroned because it had proved itself ethically unequal to the demand his own conscience made upon the conception of God. 1. In this way we may suppose, the cleavage between Mazdayasna and Devayasna came into being. The Gathas are full of the signs of a great conflict. Chieftains and priests or teachers are named who vehemently flung themselves against the heresy that thus outraged the old gods. Time of failure and persecution leaves its record in the despairing cry of Ys 46. Neither high nor low will own the one. I ought to point out that my view of Mithra in Zarathustra's thought goes very little beyond that of our two leading German Iranists. Geldner says, in British 11xxvii 1041, and quote, other powers of light, such as Mitra the god of day, Iranian Mithra, survived unforgotten in popular belief till the later system incorporated them in the angelic body. The authentic doctrine of the Gathas had no room either for the cult of Mithra or for that of the Hauma. Bartholomew, RWB, 185, says the same, namlich and, das in der streng Saraflurisken Lehr als Gottheit nicht anerkannt war, ebenso wenig wie sie bei Hauma. De aber der Glaube an im Volke sie fest wurzelt, waren die Priester späteren genetigt, seine Verurung zuzulassen. Mithra, then, did not belong to the Mazdayasna, must he not fall to the Devayasna? Or are we to father on Zarathustra the system described by Plutarch, p. 399, below, by which Mithra becomes an intermediary //.eottt/s, between light and darkness, dwelling as it were in the Hamsteknmy limbo? I think alternative is simpler, and its difficulty is reduced by recognizing a better and a baser side in the conception of Mithra. Imagine Zarathustra assisting Editorò Balium /142 early Zoroastrianism prophet, and the rulers of the land follow the lie, he has but few cattle and few folk. But at last the tide turned with the